Chapter 29-22. Everyone stared at the Volcano King, including Ling Xiao. They could clearly feel the surging bloodline power coming from the Volcano King's body. A violent aura was ready to burst out. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound. A suffocating aura burst out of the Volcano King's body. Immediately, the wings of the undying bird burning with black flames on his back became stronger and sturdier. With the appearance of the undying bird wings, the Volcano King's body was wrapped in black flames. The undying bird's undying flame was at the level of divine fire. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Volcano King's bloodline power to be so powerful. He had only awakened 1/3 of the Volcano King's bloodline power, but it made people feel an invincible and terrifying aura. How powerful would he be if he fully awakened it? Ling Xiao had to take it seriously. The power of the bloodline and the martial soul were supposed to complement each other. But in modern times, it was already extremely lucky to awaken one of them. In this world, there were many warriors who couldn't even awaken one of the martial soul or the bloodline power. There were even fewer warriors who could awaken the bloodline power and the martial soul at the same time, and all of them were difficult to deal with. At this time, the Volcano King's eyes seemed to have become the eyes of the undying bird. There was a strange and indifferent aura. Was this the undying bird that destroyed the forest and almost wiped out all the creatures in the forest? It was indeed terrifying. Boy, I, who awakened the bloodline power, will have the ability to be reborn. Do you have the ability to kill me? The Volcano King looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and his eyes were full of confidence. If he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao before, then at this moment, Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Reborn from Nirvana? Ling Xiao frowned even more. Fourth Prince, it seems that the Volcano King is going to win this battle. I didn't expect that the Volcano King's strength would be close to the peak of the 13th layer of hell after he fully unleashed his strength. No matter how much of a genius Ling Xiao is, he can't possibly be a match for him. One is a jackal and the other is a tiger and a leopard. Neither of them is good for us. But the Volcano King should be better. At the very least, we can still be his puppets. But Ling Xiao will definitely kill us. If Volcano King wins, then so be it. Even though the fourth prince was unwilling to see such an outcome, it was still better for him to win than for Ling Xiao to win. Ling Xiao, are you regretting it now? If you had chosen to be loyal to me from the start, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But now, you don't have the chance to regret. You killed my most valued son, so you must die. The black flames on Volcano King's body churned even more violently. The surrounding air was also scorched hot, producing a strange mist. His cold voice was also announcing that Ling Xiao was about to enter the countdown to his death. The power of the bloodline and the martial soul are indeed powerful. But do you think that you're the only one who has the power of the bloodline and the martial soul? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and said, not only do I have the martial soul, but I have more than one. Not only do I have the power of the bloodline, but I have more than one. With that, the 4 beast souls of the 3-headed lava hound, the 9-snake general, the black eagle, and the tyrant blood demonic dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Beast souls were also a type of martial soul. Using 4 beast souls at the same time, his strength was unparalleled. But this was only the beginning. Immediately after, the blood in his body began to boil. A terrifying aura rushed out of his body. Heavenly dragon bloodline, divine phoenix bloodline, white tiger bloodline. 3 terrifying bloodline powers erupted at almost the same time. 3 pairs of wings appeared on his back, arranged from top to bottom, like a 6-winged celestial immortal. But the 3 pairs of wings were completely different. They were the transparent heavenly dragon wings, which controlled the power of the wind. Scarlet red, like flames burning, was the divine phoenix wings, which controlled the power of fire. Blue, like lightning, was the white tiger wings, which controlled the power of thunder and lightning. In the past, Ling Xiao used the power of the heavenly dragon, the power of the divine phoenix, and the power of the white tiger as support to increase his combat strength. But this time, he activated the power of the bloodline and had the ability to control wind, fire, and thunder and lightning. He was stronger than before. In fact, he had not activated the most terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon bloodline. Because there was no need for that at the moment. What? You actually have so many bloodline powers and martial souls? What kind of monster are you? Even the King of Volcano was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. The surprise that Ling Xiao brought to him was simply too great. It doesn't matter what kind of monster I am. What's important is that I can defeat you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Page, you're dreaming. Even if you activate the power of the bloodline and martial soul, you'll at most have the combat strength of the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. But I have the combat strength close to the peak. You're still no match for me. The King of Volcano snorted coldly. As he spoke, he had already made his move. He took a step forward and flapped the wings of the undying bird behind him. He disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, could feel an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction behind him. Die! The King of Volcano roared. The pitch-black flame in his hand blasted onto Ling Xiao's body and then exploded. Many cracks appeared in the sky, which looked extremely strange. On the ground, scorched earth had been scorched by the flames. The power was really terrifying. Unfortunately, the King of Volcano only hit Ling Xiao's afterimage. Facing the King of Volcano, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The moment his opponent attacked, he had already activated the demonic dragon phantom. However, he was not dodging. He was counterattacking. His figure appeared behind the King of Volcano. He waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand and stabbed at the King of Volcano. You've been tricked. The King of Volcano turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a sinister smile. He knew that Ling Xiao's movement technique was very strong. If he pursued blindly, he might not be able to hit Ling Xiao. Therefore, he deliberately lured Ling Xiao to attack him. In this way, he could catch Ling Xiao. Do you think you can suppress me in terms of strength? With a roar, the black demonic dragon sword collided with the black undying bird fire. There was a terrible explosion in the sky. Black flames and black sword chi flew in all directions, and a nearby small mountain was directly shaved off its peak. Many of the Volcano Kingdom's martial artists who were closer to the two were directly hit by the sword chi mixed with black flames and died on the spot. However, the two people in the sky did not have the time to pay attention to these. The collision this time sent Ling Xiao flying back dozens of meters. However, the King of Volcano did not retreat at all. Instead, he condensed his attack again. Chapter 29-23. Die. A black light flashed through the Volcano King's eyes. His body instantly traversed dozens of meters of space. There was no longer any obstacle in front of Ling Xiao. If this attack really hit Ling Xiao, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. Timed explosion. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth hooked up into a sneer. As long as the enemy touched him, he could attach the soul bomb to the opponent's body. Although this move could only be used 2 or 3 times in a battle. But now was the time to use it, and he would not be stingy. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The Volcano King was caught off guard and was hit to the ground by the soul bomb. The originally condensed attack was also disintegrated in an instant. Yu Fanghua had been watching the battle from the beginning until now. She already had a judgment of who was stronger and who was weaker. In terms of strength, the Volcano King is stronger than Ling Xiao, and not just by a little bit. But Ling Xiao, this guy, has endless tricks, and it's impossible to guard against. It won't be easy for the Volcano King to win against him. It seems that I don't have to rush to make a move. Yu Fanghua knew when to make a move and when not to. This was Ling Xiao's battle. If it wasn't a situation of certain death, she would never make a move. And she also believed that Ling Xiao would have a way to deal with the Volcano King. Definitely. On the surface, it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed at a disadvantage. However, if the Volcano King wanted to take down Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short time. The strength of the opponent, on the contrary, stimulated Ling Xiao's fighting spirit even more. One must know that he had not taken out his biggest trump card yet. Before that, he wanted to further hone his fighting ability. What's more, After fighting with the Volcano King, the energy in his cultivation sea increased significantly. Previously, he had fought so hard, but in the end, his energy only increased by 1/10. And now, in just a few seconds of fighting, his energy had increased by 1/10. Climbing up from the ground, the Volcano King's face was very ugly. Soul bomb? Boring trick. You're just stalling for time. He looked at Ling Xiao and did not attack immediately. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, which was why he used such a boring trick. This kind of move was still effective against ordinary martial artists. But against him, it did not have any effect at all. Look at how proud you are. You're a late-stage 13th layer martial artist, yet you're unable to gain the upper hand against me, an early-stage 13th layer martial artist. Don't you feel ashamed? How could he still be so complacent? What a joke. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a stronger battle intent burst out from him. He felt as if his entire body was about to be ignited by the hot blood in his body. Feeling this terrifying fighting intent, the martial artists of the Volcano Kingdom fled into the distance. Ling Xiao was not someone they could deal with. In the face of such a strong enemy like the Volcano King, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest trace of fear. He was so tenacious and unyielding, neither servile nor overbearing. Who could make him submit? No matter who he faced, since a battle was unavoidable, then no matter how strong the opponent was. He had to fight. Fight to the death. And never regret it. Never fear. On the road of martial arts, there was no room for fear. Otherwise, even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to see through the true meaning of martial arts. The Volcano King's eyes were cold. His face was gloomy. Although he knew very well that his strength had the absolute upper hand against Ling Xiao. As long as he hit Ling Xiao once, he could kill him instantly. Just as Ling Xiao had said, there was really nothing to be proud of. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was so great that he should be able to easily kill Ling Xiao. But now, just having the upper hand made him feel very satisfied and proud. Not because of anything else, but because Ling Xiao had displayed a terrifying fighting strength that was completely unequal to his cultivation. Such a guy was even more terrifying. Maybe you're not wrong. Facing trash like you, I actually have a feeling that we're evenly matched. It's really shameful. So, prepare to die. The Volcano King put his palms together. Then he struggled to tear them apart. Between his hands, a giant sword completely condensed from the fire of the phoenix appeared. The flames burned, and the sword chi was everywhere. The whole sky was burned black by the black flames, and the space was torn into pieces by the sword chi released by the black phoenix sword. At that moment, the whole valley seemed to be completely destroyed by this terrifying giant sword. The phoenix sword finally condensed and took shape. It emitted a terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The Volcano King held the sword with both hands, his cold eyes staring at Ling Xiao, and his killing intent was released uncontrollably. He did not want Ling Xiao to continue to live. Because even he felt that even if Ling Xiao lived for one more minute, he might continue to become stronger. He had to kill Ling Xiao. This sword condensed a terrifying destructive power. As long as it pierced Ling Xiao's body, it could completely destroy Ling Xiao. When that time came, no one would remember Ling Xiao as a prodigy. Whether it was the Volcano Kingdom or the current 8 Immortals Kingdom, there would only be one king, the Volcano King. He wanted to revive the former glory of the Volcano Kingdom, to make the Volcano Kingdom stronger and reach the status of the 9 Supremes. Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the phoenix sword. The black flames burned on the giant sword, releasing a terrifying power that made his heart tremble. He took a deep breath. Then he exhaled the turbid breath. His body gradually calmed down. On the 10 demon dragon swords, the black demonic energy was rising and condensing. The 10 sword intents that had only been used once in the past erupted at the same time. One was full of destructive aura, the destructive sword intent. One was full of murderous aura, the slaughter sword intent. One was full of domineering and unparalleled intent, the overbearing will. One was full of indestructible aura, the indestructible sword intent. One was full of blazing aura, the the fire sword intent. One was full of the fury of thunder, the thunder sword intent. One was full of the aura of death, the death sword intent. One was full of the aura of the earth sword intent. The last was full of the might of the heavens, the firmament sword intent. And this was not the end. The 18 demon dragon swords released 10 terrifying sword intents. Under the stimulation of the sword intents, Ling Xiao used his most terrifying move, True Demonic Sword Formation. The True Demonic Sword Formation under the stimulation of 10 sword intents was even more terrifying than an ordinary True Demonic Sword Formation. Back then, the Fire Rain was easily destroyed under the attack of the most ordinary True Demonic Sword Formation. Now, the True Demonic Sword Formation had been enhanced by 10 sword intents, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. Its lethality had reached an unimaginable level. The terrifying sword intent rose to the extreme. The terrifying sword intent pierced through the aura encirclement formed by the Phoenix sword. The two balls of energy collided in the void, not giving way to each other, each occupying their own territory. Chapter 29-24. The fourth prince was shocked when he saw the true demon sword array strengthened by the 10 sword essences. Ling Xiao still had such a terrifying move. If he had used this move in the arena, even Li Xiaofeng might not have been able to resist it. Maybe I didn't have to fight back then. Yu Fanghua smiled. Even she had underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond her expectation. Perhaps one day, Ling Xiao would be able to go to the Palace of Eternal Life openly and marry Yu Fanghua. A shy smile bloomed on her face. On the battlefield, the Volcano King frowned. Ling Xiao's move surprised him. But soon after, he revealed a cold smile. I didn't expect you to know a fourth heaven of the immortal grade martial skill, but it should only be at the initial level. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. If your fourth heaven of the immortal grade martial skill was at the advanced level, I might be afraid. But now, this should be your most powerful attack. To be honest, I hate your confident expression. Now, let me destroy it, destroy the confidence and glory you are so proud of. I'll let you die in endless despair and fear. The Volcano King laughed wildly. He did not believe that Ling Xiao's fourth heaven of the immortal grade martial skill at the initial level could resist his Undying Bird Sword. The Undying Bird Sword was not a weapon, but a very powerful move. Naturally, there would be very serious consequences for him to use his cultivation level. But he did not care. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he could bear the consequences. Die. The Volcano King roared. The undying bird flapped its wings and flew in front of Ling Xiao at an unimaginable speed. Kill. Ling Xiao did not dodge, nor did he use the so-called boring tricks. He waved the demon dragon sword and faced the attack. The true devil sword formation had already been formed, so he had to attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control it after a long time. Terrifying devil chi surged and formed dreadful devil clouds in the sky. The entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent and crazy sword chi. The ground had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It was obvious that even the heavens were shocked by this battle. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded in the void. The people standing on the ground felt their bodies begin to shake violently. His heart trembled violently. The true devil sword array and the undying bird sword finally collided. Black flames and evil devil chi instantly filled the entire valley. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the valley. Kai, kai, kai. The sound of energy colliding could be heard continuously. The true devil sword formation and the undying bird sword were in a stalemate. No one was willing to yield to the other, and no one was willing to submit to the other. The terrifying energies were all trying to destroy each other. The ground began to collapse and crack open. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Many martial artists, because they weren't paying attention, actually fell into the cracks in the earth, falling into the bottomless abyss. Monster. Two monsters. This kind of battle is simply too terrifying. The fourth prince muttered to himself. The others were also dumbfounded. Whether it was the undying bird sword or the true devil sword array, they were both so powerful and so terrifying. Both sides wanted to destroy each other, but neither could destroy the other. On the contrary, everything around them was destroyed. The valley, which used to be like a paradise, was a tourist attraction of the royal family. Now, it was almost a ruin. A ball of energy formed between the two experts, illuminating their faces, making them look somewhat strange. Through this terrifying energy field, the two looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. No matter what, either one of them died, or the other died. In this battle, either one of them was killed, or both of them died. In short, it seemed unlikely that it would end without anyone dying. Ling Xiao, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. A confident and cold voice burst out of the Volcano King's mouth. He believed that he could defeat Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. It's still not certain whose death it is. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and indifferent. However, it was still difficult to hide the joy in his heart. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had begun to crazily increase in this collision. It had actually increased to 10%. Although it was gradually slowing down, this increase really made him incomparably excited. No, it must be the anniversary of your death. The Volcano King sneered, using such a powerful move, you should have completely exhausted your inner strength. And this king still has 30 to 40% of his inner strength left. This battle has already been decided. No matter what, you can't defeat this king. You're overconfident. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent, as if nothing could make him panic. Overconfident. Then this king will show you that this king's strength is far more than this. The Volcano King laughed wildly. The volcano martial spirit behind him spat out a pitch-black magma dragon. It roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. Although this black magma dragon's power was slightly inferior to the undying birdsword, it was not weak at all. At the very least, it was much stronger than the Volcano Crown Prince's magma dragon. Hehe, it's really going to end. Ling Xiao could challenge those of a higher level, but after all, the gap between his cultivation and the Volcano King's was large, so his inner strength was definitely inferior to the Volcano King's. At this time, the Volcano King could still use other methods to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not have the strength to fight back. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The fourth prince revealed an excited expression. Perhaps the final result would be as he had imagined. These two people would perish together. In this way, he could benefit from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Looking at the magma dragon, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. That's right, it was excitement. Great, continue to become stronger. As long as you continue to become stronger, I can also continue to become stronger. He looked excitedly at the magma dragon. The Cerberus behind him roared and then pounced forward to fight with the magma dragon. However, the Cerberus was obviously not the magma dragon's match. Tyrannical blood demonic dragon, Black Eagle, 9 snake generals, attack together. Ling Xiao ordered. The 3 beast souls flew out at the same time and joined forces with the Cerberus to attack the magma dragon. They finally managed to resist. Impossible. How do you still have inner strength to drive your martial spirit? The Volcano King's expression changed drastically. His only hope of victory was that Ling Xiao's inner strength had been exhausted and it was impossible for him to fight against him. However, Ling Xiao did not show any signs of inner strength exhaustion at all. Is your inner strength that bad just because your cultivation is low? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm not afraid to tell you that purely in terms of accumulation, my inner strength is not inferior to a martial artist at the early stage of the 14th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang stay. Chapter 29-25. That's impossible. The Volcano King panicked. Originally, he thought that his plan was perfect, but now, there was a flaw. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Nothing is impossible. I see that your strength stops here. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao felt that when the energy in his cultivation sea increased to 20%, it had completely stopped. This meant that the increase brought to him by the Volcano King was basically gone. Therefore, he decided to end this battle. Kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if you have more inner strength than me? My undying bird sword is even more powerful than yours. The Volcano King roared. Is that so? Then I'll make him weaker. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The four-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly flashed with a strange light. Soul absorption. At that moment, the Volcano King fell into a momentary daze. However, he instantly returned to normal. Kid, I didn't expect you to use such a trick. But I've already said that this is a boring trick. It's useless against me. The Volcano King roared as he poured the remaining inner strength in his body into the undying bird sword. At that moment, the undying bird sword clearly became stronger. Its power actually had the tendency to suppress the true devil sword formation. I know it's useless against you, but it's only used to buy time. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Sun God's Theurgy, Bloodthirsty Plague. During the soul absorption process, Ling Xiao had already prepared his real trump card. After the Demon Dragon Blood Curse was used, the Volcano King's expression changed drastically. The beds on his body became the outlets for his qi and blood to continuously flow out. The undying bird sword in his hand did not seem to be so powerful. The power of bloodline was most afraid of the qi and blood surging. And the Demon Dragon Blood Curse was aimed at this. Of course, this was not enough. The bloodthirsty plague was the most terrifying existence of the Volcano King. Originally, most martial artists would leave a part of their inner strength in their body, just in case. In this way, the bloodthirsty plague could be contained and not be able to unleash its full potential. However, just now, in order to quickly defeat Ling Xiao, the Volcano King had completely integrated the remaining internal energy in his body into the Phoenix Sword. In other words, his body was completely defenseless. Die. This time, it's the real end. The bloodthirsty plague had broken out. The Volcano King's body completely collapsed in an instant. His meridians had been completely infected by the plague, he couldn't even control the Phoenix Sword. The undying bird sword was gradually extinguished. The true devil sword formation finally gained the upper hand. No. No. This is impossible. The Volcano King roared and howled. However, it could not affect the occupation at all. The terrifying true devil sword formation completely defeated the weakened undying bird sword and then blasted onto the body of the Volcano King. The Volcano King's body had long been tortured beyond recognition by the bloodthirsty plague. After being struck by the true devil sword formation, it actually began to fall apart. They turned into pieces of debris that danced in the air in the valley. The warriors of the Volcano country stared at this scene in a daze. Everyone's face was ashen. The fourth prince also collapsed on the ground. The Volcano King was defeated and Ling Xiao won. This was the worst result. It was over. Everything was over. With Ling Xiao's personality, how could he spare him? In the valley, the explosion continued. The aftermath of the attack just now did not stop. Under the cover of the explosion, no one noticed that the black flames on the ground began to extend and actually reached the feet of the thousands of warriors of the Volcano country. Boom! Finally, the first warrior suddenly burst into flames. He didn't even have time to scream. The second. The third. As the number of warriors burned to death increased, Ling Xiao finally found something wrong. But it was already too late. Thousands of warriors were completely swallowed by the black flames. Then, a huge undying bird appeared on the ground. Nirvana Rebirth. This was the so-called Nirvana Rebirth. This was too evil, wasn't it? It actually used so many people's lives as nourishment. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the resurrection of the phoenix. Gradually, the phoenix condensed into the appearance of the Volcano King, and then looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You don't know, right? Every time I rebirth, my strength will double. His voice was filled with incomparable madness and coldness. You killed me once, and I can still be reborn. Now, it's your turn to die. Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. Relying on the blood essence of others to be reborn, this is your so-called Nirvana rebirth, right? Then today, every time you're reborn, I'll kill you once. Facing such scum, Ling Xiao was already too lazy to continue fighting. He wanted to use his most powerful combat power to resolve all disputes. Boom! Behind him, all the martial spirits disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the vast and desolate universe. He finally used it. He used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Although he didn't transform into a beast spirit, nor did he release any other martial spirits, he stood there as if he was above everything. Even Yu Fanghua couldn't help but want to kneel down. What is this? Yu Fanghua was extremely shocked. The Volcano King was even more shocked. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Volcano King, revealing a disdainful smile. Originally, I really disdained to use this trump card to deal with you. But what you did made me feel disgusted. I don't want to fight with you anymore. So, you can go to hell now. As he spoke, Ling Xiao raised his hand, and the demon dragon sword in his hand danced again. But this time, he didn't use the true demon sword array of the fourth heaven of the immortal grade. Instead, he used the first heaven of the immortal grade, Shadow Sword Demon. But now, it was enhanced by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Sky Tyrant, Shadow Sword Demon. A cold voice was released from Ling Xiao's mouth. A huge black shadow flew out from the Sky Tyrant universe. With an unstoppable power, it hit the Volcano King in an instant. The Volcano King's body, which had just been condensed, fell apart again. No. I will be back. That's right, he did come back. However, when he resurrected for the second time, Ling Xiao still killed him with a sword. It was just that he used the descent of the Black Immortal. Different moves, but the effect was the same. The third time, the moment the Volcano King resurrected, he knelt on the ground. I don't want to die again, it's too painful, please, spare me. Although it was said that he could be reborn. But every time he was reborn, he had to experience a pain worse than death. Moreover, he had just absorbed the vitality of thousands of people, and now it had been exhausted. It was impossible for him to be resurrected for the fourth time. So he had to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao's face was as cold as before. Can't you resurrect? As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword again. The Volcano King's face was filled with grief. He finally died completely. Chapter 29-26. The Dragon Talisman absorbed the corpse of the Volcano King and transformed its bloodline into Ling Xiao's body. Regardless of whether it would be useful in the future, the bloodline power of the Undying Bird had terrifying potential. It was integrated into every cell. It would be of great benefit to Ling Xiao's cultivation in the future. Also, with this bloodline power, Ling Xiao also had the ability to be reborn. This ability was very evil and repulsive. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't use it normally. But if he was surrounded and hunted by thousands of troops, he would rather be evil. Therefore, this Nirvana rebirth was not completely useless. Coupled with the life backtrack ability, it was equivalent to another layer of protection for his life. Since you can't use the bloodline power of the Undying Bird correctly, then let me have it. Ling Xiao coldly watched the Volcano King being quickly refined by the ancient hellfire in the Dragon Talisman. In the end, not even a trace of him was left. When the fourth prince and the remaining members of the Chen Kingdom's royal family saw this scene, they were so scared that they couldn't move. Dead. The Volcano King died just like that. After 3 Nirvana rebirths, he still died in the hands of Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is a little too scary. The Volcano King, the Volcano Crown Prince, Fire Rain, the Grand Minister, and the 7 generals. These were the top experts of the Volcano Kingdom. They came to the 8 Immortals' Kingdom in high spirits, trying to kill Ling Xiao and gain control of the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. But they didn't expect that they would all die here. You all will be buried with them. Ling Xiao looked into the distance and waved his hand. A bright sword chi hit the mountain top there. All the remaining members of the Chen Kingdom's royal family, including the 4th prince, were killed. He withdrew the Sky Tyrant martial soul and hid his aura again. Then, he looked at a certain place in the dense forest. Fanghua, come out. I know you're there. Ling Xiao believed in his relationship with the Moon Maiden and Yu Fanghua. This was not the kind of shallow relationship that was formed after meeting a few times. The relationship between the two of them had been forged through life and death. Even if Yu Fanghua saw his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it didn't matter. Moreover, He purposely let Yu Fanghua see it. He could feel Yu Fenghua's anxiety. That was a lack of confidence in him and fear of the Eternal Palace. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to let Yu Fanghua know that as long as he was given enough time, he could definitely become the peak of the Black Tortoise continent and surpass the Eternal Life Palace. The man I fancy is indeed extraordinary. Yu Fanghua walked out with a bitter smile on her face. But you must never expose this kind of thing in front of the Eternal Life Palace's martial artists. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Of course I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, be happy. Even if the people from the Immortal Palace come and I'm not their match now, I'll snatch you back from their hands in the future. You are my, Ling Xiao's, woman. I won't allow anyone else to have you. He is not an arrogant person. On the contrary, he is very clear that with his current strength, it is almost impossible to fight against the Eternal Life Palace. Now, he can only pray that the people from the Eternal Life Palace will not discover them. Otherwise, with his current strength, it is impossible to keep Yu Fanghua. The two of them returned to Thunder City. The Volcano King's storage ring and the things inside were completely destroyed in the battle, so nothing was left. However, this guy's country is now Ling Xiao's. After returning to Thunder City, Ling Xiao immediately sent people to inform Chen Kangmang to dispatch troops to the Volcano Country. Without the Volcano King and other experts, the Volcano Country was simply unable to withstand a single blow. In less than 7 days, those who surrendered and those who were defeated were all killed. The Volcano Country that used to be more powerful than the Chen Country suddenly became the territory of the 8 Immortals Country. Although there are still some people stubbornly resisting, it is only a small problem. There is no need for Ling Xiao to worry about them. During these 7 days, Ling Xiao did not cultivate. Instead, he brought Yu Fanghua back to the 8 Immortals County City and Ascension Town. He is going to leave and may not return for a long time. When it is time to see his friends and family, he naturally has to see them. He also went to pay respects to his father. At the same time, he also took back the treasure that he buried near Ascension Town before entering the reincarnation cycle. He did not take it before because he was not strong enough. Now that he took it back, it will naturally be useful. The spirit stones he buried there are not a small number. The one who is different is Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin has been in seclusion all this time. After obtaining the Kill Fire Core, he also obtained the Undying Bird's Flames bestowed upon him by Ling Xiao. Xiao Jin decided to cultivate with all his might. This is because he feels that the gap between him and Ling Xiao has widened. With such a large gap, how can he protect Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao has helped him complete his revenge plan. Next, he will help Ling Xiao complete his plan to unify the Black Tortoise continent. At this time, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua have already returned to Thunder Capital. In the Thunder Capital Palace, Ling Xiao is looking at a map. After leaving the Chen Empire, he will go directly to the most suitable of the 9 Supremes, the Sword Dynasty. The 9 Supremes are Dazzling Palace, Mystic Snake Demon Sect, Heavenly King Gate, 7-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Sword Dynasty, Fire Dynasty, Ice Dynasty, and Myriad Kingdoms. Of these 9 forces, the first 5 all have enmity with him. And of the latter 4, only the Sword Dynasty is most suitable for him. Although it is a little further away than the Mystic Snake Demon Sect, he still plans to go there. At the very least, he can develop there. Otherwise, if he goes to an enemy place, he will probably be destroyed before he can do anything. Ling Xiao, although I believe in your strength, recently I feel more and more danger approaching. Perhaps we really will have to part ways here. Next, I will tell you something very important. You must remember it well. Yu Fanghua suddenly said. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so serious? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know. I keep feeling uneasy. I'm afraid that the people who came to find me have already arrived at the 8 Immortals Nation. I can't let you and your 8 Immortals Nation suffer a calamity because of me. After all, the people of the Palace of Immortality have the ability to easily destroy a small nation. Yu Fanghua said seriously, listen to me now. The place you are now is called the Western region of the Black Tortoise continent. In fact, it has another name, the Land of Exile. This is because resources are scarce and the area is small. It is also the place where the prisoners of the other 4 regions are exiled. After coming here, it is very difficult to return to the other 4 regions. Why didn't you go back? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Yu Fanghua explained, I can go back because I'm strong enough. As for the martial artists who were exiled here, most of their cultivations have been crippled, and here, it is impossible to reach their former cultivation. Therefore, it is basically impossible to go back. Of course, there are exceptions. Those are some people with extraordinary talent who break through the limits of the region and finally step out of the land of exile, passing through the dangerous and forbidden land of death. Chapter 29-27. Forbidden Area of Death. I've heard of many such places. Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent all have similar places. Is the forbidden area of death in Black Tortoise Continent very scary? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, it's very scary. Warriors who haven't reached the 18 levels of hell will die if they enter, unless there's an expert escorting them. Yu Fanghua reminded, that's why it's also called the forbidden area of life, warrior's grave and so on. 18 levels of hell. Ling Xiao frowned. With his cultivation, he was still far from being able to do that. It seemed that he could only go to Sword Dynasty first. After his cultivation had increased to a certain level, he would go to the real Black Tortoise Continent through the forbidden area of death. It was also the so-called 4 great regions. Ling Xiao had read in books that the Divine Grimoire was located in one of the 4 great regions. It was also called the Golden Heavenly Country or Golden Heavenly Region. And the place where the Eternal Life Palace was located was the largest of the 4 great regions, the Eternal Emperor region. Any one of the 4 great regions was dozens of times larger than the Western region. So it was not wrong to say that the Western region was only a corner of Black Tortoise Continent. On the map, the Western region was only a small corner. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was already very fast, in reality, in this small corner, he still couldn't be said to be the overlord. They're here. Yu Fanghua's body suddenly trembled. She looked at the sky in horror. A terrifying energy came from afar, as if it was going to destroy the entire Thunder Palace in an instant. Why are they the ones who came? Yu Fanghua cried out in horror. What's wrong, Fanghua? Ling Xiao also felt the seriousness of the situation. That terrifying energy, although still far away, was already pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. It's too unfortunate. The people who came to capture me are from the Wang Quan family. Yu Fanghua's body trembled as she suddenly rushed out of the palace. Ling Xiao also followed. Ling Xiao, go back. Remember, don't come out. I will try my best to lure them to another place. Yu Fanghua shouted. It's useless. I can feel the anger of this power. This time, they didn't come just to take you away. They also want to kill me. Ling Xiao shook his head. In terms of comprehension of power, he might be even better than the people of the Eternal Palace. What should we do? Yu Fanghua panicked. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing the girl so flustered. Salad. Ling Xiao suddenly chuckled. Don't worry. Thunder City has layers of array formations set up by me and my Yuan Venerate Master. Even if the people from the Eternal Life Palace came, they wouldn't be able to break through them. You underestimate them too much. Yu Fanghua shouted. Maybe. If even our formation can't withstand it, then I'll just let them kill me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He could still use his life reversal. However, he also knew that doing so would be very dangerous. If the other party didn't leave during the life reversal, then he would really be in trouble. However, he had no other choice now. He couldn't escape. He couldn't fight, so he could only face it calmly. I'll die with you. Yu Fanghua gritted her teeth and said, didn't you say that we were lovers who lived and died together in our previous life? That's right, but I can't promise you that. In your past life, you had no choice but to reincarnate because of me. In this life, I definitely can't let you get killed because of me. Don't worry, I won't die. This was the first time Ling Xiao had lied to Yu Fanghua. In fact, he was very confident in facing any other enemy. Even if he couldn't beat them, He could still escape and he wouldn't die. However, the enemy this time was too strong. He didn't have any confidence that he could survive. Everything could only be left to fate. This was the reality. Since he was destined to die, he wouldn't be afraid. He just had to be calm. Do you know who's coming? Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. You just said it's someone from the Wang Quan clan? Ling Xiao thought for a while. That's right. The Wang Quan clan is one of the rulers of the Eternal Palace. They are very powerful. Even our Yu clan has to give them face. Of course, this isn't the key point. The key point is that the eldest son of the Wang Quan clan, Wang Quan Tianming, is already engaged to me. It's my parents' order and matchmaker's words. It's not my choice. However, the Wang Quan clan will definitely not allow me to be with other men. Yu Fanghua said miserably. Once you die and I'm still alive, then I'll marry Wang Quan Tianming. Are you willing? As long as you can live, you can marry anyone. I'm willing. I'm willing my ass. I'm not that noble. You're the woman that I, Ling Xiao, have set my eyes on. I won't allow you to be forced to marry others, even if you agree. I'm just that domineering. How about it? Hehe, you really didn't disappoint me. Now I know that you really care about me and really want to be with me. Since that's the case, you must survive. I'll try my best to stall for time, but at most 3 years. If you still can't appear in the Eternal Palace within 3 years, then I'll commit suicide. Yu Fanghua wiped her tears and said with a smile. At the same time, she took out something from her storage ring. This is the Eternal Blood Jade that only exists in the Eternal Palace. There are only 10 pieces in total. It can increase a martial artist's cultivation speed by 2 times. Take it. Perhaps you can come find me sooner. Ling Xiao looked at the Eternal Blood Jade and shook his head. Compared to me, you need it more. His cultivation method was different from ordinary martial artists. He had to constantly stimulate his potential in battle. This Eternal Blood Jade basically had no effect on him. However, Yu Fanghua was different. With this thing, she could better protect herself. Yu Fanghua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shrouded the entire Thunder Capital. Dark clouds covered the sky above Thunder Capital and thunder rumbled. The originally clear sky turned gloomy in an instant. 2 people appeared in the sky. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The other was a young man who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. However, both of their auras were extremely powerful. Even with Ling Xiao's Taiji eye, he actually couldn't see through their cultivation bases. It was as if they had completely merged with the sky and earth, which was terrifying. They can actually use their own internal power to change the sky and earth. The people of the Eternal Palace are indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. He finally understood what kind of powerhouse he was facing. Just as Yu Fanghua had said, the array formation of Thunder Capital wasn't worth mentioning in the eyes of such a powerhouse. After all, a Yuan Venerate was just a spirit body and his cultivation base was still too weak. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao almost lose his footing in the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The strange weather caused many people in Thunder Capital to come out and look up at the sky. Chapter 29-28. Wang Quan Zheng, Wang Quan Tianxia. You don't have to show off your strength in this small country of the western regions, right? Yu Fanghua frowned and released a powerful aura from her body that completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Her strength was completely unleashed at this moment. She was indeed much stronger than that young man called Wang Quan Tianxia. However, compared to Wang Quan Zheng, there was a huge gap. Ha ha ha, niece Fanghua, if you are willing to obediently return with us, then everything will be easy to handle. They are just a bunch of ants. Why would I lower myself to their level? Wang Quan Zheng laughed loudly and had no intention of restraining his aura. Instead, he released an even more terrifying aura. Thunder City's array began to activate and protect everything in Thunder City. Hey! I didn't expect that there would be such an array master in this remote and desolate place. How rare. Wang Quan Zheng was slightly surprised. However, he immediately smiled. It's a pity that although the array was set up well, the The cultivation of the person who set it up was too weak and couldn't fully unleash the power of the array. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his palm. As if the heavens were pressing down, it directly blasted on top of the array. The formation shattered like an eggshell, and many of the buildings in the Thunder capital were destroyed. Many people died in an instant. "Stop. I'll go back with you." Seeing this miserable scene, Yu Fanghua shouted loudly. She had no other choice but to go back with Wang Quanzheng. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Actually, I don't have the slightest interest in these ants. You should have expressed your stance earlier. If you had done so earlier, these people wouldn't have to die." Wang Quanzheng laughed out loud. "However, I don't care about the other ants, but this man must die." He pointed at Ling Xiao, who was using all his strength to protect Thunder City. Although Ling Xiao had used all his strength in the attack just now, it only reduced the number of casualties. He couldn't protect everyone. Furthermore, even he was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from all over his body. "Why?" Yu Fanghua asked angrily. "Because he dared to stop me from killing those ants. Just based on this point, he must die," Wang Quan said casually. To him, those who stood in his way had committed a heinous crime, and they deserved to die. It sounded unreasonable, but this was the logic of the strong. "If you dare to touch him, I will kill myself." Yu Fanghua looked at Wang Quanzhengma coldly. That's right, her strength is not as good as Wang Quanzhengma, but if she wanted to commit suicide, Wang Quanzhengma would not be able to stop her. If he died, not only would Wang Quan be unable to answer to his son, Wang Quan Tianming, he would also be unable to answer to the Palace Lord of the Eternal Life Palace. "You actually like this ant?" Wang Quanzhengwa's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. His background, his strength, they are all so lowly and lowly. Even the lowest servant of the Eternal Life Palace was stronger than him. Yet you like such a lowly piece of trash. Don't you know that your parents have already betrothed you to my son, Wang Quan Tianming? You know Tianming's strength the best. Be it his background, strength, or innate temperament, he far surpasses this ant. Facing such insults, Ling Xiao was not angry. Because the other party was strong, they had the qualifications to insult and humiliate him. If one day, his strength was above this person, he would also use the same method to treat this person. No. 10 times. 100-fold. Such insults would only make him stronger and work harder. That's right, he is just an ant. Why do you have to feel sorry for him? I don't like him, it's just that he once saved my life. We, the people of the Eternal Life Palace, never owe favors. Today, I will return this favor, so what if I let him live? Don't tell me that you, the dignified Wang Quanzhengma, the patriarch of the Wang Quan clan, will actually be afraid of a small ant? Yu Fanghua looked at Wang Quanzhengma and mocked. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, our Wang Quan clan will be afraid of such an insignificant ant? So what if we let him live? A piece of trash like him, I'm afraid he will never be able to leave the western region, the land of exile. Wang Quanzhengma laughed loudly, laughing very disdainfully. When Yu Fanghua heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. She did not say anything, but the look in her eyes said everything. She was not willing to leave Ling Xiao, but for Ling Xiao to live, she could not be willful. Ling Xiao also stared at her. His heart was in pain, so painful that it made him go crazy. It was more painful than death. But he knew that there was only hope if he was alive. Now, he had to endure. The other party was definitely not an existence that he could fight against. A short separation was the beginning of a reunion. Ling Xiao swore that he would step on the road to the Eternal Life Palace in the shortest time possible, and take back everything that belonged to him from the Eternal Life Palace fair and square, including his women and the dignity that he had lost. Today, he had lost face because he was not strong enough. So, he had to become stronger. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Tianxia, let's go. Wang Quan looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then looked at the corpses all over Thunder City, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then, he took Yu Fanghua and Wang Quan Tianxia and disappeared into the distant sky. Ling Xiao stared at the three of them as they disappeared into the distance. Master, I can't accept this. He had already told himself that he had to endure and wait. However, Ling Xiao, who had always been arrogant, would not allow such an outcome. His women had been taken away, and hundreds of civilians in Thunder City had also been killed. If the people of the Eternal Life Palace did not pay a price, he would definitely not tolerate this. You have to endure even if you can't accept this, the Yuan Venerate said. But I can't. Ling Xiao's previous calmness was gone. He was about to explode when he thought about what had happened today. You have to endure even if you can't. Remember today's pain and return it tenfold when the time comes. The Yuan Venerate knew the pain and anger in Ling Xiao's heart. He was residing in Ling Xiao's spirit realm and was very clear about the changes in Ling Xiao's emotions. Ling Xiao had only been as angry as he was today when the Moon Lady had been forced to reincarnate because of him. At the time, Ling Xiao had been bedeviled. This time, Ling Xiao was showing signs of bedeviling again. However, even if he was bedeviled, he still wouldn't be a match for Wang Quan Zhengme or Wang Quan Tianxia. The Yuan Venerate was very clear about this. Therefore, he had asked Ling Xiao to endure and to let Ling Xiao remain calm. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face stiffened. Oh no! He looked at the sky and saw a figure arrive above Thunder City in an instant. The person who had arrived was Wang Quan Tianxia. It was Wang Quan Zhengme's second son. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Fanghua had already fainted. Little girl, I'm sorry. I'm a very cautious person. Even if he is an ant, I will still turn him into ashes. Chapter 29-29. Wang Quan revealed a sinister smile on his face. His order to Wang Quan under heaven was, destroy Thunder City and kill Ling Xiao. He waited here with Yu Fanghua. In order to prevent Yu Fanghua from committing suicide, he had already knocked her out. Back at Thunder City, Wang Quan under heaven looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You're not even comparable to an ant. You actually dare to snatch my elder brother's woman. Today, the entire Thunder City will be buried with you. You should be satisfied." As he spoke, his aura enveloped the entire Thunder City. The common people trembled in fear and looked at the terrifying expert in the sky in despair. They didn't understand why the people of the Eternal Life Palace wanted to kill them. They didn't do anything wrong. Ling Xiao's heart also sank to the bottom of the valley. Although Wang Quan under heaven wasn't as strong as Wang Quan under heaven and Yu Fanghua, he was still much stronger than him. This gap was something he couldn't determine with his Tai Kai eye. You just want my life, Ling Xiao. Why implicate innocent people? Ling Xiao had life rewind, so he still had a chance to come back to life. But what about the others? In Thunder City, there was his master, Chen Buyi, and many of his good friends. His close comrade, Xiao Jin, was also there. He didn't want them to die. It was just convenient. Wang Quan under heaven's expression was extremely cold, as if he didn't treat these creatures on the ground as humans. Convenient. Ling Xiao was furious. Just because it was convenient, they wanted to kill tens of millions of people in Thunder City. The people of the Eternal Life Palace were a bit too overbearing. He, Ling Xiao, was overbearing and never killed innocent people. But Wang Quan under heaven didn't care at all. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that something in his body had awakened. In the universe of Tyrant, something crawled out of a black hole. It was dark, evil, and made people tremble. You're Ling Xiao, right? Before you die, let me tell you a good thing. My brother, Wang Quan Tianming, is a peerless genius who inherited an eternal beast soul. In the future, the position of the palace master of the Eternal Life Palace would belong to him. On the other hand, Yu Fanghua was just a political tool. Of course, this tool was very, very beautiful. It could still be used. You don't know what an eternal beast soul is, do you? This black tortoise continent was once controlled by the 12 beast gods, but later on, all of them were killed. Can you guess what did it? That's right, the eternal beast. The eternal beast is immortal and indestructible, but it was turned into a beast soul by my elder brother, achieving the true eternal body. Yu Fanghua is barely worthy of him. As for you, you will only be an unknown and that no one knows of, and will die in the western region. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. King of the world laughed crazily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was even angrier. As the anger continued to accumulate, the pitch-black figure in the Sky Tyrant universe grew larger. The horrifying evil aura actually made the Daotai behemoth feel fear. The Yuan Venerate was also trembling. He remembered very clearly that this evil aura had appeared a long time ago when Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Sky Hutu. However, it had been very weak. Today, it was so strong that it was unbearable. The Yuan Venerate felt as if his soul was about to shatter. King of the World was very terrifying. However, it was simply not worth mentioning in the face of this evil power. The Yuan Venerate could not figure out how such a terrifying power could exist in Ling Xiao's body. He could only hope that this power would not destroy Ling Xiao. Alright, I've said enough nonsense. Next, I will let you witness with your own eyes how your so-called subjects will die. King of the World revealed a sinister smile. Then, he raised his right hand gently. A terrifying palm descended from the sky. In just an instant, everything around Ling Xiao was destroyed in an instant. Thunder Capital was completely turned into ruins. Chen Buyi, Mu Qing, and Xiao Jin were dead. Everyone was dead. Ling Xiao's anger had finally reached its peak. In the Sky Tyrant universe, the humanoid shadow had finally crawled out of the black hole. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his eyes were bigger than any galaxy. His entire body was pitch black and exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. No! Ling Xiao roared furiously. Both of his eyes were completely scarlet. Ha ha ha! That's how it is. Be angry and roar. Then, you will realize that everything you have done is useless. King of the World seemed to be enjoying the expression on Ling Xiao's face. He really enjoyed seeing other people in pain and anger. Is it very fun? A voice so cold that even Ling Xiao himself found it unfamiliar suddenly rang out from his mouth. Around his body, a black light appeared. The entire sky was dyed black by this light. His eyes seemed to be emotionless. They had turned from scarlet to an icy white. They were like two pieces of thousand-year-old ice. Despair and coldness radiated from his body. King of the World was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. Illusion, it must be an illusion. It was only the land of the western regions. What could such an ant do? Well, it's time to send you away. Father will reprimand me for wasting time. He raised his right hand again and gathered the terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth. But this time, his target was not Lei Do but Ling Xiao. Die, ant. You can only blame yourself for falling in love with a woman you shouldn't love. However, the moment his voice fell, the ant in his eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. Their noses were almost touching each other. He had never seen such a terrifying speed. Even his brother could not reach such a terrifying speed. Perhaps the palace master of the Palace of Eternal Life could. But he had never seen it. He hurriedly threw out the attack in his hand. However, the ant in his eyes easily caught the energy in his hand and crushed it. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao's face was expressionless. A cold voice came out from his mouth, pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. King of the World was really panicking. He came from the Palace of Eternal Life, and the 9 Supremes of the Western region were ants in his eyes. But he did not expect to encounter such a terrifying existence in such a small place. He crazily released his internal force and bombarded his opponent. But such an attack was like a baby's little fist hitting his father's body. It had no effect at all. An expert. Ling Xiao's mouth showed a cold and mocking smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. It seemed to be very slow. King of the World desperately tried to dodge. However, it was useless. His head was still caught by Ling Xiao. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. He had never felt like this since the day he was born. But today, he was afraid. Chapter 29:30. Crack, crack. The sound of his skull being crushed could be heard. Wang Quan's world knew that if this continued, his head would definitely be crushed. He struggled in fear and once again burst out with all his strength. But in that pair of emotionless eyes, his actions were all in vain. Bang, 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 bang. Ling Xiao did not crush him to death. Instead, He grabbed his head and crazily slammed his body on the ground. It was as if he was throwing a sandbag. Wang Quan's eyes had already turned white. There was not a single bone in his body that was intact. Damn it, why is it like this? This shouldn't be. He did not understand. He really did not understand how all of this happened. Why did that guy who looked so weak suddenly become so terrifying? Killing you in front of your father, he must be heartbroken, right? Since you guys are so good at torturing people, I will use the same method to torture you guys. Ling Xiao carried the dying Wang Quan's world and flew away. That direction was where Wang Quan's resting place was. Wang Quan's world was waiting in boredom. Everything here annoyed him. Because the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so scarce, even if he stayed for a minute or a second, he could not stand it. Just killing a piece of trash, why isn't World's world back yet? Suddenly, he stood up and looked not far away in horror. A guy with black light all over his body appeared there. In his hand, he was carrying the dying Wang Quan's world. Are you looking for him? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You actually tortured my son to such a state. Wang Quan's world was extremely shocked and furious. He was shocked that this little ant could become so powerful. He was furious that his son, Wang Quan's world, was beaten so badly. You guys wanted to take Fanghua away. Although I am angry, she is after all a member of the Eternal Palace. I have nothing to say. But you guys destroyed Thunder City and wanted to kill me, cutting off my only hope of reuniting with Fanghua. I can't stand it. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Wang Quan. He raised Wang Quan under the heavens and crushed Wang Quan under the heavens' head like an egg. How dare you? Wang Quan's words were still a step too late. He charged at Ling Xiao furiously, but was sent flying by a heavy punch. In that instant, he understood that although he didn't know what was going on with Ling Xiao, he was definitely no match for him. The moment he was sent flying, he grabbed Yu Fanghua and his son's headless corpse and sped away. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give up. He started to chase. Wang Quan was fleeing as he sent a distress signal to the 9 Supremes. The 9 Supremes had sent experts to intercept Ling Xiao. However, all the experts were killed by Ling Xiao. They had chased and killed all the way. He chased them all the way from the state of Chen to the forbidden land of death. Although Wang Quan was heavily injured, with the 9 Supremes experts stalling for time, he still managed to escape. Ling Xiao didn't manage to step into the forbidden land of death. His sudden increase in strength was already abnormal. It couldn't have lasted for too long. When he felt the power start to fade, Ling Xiao gave up the chase and returned to Thunder City. Before the power faded, he used a large-scale life rewind. With his terrifying strength, the life rewind easily revived all the people in Thunder City who had been killed by Wang Quan under the heavens. This was the ultimate life rewind. Even if they had been dead for more than a day, they could still be revived. Even if there were more than 100 million people, they could still be revived easily. After reviving everyone, Ling Xiao collapsed. All the people who had been revived felt like they had seen an immortal the moment they woke up. They knew that it was Ling Xiao who had saved them. In front of such terrifying power, the fear brought by Wang Quan under the heavens and Wang Quan under the heavens was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao fainted and was brought to Demon Dragon City by Chen Buyi to rest. Since Thunder City had been destroyed, it was necessary to move temporarily. Anyway, as long as he was alive, the same Thunder City would soon be built again. What happened today pushed Ling Xiao's position in the 8 Immortals nation to the extreme. People no longer treated him as an ordinary person, but as an immortal, a god. In his sleep, Ling Xiao's body was undergoing a shocking change. The most mysterious and evil existence that came from the deepest part of the tyrannical universe gave him temporary strength, but also made his body and soul undergo a fundamental change. As a result, his 12 divine beast positions had become even more powerful and of a higher grade than before. Whether it was evil or good, everything of the tyrannical martial spirit already belonged to Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao was too weak, so he couldn't bear this powerful force at all. Even a trace of it was enough to benefit him immensely. His whole body, from every cell to every soul unit, it was baptized by this trace of power. Even his beast souls and bloodline power were completely cleansed by this trace of power. He was reborn and strengthened terrifyingly. The strengthened cell's ability to store energy was greatly improved. The speed of releasing energy was also greatly improved. This meant that in Ling Xiao's future life as a martial artist, his cultivation speed would continue to accelerate instead of slowing down. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could be stored in his cells and purified. Then it would be turned into potential. In battle, it would be stimulated and burst out, and then his cultivation would increase. His strengthened soul had become incomparably tough. It could be said that no matter what soul technique was used on him, it was basically useless. The power of his soul technique would be dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. His strengthened body had completely absorbed the volcano battle physique. Even now, he couldn't be sure how strong his physical body was. What level of defensive martial technique or battle physique was it equivalent to? When Ling Xiao was sent to Demon Dragon City, he had already woken up. Although his cultivation hadn't increased, he felt that he had become much stronger than before. Originally, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level, and the lower the possibility. It was already rare for Ling Xiao to be able to challenge someone of a higher level than him. It was estimated that after advancing to the First Revolution's 14 levels of hell, it would be very difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. However, after this round of strengthening, it was completely different. Ling Xiao believed that in the First Revolution's 13 levels of hell, he could definitely challenge someone of a higher level than him. In other words, he was only at the early stage of cultivation now. Even if he didn't use the tyrannical martial spirit, he could still defeat a martial artist at the peak of cultivation. One had to know that previously, he had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Volcano King at the late stage of cultivation. Chapter 29:31. As for warriors who were one stage higher than Ling Xiao, he could easily defeat them with his body alone without using his inner strength. This kind of strength made him feel incomparably shocked. "Boss, you're finally awake." When Ling Xiao woke up, Xiao Jin was by his side. "You broke through?" Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and found that Xiao Jin's current strength had reached the peak of the 13th level of hell. The kill fire core and the remaining energy in his body had been completely transformed. Ling Xiao was not envious of Xiao Jin's breakthrough. Although Xiao Jin broke through quickly, he needed someone to help him find the corresponding cultivation resources. However, he could constantly improve in battle. In fact, he believed that his current combat strength was still superior to Xiao Jin's. "Xiao Jin, use all your strength to attack me. Other than the Netherworld Yellow Spring Golden Light, any other attack will do." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and suddenly said. Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment and immediately understood Ling Xiao's meaning. No wonder he felt that Ling Xiao's aura had become much stronger. It seemed that Ling Xiao had not been idle while he was unconscious. "Do I really have to use all my strength?" Xiao Jin asked worriedly. "What are you afraid of? Even Wang Quan can't kill me. Are you stronger than him?" Ling Xiao said loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Jin finally made up his mind. He circulated the demonic energy in his body and used all of his power. Then, he suddenly pounced at Ling Xiao, his sharp claws fiercely striking Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao struggled and was sent flying. This scene made Xiao Jin very nervous. He hurriedly flew over to check on the situation, but he heard Ling Xiao's presumptuous laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, my physical body is at the 6th heaven of the immortal grade under normal conditions. I'm afraid that no one in the western region can hurt me." He stood up. The place where Xiao Jin attacked was not injured at all. Xiao Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. He had originally thought that after his cultivation had increased, he would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. But who would have thought that although Ling Xiao's cultivation did not break through, his strength had increased by such a large margin. Even his all-out attack was unable to break through such a terrifying defense. This was too ridiculous. Compared to your crazy power from before, this shouldn't be much, right? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. "What happened to you previously? I even felt that the power had already surpassed the power of the royal self. Although that power is indeed very strong, It's a pity that I don't know what it is, nor do I know how to use it. Perhaps that power will only awaken when my life is truly threatened. But I don't really want that. Ling Xiao said helplessly. Why? Yuan Venerate asked curiously. Because I can feel that every time that power awakens, my soul will subtly change and become even more evil. I don't want to change at will. Although I'm not great, I don't want to become a heinous bastard. Ling Xiao explained. Then what you can do is try your best not to suffer the threat of complete despair again. Yuan Venerate completely understood Ling Xiao's thoughts. Of course I will. Although I killed the royal self, I still let the royal self take Fanghua away in the end. I won't give up just like that. Next, I will use my true power to surpass the Eternal Life Palace. I will make them obediently hand over Fanghua to me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He had no time to grieve. He could only turn his grief into strength. This time, the appearance of that evil power had changed the course of a tragedy. However, this kind of thing could not accompany him every time. Therefore, he could only make himself stronger. Boss, I will go with you, Xiao Jin said excitedly. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded. If it had been anyone else, Ling Xiao might have refused, because no one in the Chen nation could keep up with his cultivation speed. However, Xiao Jin was different. As long as there was enough heat, Xiao Jin could continue to grow stronger and would definitely be his most advantageous helper. What I'm worried about now is whether the Eight Immortals nation will immediately be attacked crazily by the Eternal Life Palace once I leave. Ling Xiao said with a frown. If that's the problem, you don't have to worry. Xiao Jin smiled. Why? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Boss, a lot of things happened in the Black Tortoise continent while you were unconscious. The source of these things was you. Yes, the outside world calls you Black Demon. Xiao Jin shook his head as he spoke. Black Demon? That's right. Boss, didn't you become like that before? You even chased after the royal self to kill him. In the end, you killed many experts of the Nine Supremes and seriously injured the royal self. Black Demon's reputation spread throughout the western region in an instant. Not only that, according to the news from the Sky Dragon Trading Company, the royal self was intercepted by his enemies after he was injured and almost lost his life. The Eternal Life Palace also encountered trouble. They were jointly attacked by the other three regions because the royal self was injured and the royal self was killed. Now, the Eternal Life Palace no longer has the mind to care about this small place. Moreover, they are full of fear for this place. They won't come here to die. So, boss, you have enough time to leave here and continue to become stronger. Xiao Jin said everything in one breath. No one can say for sure how long the butterfly effect caused by Black Demon will last. So, I can only make myself stronger. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He knew very well that Black Demon was just a cover. Only when he became stronger could he be considered to have truly become strong. Let's go, Xiao Jin. After meeting my master, we will set off for the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao got up and walked outside. At this time, he met Chen Buyi who came to see him. Xiao Muyu and Mu Qing also followed. Ling Xiao, you're awake. That's great. Seeing that Ling Xiao had awakened, the stone in Chen Buyi's heart was also lifted. What happened in Thunder City previously was simply shocking. Fortunately, it was all over. Master, I have to leave. For Fanghua, I must enter the forbidden land of death. Before that, I have to find a way to fight with more experts to improve my strength. Ling Xiao said. I know, so I won't stop you. But there is something that I have to tell you. The Demon Dragon Sword is actually the treasure of the Demon Dragon Sword Court of the Sword Dynasty. The devil who caused trouble in the past was also a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Since you have the Demon Dragon Sword, you can try to go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The Demon Dragon Sword Court is a big force in the Sword Dynasty. If you can successfully join the Demon Dragon Sword Court, your strength will definitely grow faster. What is the name of that devil? Ling Xiao asked. No matter whether the other party was a devil or not, he had already inherited the Demon Dragon Sword. He naturally wanted to know the other party's name. Chapter 2932. Boss, the The territory of the Sword Dynasty is up ahead. A few days later, Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He and Xiao Jin also arrived at the border of the Sword Dynasty. Sword Dynasty, I'm coming. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. This would be a brand new beginning, but he would never forget what he had to do. But if he wanted to find Yu Fanghua and take revenge on the Wang family, he had to become stronger. He had to keep getting stronger. Boss, are you really going to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Xiao Jin suddenly asked. Not necessarily. Master is just suggesting. I won't go there easily before figuring out the situation of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Although a sect was a stepping stone for Ling Xiao to quickly improve his strength, it didn't mean that he had to join it. So he wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. While talking, the man and beast had already stepped into the border of the Sword Dynasty. Although the border town was small, it was very lively. Ling Xiao planned to rest here and inquire about the situation of the Sword Dynasty. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with this place. Sitting in a tea house, Ling Xiao ordered a few buns and a pot of tea. Then he and Xiao Jin began to eat. The energy in the food was beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. It was also very important for warriors. Although it didn't matter if he didn't eat it, there was no harm in eating it. But as soon as he sat down, he felt a terrifying pressure. A few experts suddenly appeared around him. Although these people were dressed differently, they all had a cloak hanging behind them. On the cloak, there was a big word sword. Ling Xiao found that his cultivation was definitely the worst among these people. The Sword Dynasty was indeed the Sword Dynasty. It was indeed more powerful than a place like the Chen State. It was one of the 9 most powerful forces in the Western region. It was not an exaggeration. Bang! A table was suddenly flipped over. For some reason, a warrior wearing a cloak with the word sword on it flipped over a few people who had just arrived at the border town like Ling Xiao. Sir, aren't you going too far? Naturally, those people found it hard to accept that the table was flipped over. One had to know that each of their cultivations were around the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. Such strength was definitely at the top in places like the Chen Nation and the Volcano Nation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to endure such vexation. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers while the other party was only 1 person. Why would they be afraid? Too much. The worst is yet to come. The person wearing the cloak with the word sword suddenly attacked and pierced the throat of the person who spoke. That person died on the spot. Die. Someone died. The rest of the martial artists were so scared that their faces changed drastically. Do you know how powerful I am now? All martial artists in the Sword Dynasty must register. You newcomers, no matter where you came from, no matter how arrogant you were in the past, when you come here, you are all fledglings. Whoever dares to cause trouble will end up like him. The killer was very cold and arrogant. He pointed at the killed warrior and said loudly, "Let me explain the rules to you newcomers. The martial artists in the Sword Dynasty are all under the control of the Heavenly Sword Hall, and the Heavenly Sword Hall is directly under the Sword Emperor. Every martial artist who belongs to the Heavenly Sword Hall can get a cloak like this and a token. Prove that you are willing to swear allegiance to the Sword Dynasty." The killer sneered and then called out, "Those who are eating, put down your food and gather here. We want to check your tokens." Hearing such a domineering voice, Ling Xiao realized that he might have come to a place even crueler than the Chen Nation. All the martial artists in the Sword Dynasty had to register at the Heavenly Sword Hall. This was equivalent to belonging to the imperial court. Perhaps even their identity and freedom would be restricted. "Boss, what should we do?" Xiao Jin asked. "Let's take a look first. Since we are here, let's take things as they come. As long as the request is not too excessive, we can agree." Coming to an unknown place and facing a group of powerful martial artists, Ling Xiao was very cautious. He did not want to die because of his carelessness. If that happened, what would happen to Yu Fanghua? What about his 8 immortals' kingdom? What about his heavenly empire? He followed the others and left the table and walked to the empty space next to them. After the murder incident just now, no one dared to make a fuss. Regardless of whether they were once heroes or cowards, They had to follow the rules of the Heavenly Sword Hall when they came here. The people of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at them with contempt, as if they were butchers looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Line up and get your temporary identity token. Everyone has to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. A few warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall quickly set up a table. Then, they took out an iron waist token and placed it on the table. One of them said, 1 million low-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Although it was nothing to Ling Xiao, it was definitely not cheap to most martial artists. Even a martial artist at the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell would not be able to take out much. Even if they did, they would go bankrupt. They were clearly making things difficult for them. I know that you are all a bunch of poor people. It's easy to do without money. Put your fingerprint on this contract and use your work to pay off the debt. It's fine as long as you pay it off. Our Sword Dynasty treats martial artists like you very well. The martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall said with a smile. How is this a contract? This is simply a contract to sell my body. What kind of joke is this? I came to the Sword Dynasty to cultivate, not to work for the Heavenly Sword Hall. There was an uproar when he slapped the table. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to observe. It turned out that the contract said that if one pressed their fingerprint, they would have to work for the Sword Dynasty for 100 years. 100 years. Even if a martial artist's lifespan was longer than that of an ordinary person, how many 100 years could they have? Wasn't this just like a slave? You don't want to? Sure, you just have to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The people of the Heavenly Sword Hall had cold smiles on their faces. I don't have money and I won't be your slave. The martial artist shouted angrily, I'm not that trash just now. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the 13th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Is it very strong? The martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall who killed earlier sneered. When Ling Xiao saw this smile, he knew that the person who resisted was finished. Although the martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall were basically all at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, this killer had already reached the early stage of the 14th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Those who couldn't see through his cultivation were definitely going to die. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that there were more than these few martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The stronger ones hadn't shown up yet. These trivial matters were all left to their subordinates to handle. Just in this border town alone, there were more than a dozen martial artists who had reached the 14th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. This was simply terrifying. As expected, just as Ling Xiao expected, the person who resisted was directly pierced through the throat and died on the spot. I hope I won't kill a third person. Chapter 2933. Those who resisted were killed again without the slightest resistance. This caused the martial artists behind to finally become obedient. These proud sons of heaven who came from other places and had good dreams had to be slaves to Sword Dynasty for 100 years. A warrior who could really take out 1 million low-grade spirit stones had not appeared yet. Ling Xiao was too rich, so he did not think much of it. But in fact, most of the warriors at the 13th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm only had a few 100,000 at most. Those who had more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones were either royal nobles or young masters of famous sects. Otherwise, they were pharmacists. But such a warrior did not seem to have appeared yet. Ha ha ha, this bunch of poor people, if you don't have money, just be obedient and work for Sword Dynasty for 100 years, that's your glory. Don't be shameless. Just like those two who don't know life from death, I don't even remember how many I have killed. So you'd better not provoke me, otherwise, I won't let you live under my sword. The killer did not take human life seriously at all, nor did he take the dignity of the warriors seriously. He even treated it as a joke to others. Captain, you're right, if someone is stupid later, can you let me practice? A guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks said with a grin. All right, I'll let you have it. The killer laughed. Although this guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks was ugly, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 13th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. Observing his aura, he was even stronger than Volcano King. Sure enough, one could not judge a book by its cover. Ling Xiao just looked at all this indifferently. Since he came to Sword Dynasty, it was necessary to have an identity card. Anyway, he had plenty of spirit stones, so there was no need to have a conflict with the other party here. Little guy, are you here to die? At such a young age, you should be drinking milk in your mother's arms. Why did you come to Sword Dynasty? Get lost. If I see you again, I'll kill you immediately. Ling Xiao originally planned to cooperate, but he did not expect that the other party would scold him as soon as he arrived. Sir, my cultivation has reached the 13th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. It doesn't matter how old I am, right? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Since he was already here, it was impossible to make him leave. You must be bragging. The Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist said disdainfully. Why are you stopping him? If he wants to die, there are plenty of places in Sword Dynasty. The man who was called the captain and had killed the two warriors glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Yes, Captain. Whatever you say, kid. Tell me your name, your true strength, your place of origin, and what you're good at. The monk-like man coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Ling Xiao, cultivation at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. Origin, Sky Dragon Continent. What I'm good at is alchemy. Sky Dragon Continent. The barren land furthest away from the immortal court? The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall suddenly asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Bullshit. The martial artist captain suddenly roared, Sky Dragon Continent, a remote place. How can there be a martial artist who has entered the cycle of reincarnation? Where did you come from? Tell me the truth. Ling Xiao said helplessly, I'm from the Sky Dragon Continent, but later on, I took a boat to the Divine Phoenix Continent and the White Tiger Continent, and finally entered the cycle of reincarnation in the Black Tortoise Continent. I walked out of Ascension Town as a martial artist from the former Chen Nation, now the Eight Immortals Nation. He had made it clear enough. If the other party still did not believe him, then he would not have the benefactor law. Lie. Continue lying. The martial artist captain stared at Ling Xiao, revealing a hint of killing intent. Come, tie this kid up and torture him. I don't believe that he won't tell the truth. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was already very cooperative, but the other party was acting very domineering and unreasonable. What he said was the truth, but the other party did not believe him. Because they did not believe him, they wanted to torture him. Did they really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a pushover? He now understood one thing again. In the mystic world, the more cowardly you were, the more others would think that you were easy to bully. It seemed that today's battle was inevitable. All right, Sword Dynasty, let me, Ling Xiao, use you as a whetstone first. Back then, when I was chasing after Wang Quan, you also sent experts to stop me. Now, you are making things difficult for me. If I don't kill your people, I, Ling Xiao, would be letting down my cultivation. You'd better understand that everything I said is the truth. Making a rash decision will not benefit you in any way. Ling Xiao's tone became cold. Oh, you still dare to threaten us? The martial artist captain sneered, and then said to the guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks, By who? There's no need to torture him. Just kill him. Let him understand the consequences of offending Sword God Hall and threatening Sword God Hall. You guys are being too unreasonable. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Reason? In the mystic world, the fist is the reason. After coming to Sword Dynasty, you actually dare to reason with our Sword God Hall. How naive and laughable. Bai Hu walked towards Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, killing a martial artist at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm was as easy as flipping his hand. If he killed him, so be it. Even if he was really wronged, so what? Who asked Ling Xiao's experience to be too bizarre? If the martial artist captain didn't believe him, he would be in trouble. Ling Xiao withdrew from the crowd. Bai Hu also followed him. The rest of the people from Sword God Hall continued their work. No one cared about a brat like Ling Xiao who was still wet behind the ears. In the eyes of the people from Sword God Hall, Bai Hu definitely wouldn't take more than one move to kill this guy called Ling Xiao. Although the rest of the martial artists who didn't have identity tokens were very angry, none of them dared to stand up for Ling Xiao. Because they knew that if they said anything, they would die. The people from Sword God Hall didn't reason with you. They only believed in their fists. The killing of the first two martial artists had already made them tremble in fear. Now that Ling Xiao, this little fellow, was about to be killed because of a groundless crime, all of them were trembling in fear. Regret kept coming. Many people felt that they really shouldn't have come to Sword Dynasty. Who knew that Sword Dynasty was such a place? Sigh, what a pity. That young man shouldn't have lied. Maybe he really didn't lie. It's just that the people from Sword God Hall don't believe him, so he must die. People spoke in low voices, afraid that the people from Sword God Hall would hear them. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was also filled with pity and sympathy. I, Ling Xiao, don't like to kill people. But if someone wants to die, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao's voice was still incomparably firm, but it was even colder than before. I'll say one last thing. Everything I said before is the truth. Chapter 2934. Ling Xiao said calmly, I am just a cultivator at the middle stage of the 13th floor of the Yin-Yang realm. I am not much of a threat to you, right? To others, Ling Xiao sounded like he was begging for mercy. However, only Ling Xiao knew that he was giving the other party a chance. If he killed someone as soon as he arrived at the Sword Dynasty, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble. Thus, he hoped to avoid it as much as possible. Ha 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 ha. Investigate? Are you worthy? Investigating you is just a waste of resources. Bai Hu laughed loudly and said, Stupid brat, you don't understand at all. If you were willing to listen obediently and accept our torture, you might have a slim chance of survival. However, you actually dared to threaten our heavenly sword hall. So, it doesn't matter if what you said is true or not. You are going to die now. As Bai Hu spoke, he already moved. He raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The Sword Dynasty was called the Sword Dynasty because most of the cultivators here used swords. Almost everyone in the Heavenly Sword Hall was using swords. The sword in Bai Hu's hand was a mortal-grade emperor weapon. Although it was not as good as Ling Xiao's demon dragon sword, it was definitely extraordinary. In the Chen nation or the volcano nation of the past, it would definitely be a peak weapon. Unexpectedly, such an ordinary cultivator in the Sword Dynasty could use such a weapon. The 9 Supremes were indeed the 9 Supremes. They were not something a remote nation could compare to. Ling Xiao did not use the demon dragon sword. Instead, he took out the male and female 8 immortal sword that he had not used for a long time. This was also a mortal-grade emperor weapon. However, it was not as good as the demon dragon sword. Furthermore, it was not easy to expose his identity. The demon dragon sword was very strong and could be used as a trump card. Furthermore, with Bai Hu's strength, Xiao Chen did not need to use the demon dragon sword. The male and female 8 immortal sword already thought highly of him. Ever since his body changed and his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao had only sparred with Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin would not fight him to the death. Although it was said to be using its full strength, it was still holding back. This time was different. The other party truly wanted his life. Since the other party wanted his life, there was no need for him to show mercy. Die, brat. Bai Hu was already in front of Ling Xiao. The cold blade was only a foot away from Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Then, a drop of blood dripped onto the ground. Many martial artists couldn't bear to watch Ling Xiao's tragic death. When they looked up at the drop of blood on the ground. However, he found that the person who was stabbed was not Ling Xiao, but Bai Hu. Ling Xiao's sword pierced Bai Hu's throat and lifted him up. Bai Hu's blood was dripping continuously. His aura was already extremely weak. What? Like Ling Xiao, the other martial artists who didn't have any identity tokens were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene. This young man was so powerful that it didn't match his cultivation at all. The warriors from Heavenly Sword Hall were even more shocked. Even the warrior captain, who had been calm all this while, had a gloomy expression on his face. Bai Hu's throat had been pierced by a sword and he was on the verge of death. This brat had really underestimated him. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will kill you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at all the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists, his face gloomy. He still started a massacre. But he had no choice. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. "Captain, save me." A hoarse and weak voice came from Bai Hu. His voice was filled with fear and regret. "Let him go." The warrior captain stood up. The rest of the Heavenly Sword Hall martial art practitioners surrounded Ling Xiao. As for their work, they didn't care anymore. There was actually someone who dared to kill their people. They definitely couldn't let this fire burn. "Let go. Who do you think you are? Do I have to let you go just because you want me to?" Ling Xiao looked at the warrior captain with contempt and allowed Bai Hu's blood to continue flowing. If this continued, Bai Hu would die from excessive blood loss without needing to do anything. "Brat, listen carefully. This is the Sword Dynasty. We are from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Offending the Heavenly Sword Hall is equivalent to humiliating the Sword Dynasty. If you kill him, you will face the pursuit of the Heavenly Sword Hall. No matter where you escape to, it will be the same. Now, put him down and treat his injuries. This way, you still have a chance to live." The warrior captain spoke arrogantly as if he was giving an order. What answered him was a spurt of blood. Ling Xiao cut off Bai Hu's head and then sheathed his sword. "You." The warrior captain's expression became extremely ugly. Although Bai Hu wasn't strong, he was his most loyal follower. Ling Xiao actually dared to kill him. How could he endure it? "What about me? I told you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. I really don't understand what you have to be proud of. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, the Sword Dynasty is just a small place. You have the face to bully a warrior who wants to join the Sword Dynasty. Why don't you dare to step into the Forbidden Land of Death and go to the 4 major regions?" Ling Xiao mocked. "Damn it, kill him for me. Attack together." The warrior captain slammed the table and the table was smashed into pieces. He roared and the remaining 6 Heavenly Sword Hall warriors charged towards Ling Xiao. "Boss, do you need my help?" "Not for the time being. I haven't fought for a long time. It's a good time to exercise my muscles and bones." Ling Xiao realized that he was indeed a battle maniac. This was more direct and comfortable. Enduring silently and being a yes-man was really not his style. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. Only this way could he walk the path of martial arts. Fight for a future. "All right then. If boss needs help, just let me know." Xiao Jin yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. This kind of battle didn't have much meaning. Other than the warrior captain, the rest of the people really didn't pose any threat to his boss, Ling Xiao. "Hey, all of you, come at me. I, Ling Xiao, have also met many trash like you who don't know life from death on my path of martial arts. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way." Ling Xiao's face no longer had a troubled expression. Instead, it was replaced with excitement and fanaticism. "You're courting death. Do you think you're invincible after killing Bai Hu?" Sword martial spirit. One of them suddenly summoned his martial spirit. The sharp sword martial spirit behind his back released a fierce murderous aura. His battle prowess instantly increased by nearly 2 times. This aura was not inferior to the aura of the Volcano King in the past. As for the Volcano King, he was the ruler of a country. This warrior was just a small pawn of the Heavenly Sword Hall. His strength was only slightly stronger than Bai Hu's. Perhaps in this person's opinion, the reason why Bai Hu was killed was because he didn't release his martial spirit. "Do you think you're the only one with a martial spirit?" Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His entire body was immediately covered in armor that flickered with purple lightning. The transformation of the purple lightning bull beast spirit had been completed. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. Chapter 2935. What? This guy is actually a beast warrior. This transformation caused his aura to instantly become so powerful. How could this be? The warrior who was about to make a move began to hesitate. The aura released by Ling Xiao's body made him tremble in fear. "Are you afraid? The warriors of the Sword God Hall are only SOSO. Ling Xiao actually put away the 8 immortal swords and crossed his arms in front of him. He looked at that person with disdain and said, "I don't use a weapon. I don't even move an inch. It's difficult for you to hurt me. Damn it, You actually dare to look down on the Sword God Hall. What a bluff. I heard that in this world, some people can make their aura become very strong, but in reality, their combat strength is very weak. They even deceived many people. That's right, it must be like this. He's just a commoner from Yuhua town. How could he have the same terrifying aura as our captain? The warriors of the Sword God Hall were quite good at comforting themselves. That martial artist who was originally intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura sneered at this moment and flew out. The long sword in his hand perfectly merged with the sword martial spirit behind him. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. He wanted to avenge Bai Hu. How Bai Hu died, this guy had to die as well. As expected, Ling Xiao crossed his arms and stood there coldly. He did not move at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. That guy must be crazy. Is he really not going to fight back or dodge? I don't know, but his cultivation isn't strong. Even a warrior at the early stage of the first transition's 14th level of hell wouldn't dare to be so careless. He would directly face the opponent's attack without dodging. You're courting death. This is simply courting death. I've seen such an arrogant youth before. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He doesn't know how terrifying the warriors of the outside world are. He only regrets it when he's dead, but it's already too late. The surrounding people were discussing. They all felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not dodge such a powerful attack. If this was not courting death, what was it? Hihi, I'll take your life. The Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist sneered. The sharp blade in his hand had already pierced Ling Xiao's throat. Ding! What shocked everyone was that when the long sword pierced Ling Xiao's throat, it actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. It was not the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the throat. People looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. There was still a disdainful sneer on his face. His right hand finally reached out and pinched the tip of the long sword. Even this kind of trash can join the Heavenly Sword Hall. It seems that the Heavenly Sword Hall is only SOSO. Ling Xiao had grabbed the tip of the cultivator's sword, but he was unwilling to abandon the mundane grade emperor weapon in his hand. For a moment, he could neither advance nor retreat. How could this be? What is this guy's body made of? It's so hard. Could it be related to his beast soul transformation? The captain finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in shock. The others were also dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao would be easily killed. However, they didn't expect that after this youth killed the Bai Hu with a single sword strike, he would bring everyone another surprise. Or perhaps it was a shock. I've heard that people who cultivate defensive martial techniques can make their physical bodies extremely strong. However, it's impossible to reach such a level. Yeah, that's a mundane grade emperor weapon. In addition, it's a powerful strike from a martial artist at the late stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I'm stunned. Could it be that this kid was deliberately sent by one of the 9 Supremes to cause trouble in the Sword Dynasty? He can't be from a small place like the Chen Nation, right? The discussions represented everyone's shock. However, even more shocking things continued to happen. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent coldly. He exerted force in his hand, and the mundane grade emperor weapon was actually broken by his palm. Then, a cold light flashed. The broken weapon shot out from Ling Xiao's hand. The throat of the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist holding the sharp sword was directly pierced. Not only that, but the broken blade did not stop. It pierced another Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist's throat before it was sent flying by the martial artist's captain. With a casual strike, he killed 2 Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists. This kind of strength was really monstrous. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In terms of cultivation, this youth was obviously not as good as those people, but his combat strength was so strong. If someone said that he was not a peerless monster, no one would believe it. Who exactly was Ling Xiao? Where did he come from? Why did he have such terrifying strength? This became the question in everyone's heart. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao had his hands behind his back. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked coldly at the remaining 5 Heavenly Sword Hall disciples. Originally, there were 8 people. In the blink of an eye, 3 had died. However, they did not leave any wounds on his body. He felt that it was enough to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Moreover, he really had no interest in killing these weaklings. It was too boring. Kid, you are really too arrogant. Where do you think this place is? Do you think that after killing the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists, you can be kind? The martial artist captain walked out and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. I have seen so-called geniuses like you before. That's right, you are powerful. You can always take some advantage in the beginning of the battle and kill some of our people. However, you better understand that almost all the martial artists in the Sword Dynasty belong to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Under the orders of the Heavenly Sword Hall, all the martial artists who have identity badges must obey. This town is not big, but there are many martial artists. Let's see how many can you kill. As he spoke, he took out a strange whistle and blew it directly. In just a moment, a total of 400 to 500 martial artists appeared around Ling Xiao. Among these martial artists, the weakest was at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Although the strongest was not as strong as the martial artist captain, he had already reached the peak of the 13th level of Hell. If it was the Ling Xiao before he transformed into the Black Demon, he would have definitely died if he faced these people. However, everything was different now. The appearance of close to 100 martial artists at the peak of the 13th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm made him extremely excited. This was because these people could stimulate his cultivation to increase. Kid, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha, I don't need to do anything. You will soon be chopped into minced meat. The martial artist captain laughed loudly. Afraid? There was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. There was only excitement. He looked around and said loudly, when I first arrived at this precious place, I offended a villain and had no choice but to kill. Those who are not involved, it's best for you to leave now. Otherwise, when the battle starts, I will not show mercy. Is that kid stupid? Does he really think that he alone is a match for more than 400 of us? He probably still thinks that he is in some small place. This is the Sword Dynasty, not your hometown, country bumpkin. No one accepted Ling Xiao's good intentions. Instead, they were all mocking and sarcastic. Chapter 2936. Die! Ha 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 ha, does this kid know what he's talking about? Ling Xiao's words became a laughing stock. He was loudly mocked by the more than 400 Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists. However, Ling Xiao just looked at all of this indifferently. Logic really didn't make sense. Only strength was the only criterion. The reason why the people of Heavenly Sword Hall were so arrogant and overbearing was none other than because they were strong enough. Those martial artists who didn't belong to Heavenly Sword Hall all felt that it was a pity for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao belonged to the category of geniuses that were hard to come by in 100 years. If this genius developed smoothly, he would definitely achieve great results. But now, he encountered the martial artists of Heavenly Sword Hall. There were more than 400 martial artists, and 100 of them had reached the peak of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao was only one person, and his cultivation was only at the middle of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. How could he be a match for these people? The outcome was already very obvious. Heavenly Sword Hall was indeed not to be offended. It looked like a battle between a lamb and a group of crazy lions. But what would happen? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. In an instant, his body entered the 9-snake general beast soul transformation. 9-snake general, 9-snake poison region. The poisonous fog instantly spread out. As his cultivation increased, the power of the 9-snake poison region also increased. Now, it was equivalent to the power of a third heaven immortal grade martial technique. The terrifying poisonous fog turned into poisonous snakes in the crowd, biting those Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists. Ah, no. In an instant, screams rang out. More than 200 of the more than 400 Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists died in an instant. This was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Lamb? What kind of joke is this? This guy is the real beast. Some Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists finally retreated. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that they couldn't accept it. Basically, all the martial artists at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm were killed in the 9-snake poison region. Only about 200 martial artists in the late stage and peak stage were left. Shameless. How dare you use poison? The warrior of Heavenly Sword Hall roared. Shameless? Isn't it shameless to bully others with numbers? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. I'm not interested in fighting with trash. But do you think I'm no match for you if I don't use poison? He put away the 9-snake poison domain. In any case, these martial artists following could not be poisoned to death by acute poison. Actually, there wasn't much difference whether he used it or not. Then, he transformed into the undying bird beast soul. The undying bird beast soul was extracted from the bloodline power of the undying bird after Ling Xiao killed the Volcano King. The undying bird beast soul had a special skill called Undying Bird's Fire. The normal fire of the undying bird was an unusual fire, second only to the immortal fire and godly fire. However, if the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield was merged with the divine fire, the fire of the phoenix would become a terrifying divine fire. It was just that it consumed a lot of internal energy. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally chose the normal phoenix fire. The unusual fire was already powerful enough. After putting on the undying bird armor, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in a layer of black flames. Then, his pitch-black wings flapped, and his body instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a few martial artists. A terrifying punch was thrown. The fist with black flames hit several people at the same time. The terrifying flames exploded on these people's bodies. The martial artists who were attacked were smashed to pieces on the spot. The black flames were still burning their corpses. Until they turned into ashes. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. No matter who it was, they all understood how terrifying Ling Xiao's punch was. 4 martial artists at the late stage of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm were killed by this punch at the same time. If I don't use poison, you're still trash. Am I right? Ling Xiao continued to laugh as his figure disappeared again. Every time he appeared, his fire fist would take away the lives of a few people. These people's cultivation bases were all higher than his, yet none of them were able to withstand a single strike from him. It was as if they were being tortured to death. It was even more shocking than the previous 9-snake poison region. What's going on? Is this guy a devil? That's right, Ling Xiao was a devil. The demonic dragon phantom body technique combined with the undying bird incarnation increased his speed by another level. Among the martial artists present, no one except the captain could distinguish his figure. He was like a ghost, harvesting lives. The martial artists of Heavenly Sword Hall were all in danger and were trembling with fear. Captain, could this guy be the legendary undying bird Bai Fang who dares to go against Heavenly Sword Hall? That Bai Fang is a terrifying existence ranked 4th on the Sword Dynasty's wanted list. His bounty is 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. That's mid-grade spirit stones. It's equivalent to 500 million low-grade spirit stones. We're no match for him. It shouldn't be. First of all, there's something wrong with his age. That undying bird Bai Fang is over 20 years old. And his cultivation can't be so low. This guy is definitely not Bai Fang, but he has the undying bird beast soul like Bai Fang, which is surprising. Could he be Bai Fang's disciple? If he's Bai Fang's disciple, then all the more we have to kill him. This kid must have a lot of treasures on him. Bai Fang snatched a lot of good things from our Heavenly Sword Hall. Yes, we can't kill Bai Fang, but can't we deal with his disciple? There are so many people here. As long as we join forces, I don't believe we can't kill him. The captain stood out. He was ready to make a move. He was now very sure that Ling Xiao was the undying bird Bai Fang's disciple. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why Ling Xiao dared to go against Heavenly Sword Hall. It was even more impossible to explain why Ling Xiao's strength was so strong. His cultivation was clearly so weak. Of course, the more important reason was that Ling Xiao also had the undying bird beast soul. This kind of beast soul was rare. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. As long as they killed Bai Fang's disciple, they would definitely have a meteoric rise. They would no longer need to mingle in this border town and could go to the big cities to carry out missions. When they got there, they would be able to eat and drink well. It would definitely be more enjoyable than what they were doing now. Listen up, this kid is the undying bird Bai Fang's disciple. Kill him, and everyone can leave this godforsaken place. For your future, kill. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall roared. Suddenly, the crowd was roused. Their original fear was completely hidden in the face of huge benefits. The remaining 200 or so people rushed toward Ling Xiao together. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall, as the strongest person, was not in a hurry to make a move. He observed Ling Xiao coldly. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. He couldn't keep up at all, so he had to find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack. Scorching Hell. Chapter 2937. In the Scorching Hell, the power of the undying bird's fire would increase greatly. It basically reached the terrifying power of an immortal fire. These warriors, except for the warrior captain, basically died upon contact. His speed also became faster in an instant. Wherever it went, black flames would surge. The enemies didn't even have time to scream before they were buried by the undying bird's fire. All the enemies couldn't escape the power of Ling Xiao's move. In the blink of an eye, 100 warriors at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm were also killed. However, Ling Xiao's killing didn't stop there. The warrior captain didn't attack for a long time. This was because he couldn't find any flaws. Ling Xiao was still able to maintain absolute caution even when he was attacking. He didn't reveal any flaws at all. Finally, the warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall were scared. No matter how great the benefits were, it couldn't be compared to their lives. They began to flee frantically, hoping to escape this terrifying hell. However, in the Scorching Hell, fire snakes danced wildly and lava hounds roared. Although their combat power wasn't very strong, it was enough to make these warriors unable to escape. Lava Storm. Ling Xiao used Lava Storm in the state of the undying bird's transformation. The terrifying black storm exploded in the Scorching Hell. The storm, which was already powerful, became even more terrifying with the addition of the Scorching Hell. In the black storm, only screams could be heard. Ling Xiao had already walked towards the warrior captain. Among everyone, only this guy posed the greatest threat to him. The warrior captain looked at Ling Xiao in horror. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, facing Ling Xiao, he had no hope of winning. It was too terrifying. This young man was simply a demon-like existence. His cultivation wasn't very strong, but his combat power was so strong that it was shocking. In fact, he didn't need to be so nervous. If they really fought, Ling Xiao really wasn't his match. After all, the difference in cultivation was still too big. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao took out 2 immortal swords again. Facing this martial artist captain, he did not dare to be careless. Although his defense was astonishing, and even an ancient martial art practitioner with a cultivation at the first transformation of the 14th level of hell might not be able to break through his defense. However, that was only under normal circumstances. If martial techniques and divine weapons were added into the mix, it might not necessarily be the case. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was so much higher than his. Even if his battle prowess was astonishing, it would still be very difficult to deal with him. However, he had to establish his might and let the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall know his fear. Therefore, he and Little Gold were prepared to work together. Waving the 8 immortal swords, the immortal demon sword Shadow, a third heaven of the immortal grade martial technique, was instantly released. Wrapped in the black fire of the phoenix, he rushed toward the martial artist captain. The warrior captain was already scared out of his wits. He did not realize that he was actually stronger than Ling Xiao. In the face of Ling Xiao's attack, he actually gave up on defense and used all his internal energy to attack to block Ling Xiao's attack. But at this moment, Xiao Jin's 9 underworld yellow springs golden light hit him. It was only for a moment. The defenseless warrior captain's entire body completely melted under the golden light, turning into a pool of blood. This guy looks powerful, but in fact, he's an idiot. What a waste. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. He removed the scorching hell. The moment he killed the warrior captain, the remaining Heavenly Sword Hall warriors had already been completely destroyed by the black lava storm. More than 400 Heavenly Sword Hall warriors had all died at his hands alone. At this time, those warriors who did not get the identity token had already escaped. Although Ling Xiao had vented his anger by killing the Heavenly Sword Hall warriors, they had seen something that they should not have seen. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them to silence them, they would probably not have the strength to fight back at all. Therefore, all of them chose to escape. It was a wise move. Let's go quickly. Ling Xiao called out to Little Gold. He removed his transformation, jumped onto Little Gold's back, and flew into the distance. He could feel that in this border town, there were a few Heavenly Sword Hall warriors who were even stronger than the warrior captain. If he was stopped by these guys, it would not be easy to escape. He liked to fight, but it did not mean that he liked to court death. Ha ha ha, as expected of modified cells. The speed of obtaining energy and releasing potential has increased a lot. I thought that the battle just now would not increase my energy by much. I didn't expect that I would have broken through quietly. When he reached a safe place where he could not feel those powerful auras, Ling Xiao landed and checked his situation. During the battle just now, he felt that his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Now that he looked at it, he had indeed broken through. Boss, should we leave this damned place? I don't think this Sword Dynasty is a good place. Little Gold could not help but say. No, this place is simply heaven for me. I like to fight. The more fights, the better. Although the battle just now was forced, I have to admit that in my bloodline, there is a tendency to be a battle maniac. Ling Xiao smiled. What he needed the most now was to quickly increase his strength, and the Sword Dynasty was very suitable. But boss, this is really dangerous. We have offended the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall. I'm afraid we will be hunted down. Little Gold said worriedly. What you said is not without reason, but it doesn't matter. I have a transformation technique. If it doesn't work, I can change my appearance and body shape to avoid the enemy. Next, let's find a big town and get the identity token of the Heavenly Sword Hall. With that thing, it will be easier to move around in the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao naturally had his own foolproof plan. The reason why he dared to kill people with his real face was because he had the transformation technique of the Yin-Yang Demon King. Whether it was aura, appearance, or body shape, they could all be changed. That was a life-saving technique. Of course, there was no need for that now. He still liked his face. Boss, you're right. Let's go. When Little Gold heard this, he did not object. But just as they were about to set off, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. Then, the sound of battle got closer and closer. Let's hide first. Ling Xiao felt that he knew nothing about the Sword Dynasty. Then, the best way was to find someone who was familiar with the Sword Dynasty. If he could save a local, it should be easier to get information. After all, the kindness of saving a life was not a small kindness. Little Gold hid in the beast ring. Ling Xiao completely concealed his aura and hid in the grass. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and the three of them were directly sent flying. Then, there was a ferocious giant beast. It looked like a demon wolf, but it walked on two legs and there was a strange eye on its forehead. This demon wolf's strength is at the middle stage of the 14 levels of hell. It is stronger than the warrior captain from before. It is not easy to deal with. Chapter 2938. The three people who were attacked by the one-eyed magic wolf were not weak. Two of them were at the peak of the 13th level of hell. One of them was at the early stage of the 14th level of hell, similar to the warrior captain from before. The three of them were all female. However, one could see the difference between master and servant. Two of them were dressed like bodyguards or something like that. As for the strongest person, it was actually his master. She was dressed gorgeously and had a very sweet appearance. Boss, this is a good chance to be a hero and save the beauty. Xiao Jin smiled. Why don't you go? Ling Xiao said unhappily. He had no interest in being a hero and saving the beauty. Even if he wanted to save her, it was because he wanted to understand the Sword Dynasty. Forget it. Boss, you should do it. But are you confident? That one-eyed magic wolf is not weak. Xiao Jin said worriedly. I'm not confident in a frontal attack, but I'm confident in an assassination. Ling Xiao smiled. This time, he did not need Xiao Jin's help. He alone was enough. Miss, leave quickly. We'll block this guy. The two female guards were loyal, but unfortunately, they were too weak. They were sent flying by the one-eyed magic wolf's claws. The miss was already injured. Although it was not serious, facing the fierce one-eyed magic wolf, it would be difficult for her to escape death. The one-eyed magic wolf focused all of its attention on the miss. It did not realize that danger was approaching it. Ling Xiao used the Phantom Demon Dragon's technique and approached the one-eyed magic wolf, preparing to assassinate it. Chance. Sensing that the one-eyed magic wolf's attention was focused on the miss, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed his true form. The Eight Immortals' sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at the one-eyed magic wolf's vital part. Regarding the vital part, the Tai Chi Eye had already analyzed it. Naturally, it would not be wrong. The one-eyed magic wolf's biggest weakness was the eye on its forehead. It was the place where its attacks were the most powerful, but also the place where its defense was the weakest. Awoo! The one-eyed magic wolf was in pain. It roared crazily and slammed its claws around. Ling Xiao was caught off guard and was hit in the body. He flew out and fell heavily to the ground. What a guy! Just one attack and my cultivation C's energy has increased by 50%. It seems that the greater the difference in cultivation, the faster my cultivation increases in battle. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to take such an attack a second time. If it wasn't for his extremely strong physical body, he would have been smashed to pieces by this attack. Bastard, go to hell. After Ling Xiao landed on the ground, he used the demonic dragon's phantom movement skill and shot out again. Because the one-eyed magic wolf's vitals were injured, it was already heavily injured, so it naturally wasn't as ferocious as before. He was stabbed by the Eight Immortal Swords again, and blood spurted out. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to transform into the Undying Bird and used the Undying Bird's flames to burn the one-eyed magic wolf to death. After doing all this, he almost collapsed from exhaustion. This kind of leapfrogging battle was really not something that humans could do. In battle, one had to maintain absolute calmness and concentration. Even the slightest distraction could cost one's life. Be careful. The young miss suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from the one-eyed magic wolf's demonic beast core and blasted his body. He was sent flying again. This time, his injuries weren't light, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He hurriedly swallowed a spirit pill refined from the 1,000-year flesh Lingji. Coupled with his life martial spirit, his injuries began to rapidly heal. This 1,000-year flesh Lingji was something he snatched from the Chen country's royal secret realm. One flesh Lingji was refined into 100 spirit pills. But that was it. This thing's effects were similar to the blood spirit pill, but its effects were much stronger. After all, it was refined from a 1,000-year flesh Lingji, so it was naturally different. After taking the Lingji pill, Ling Xiao began to sit cross-legged to heal his injuries, and at the same time, stabilize his cultivation. Although he was badly beaten up by the one-eyed magic wolf's attack just now, it also stimulated the potential in his body to erupt. In a spurt of energy, his cultivation rose from the late stage of the 13th layer of hell to the peak stage. In this way, even if he faced a martial artist at the early stage of the 14th layer of hell in the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, he would have a greater chance of winning. While Ling Xiao was healing his injuries, the young miss walked over and put the one-eyed magic wolf's demonic beast core into her storage ring. Although the demonic beast core had been damaged by the energy released to attack Ling Xiao, it was still very precious. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Why was this girl so insensible? He was the one who killed the one-eyed magic wolf. Even if she wanted to take the demonic beast core, she should have asked him first. She didn't say anything and just took it away. Hey, you're not dead, right? The young miss walked over and shouted at Ling Xiao, who was healing his injuries. This attitude was clearly that of a certain family's young miss, who didn't know how to respect others at all. Ling Xiao ignored her. At this moment, he regretted saving this woman. She was simply outrageous. He closed his eyes and continued to heal his injuries. "Mph, I didn't ask you to save me. Besides, even if you didn't do anything, I could have killed that thing." The young miss snorted coldly. "So the demonic beast core belongs to me. However, to thank you for saving me, I can give you some rewards." Such arrogant words. Such a high and mighty attitude. It was as if he was bossing Ling Xiao around. Ling Xiao still didn't speak. Only when his injuries had healed and his cultivation had stabilized did he open his eyes and say, "Your 2 guards aren't dead yet. Aren't you going to take care of them? HMPH, 2 good-for-nothings. Since they failed to protect me, let them fend for themselves." The young miss snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that this woman was even more unreasonable. The 2 guards weren't strong, but they risked their lives to protect their master. Even if they didn't contribute, they should have worked hard. What did she take human lives for? He stood up and sighed. Then, he walked over and fed the 2 female guards 2 blood spirit pills. This blood spirit pill was useless to him, but it was still very effective for people who had never used it before. After the 2 guards took the blood spirit pill, they quickly recovered their strength and their injuries were healed. "Thank you for saving our lives." The 2 of them cupped their hands and said to Ling Xiao, "No need. I was just doing it casually." Ling Xiao waved his hand and prepared to leave. Because the young miss's performance really disappointed him. He guessed that he wouldn't get along with that guy. "Stop, do you have an identity card?" The young miss suddenly shouted. "No, how about it?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with anger. "I knew you didn't. Since you saved me and my guards, I'll tell you something. Without an identity card, it's best not to wander around Sword Dynasty. You're lucky to have met us. If you met someone else, I'm afraid you'd be dead." Chapter 2939. I'm Ling Xiao. I'm new here and don't know the rules of the Sword Dynasty. What do you mean? Ling Xiao looked at the young lady and asked. Anyway, his name was very ordinary. Even in the state of Chen, there were many people with the same name. What's more, the Sword Dynasty was much bigger than the state of Chen. Since he was new here, it didn't matter if he said it out loud. Ling Xiao? Do you mean soaring aspirations? The name is not bad, but it's a pity that your cultivation is a little lacking. To tell you the truth, in the Sword Dynasty, no matter what sect or force, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The warriors of these forces must also have an identity card issued by the Heavenly Sword Hall. There are only 2 possibilities for warriors without an identity card. One is that they have just arrived in the Sword Dynasty and are unfamiliar with the place. However, this kind of person should be able to get an identity card in a border town. I don't know why you don't have one. Speaking of this, the young lady glanced at Ling Xiao and continued, there is another possibility, and that is a wanted criminal. Those who dare to become enemies with the Heavenly Sword Hall. Without an identity card, it can be said that it is difficult to move around in the Sword Dynasty. Whether it is accommodation or other things, as long as it is related to group activities, one has to show one's identity card. Moreover, there are usually full-time warriors from the Heavenly Sword Hall who will check the identity cards. If they are found, they will be captured and exiled. If they are found, they will be killed on the spot. It's that serious. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that he had to either not enter the city or quickly get an identity card. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to do many things. He felt that this identity card was a bit like the identity card of another world in another memory in his mind. However, it was even stricter than the identity card. He had never heard of being exiled or killed without an identity card. Hehe, are you afraid? Actually, you don't have to be afraid. I have good relations with people. As long as you give me the golden bird on your shoulder, I can help you get an identity card. There is absolutely no problem. The young lady giggled. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, this is like a brother to me. How can I give it to you? TSK, so stingy. Forget it, who asked you to save me? The city not far from here is called Ming City. There is a place to apply for an identity card. Generally, people who lose their identity cards or lose their identity card will go there to apply for a replacement. Originally, it's impossible for someone like you to get an identity card, but with me here, I am very familiar with the people there. The young lady curled her lips. At this moment, Ling Xiao was beginning to feel that this girl might be the kind of spoiled and willful young mistress. But she was not a bad person. If he could help him get an identity card, that would be for the best. However, at this moment, Ling still remained vigilant. He didn't want to be schemed against because of his carelessness. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. The young lady said, "That won't do." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Looking at your stingy look, I guess you don't have anything good on you. Just take it as me repaying you for saving my life. Don't worry, I don't want anything from you." The young lady shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Ling Xiao did not care about her disdain and still looked indifferent. "Let's go. Let's go." The young lady waved her hand and kept her eyes on Xiao Jin. While walking, she said, "What a beautiful bird. It's actually golden and it can shine. What kind of rare beast is this? I feel that it's very powerful." "Miss, you must be joking. Xiao Jin's strength is only at the pinnacle of 1-star 13 levels of hell. It may be outstanding in a small country, but in Sword Dynasty, it's nothing." Ling Xiao said. "That's because you've delayed it. I think this little guy looks a bit like the Red Sun Golden Luan on Sun Mountain. They are both golden and beautiful. However, the Red Sun Golden Luan is much stronger. Its strength is comparable to the supreme ruler of Sword Dynasty, the Sword Emperor. Maybe this Xiao Jin is the same kind of existence as the Red Sun Golden Luan. As long as I nurture it well, it will definitely become stronger." The young lady said solemnly. "Red Sun Golden Luan? Sun Mountain? And Sword Emperor?" Ling Xiao really wanted to ask, but this was not the key now. The key now was his safety. "Just now, I heard you mention the wanted list. My country also has a wanted list. The warriors on it are all wanted and have committed heinous crimes. Is it the same thing?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. This wanted list was the most closely related to him. He was now a person without an identity card. Who knew if he would be treated as one of those wanted criminals? "Almost the same." The young lady nodded and said, "But there are also differences. The so-called wanted list, the warriors on it are not necessarily evil, but they are definitely people who go against Sword God Hall. That's why they are wanted. There is still a difference between it and your so-called evil list. Sword Dynasty requires all warriors to be loyal to the Imperial Court, and the Imperial Court's representative is Sword God Hall. Those who are unwilling to be loyal are enemies. This is the iron rule of Sword Dynasty. Of course, one thing is certain. Most of the warriors on the wanted list are very strong. Otherwise, they would not have the guts to go against Sword God Hall. These people all have a bounty list. On it is written regardless of life or death. Capturing them alive or killing them directly will give you a bounty. According to the degree of threat to the Imperial Court and the strength of the warrior, these people's bounties are not the same. Generally speaking, those who have a bounty of more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones are considered big devils. And those who are ranked in the top 5 are directly rewarded with mid-grade spirit stones. The 5th and 4th million, the 4th and 5th million, the 3rd and 6th million, the 2nd and 10th million, the 1st has reached a terrifying 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, which is 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. This is simply an astronomical figure. Your Sword Dynasty is really King rich. 3 billion low-rank spiritual stones to offer a reward for a martial artist. That's really something. Ling Xiao was speechless. Right, I have another question. How are the strength of the top warriors in the 9 Supremes? Ling Xiao asked again. You really have a lot of questions. But there is no harm in telling you. Although I am not sure, I have heard some elders mention it. In Sword Dynasty, only the Sword Emperor and the Crimson Sun Golden Luan may have reached the peak of the 17th level of Hell. As for the Demon Lord of Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Palace Master of Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, whose strength is not inferior to Demon Dragon Sword Court, their cultivation is slightly weaker. They should have reached the 16th level of Hell. Chapter 2940. Are there no life sizes? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I haven't heard of any yet. Perhaps there are some in the 4 domains. The eldest miss sighed and said, don't think that cultivation is easy. The higher you reach the rebirth realm, the slower you progress. A cultivator can go from the 1st level of Hell to the 14th level of Hell in 10 years. But going from the 14th layer to the 15th layer of Hell might take the same 10 years. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao understood that the further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. But after Black Devil's transformation, he didn't have to worry about that at all. Not only was his cultivation speed no slower than before, it was even faster. The 9 Supremes were indeed powerful, but in the end, the strongest were only at the 18th layer of Hell. There weren't even any life sizes. As expected, the Western Domain was just a small corner of the Black Tortoise continent. The true experts should be in the 4 domains. Even so, even a yin-yang realm martial artist at the 14th level of Hell could pose a threat to him. Not to mention, a martial artist at the 18th layer of Hell could easily kill him. I have to raise my cultivation to the peak of the 9 Supreme strength, then enter the Forbidden Land of Death. Only then can I enter the 4 domains. Whether it's the Divine Codex or the Moon Maiden, they're all waiting for me there. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. After coming to the Sword Dynasty, he already understood why this was the 9 Supremes' territory, and why the Chen Kingdom was just a small kingdom. In the end, it was because of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Sword Dynasty was several times that of the Chen Kingdom. Naturally, the cultivation speed of martial artists was also several times faster. He had made the right choice in coming here. What are you thinking, little brat? Perhaps with your cultivation and your age, you could be considered a tyrant in the small country you came from. But in the Sword Dynasty, even a dragon has to coil up. Don't blame me for not warning you. You can enjoy the shade under a big tree. Joining the Sword God Hall won't do you any harm. The first miss raised her voice when she saw that Ling Xiao was deep in thought. How about the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Devil Dragon Sword Court? Hearing Ling Xiao's question, the first miss was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, the Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace are the 2 great powers of the Sword Dynasty. What do you think of the Demon Dragon Sword Court? If that's the case, I can try my luck at the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. The Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Lord is an expert second only to the Sword Emperor. Once you join the Devil Dragon Sword Court, you will have a meteoric rise. However, the Demonic Dragon Sword Court and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace were not easy to enter. They were very strict when it came to accepting disciples. First of all, he must be a martial art practitioner of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Secondly, his talent must be good. Martial artists under the age of 20 who had not reached the first revolution of the yin-yang realm or the 14th level of Hell were all rejected. You haven't met either of the 2 conditions yet. Furthermore, this is only the basics. After meeting these conditions, you still have to participate in the sect's assessment. Only after passing these tests can you join and become their disciple. The first young miss explained. You seem to be very familiar with these 2 sects. Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm considered a reputable figure in the Sword Dynasty. The first young miss said proudly. Ling Xiao nodded and then asked, the Heavenly Sword Hall is so powerful. There are actually martial artists who dare to go against the Heavenly Sword Hall. Does this mean that the martial artists on the wanted list are not weak? Of course. The top 5 martial artists on the wanted list are all at the first revolution of the yin-yang realm or the 17th level of Hell. The first young miss nodded. What about the undying bird Bai Fang? Because he was mistaken as the Bai Fang's disciple, Ling Xiao was very interested in this Bai Fang. The undying bird Bai Fang is a demon who rose recently. He is young, but his strength is very terrifying. He entered the top 10 the first time he was on the wanted list. After that, he killed a deputy commander of the Heavenly Sword Hall and became famous. He directly became the 4th on the wanted list. His bounty increased greatly. The first young miss said, "In this world, strength is indeed everything. With strength, you can do anything, and you don't have to be enslaved by the Heavenly Sword Hall." From her words, it seemed that she was very envious of the martial artists on the wanted list. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He only wanted to know things that were closely related to him. Are the martial skills of the 9 Supremes forces also gold, jade, immortal, and divine grades? This was very important. Although the cultivation levels were common in the mystic world, the grades of martial skills would often change. He had encountered such a thing in the past. At first, he thought that what he cultivated was already a top-notch martial skill. However, when he reached a higher realm, he realized that what he had learned before was just trash. Therefore, he had to figure out this question. "Kid, you're really eager to learn. But this question is really too crucial. You're really eager to learn. I once met a martial artist who came from a small place. He thought that the immortal grade martial skill he cultivated was the same as the 9 Supremes martial skill. He accidentally obtained an immortal grade martial skill and sold it to a bookstore for 500 low-grade spirit stones. The bookstore treated it as a treasure and auctioned it off. At that time, it caused a sensation in the entire Sword dynasty. The first young miss shook her head and said, "Actually, your understanding has always been problematic. How can ordinary people easily come into contact with immortal grade and divine grade martial skills? I'm afraid that other than the Hell continent and the Immortal Court continent, no one can cultivate them. It's just that some frogs at the bottom of the well don't know how powerful the outside world is, so they arbitrarily changed it. In fact, in the 9 Supremes territory, the immortal grade martial skills you learned can only be considered as soldier grade martial skills at best. We call your so-called gold, jade, immortal, and divine grade martial skills as soldier grade martial skills. Gold grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade elementary martial skills. Jade grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade intermediate martial skills. Immortal grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade advanced martial skills. Divine grade martial skills are equivalent to soldier grade pinnacle martial skills. Therefore, if you have an immortal grade 4th heaven martial skill, to be precise, it should be soldier grade advanced martial skills. Soldier grade, general grade, king grade, and emperor grade. This was the classification of martial skills used by the 9 Supremes forces. This is similar to the classification of the first 3 areas of the Imperial Mystery Realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself, but it shouldn't matter. Let me put it this way. Among the 9 Supremes forces, there are only soldier grade, general grade, and emperor grade martial skills. Emperor grade martial skills can probably only be seen in the 4 major areas. The first young miss seemed to like being a teacher. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. After listening to her explanation, the shock in Ling Xiao's heart was indescribable. The immortal grade martial skills he cultivated in the past were actually the lowest soldier grade martial skills. Chapter 2941. Thank you for your guidance, miss. If not for your guidance, I'm afraid I would have made a fool of myself. Ling Xiao said embarrassedly. If you really want to thank me, then give me that little golden bird of yours. Hee hee. Miss looked at Xiao Jin with an excited expression. Her eyes flashed with greed. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. No matter what, I can't give you Xiao Jin. He didn't know what this little girl saw in Xiao Jin. She always wanted to leave. You still want to thank me? You're so stingy. Miss turned her head away and didn't say anything. Coincidentally, at this moment, a towering city wall appeared in front of them. This should be the Ming city that Miss mentioned. The scale of the Ming city was much larger than the Chen Guolei. From afar, one could even feel the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathering towards the Ming city. The spiritual qi could even be seen with the naked eye. There must be some kind of magic array in the Ming city. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't occur. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth outside was several times that of a small place like the Chen country. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Ming city was even more abundant than in the imperial secret realm that Ling Xiao had stayed in before. Before entering the Ming city, Ling Xiao was worried that something would happen to him because he didn't have an identity token. Who knew that when the warriors guarding the gate saw the little girl, they didn't even ask anything. All of them bowed their heads respectfully and called out, "Miss." Then, they watched as Ling Xiao, Miss, and her two guards entered the Ming city. Although he was confused about the little girl's identity, it didn't matter to him. So, he couldn't be bothered to ask. After entering the Ming city and getting an identity token, he would go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. He might not see this girl again in the future. "Aren't you curious about who I am?" Miss suddenly turned her head and asked. "I won't ask what I shouldn't ask. If Miss wants to say it, you will." Ling Xiao smiled. "You're definitely not likable." The young miss snorted coldly, obviously unhappy in her heart. Ling Xiao actually didn't look at her with a shocked expression like the others. That kind of expression was something she enjoyed very much. It could completely satisfy her vanity. Although she didn't look too happy, the eldest young mistress still brought Ling Xiao to Ming City's ID card replacement office to apply for an ID card. "All right, with this identity token, you don't have to worry about being hunted down by the people of the Heavenly Sword Hall. This can be considered as repaying your life-saving grace. But are you really not going to sell that little bird to me?" Before the eldest miss and Ling Xiao parted ways, she was still thinking about Xiao Jin. "I really can't," Ling Xiao said. "I can pay a high price." "How about 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones?" the young lady said. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao was really surprised. This young lady was really rich. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. In those small countries, only the royal family and nobles could have so many spirit stones. If it was something else, he would sell it. But it just had to be Xiao Jin. He couldn't sell it no matter what. "I'm sorry." Ling Xiao shook his head. His attitude was very firm. "Stingy. Forget it. Go out from the west gate of Ming City and keep going forward. It won't be long before you reach the territory of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. We don't owe each other anything." After saying that, the eldest miss left under the escort of two female guards. Ling Xiao also looked towards the west at this time. In order to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, it was better to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court to try his luck. Maybe he could get a lot of benefits. Ling Xiao had also joined the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Dragon Cult before. Although many things had happened, it was indeed very helpful for his cultivation to improve. This was not false. However, since he had already come to Ming City, it wouldn't be right if he didn't take a good rest. Previously, he had fought a battle in the border town and defeated the one-eyed magic wolf. Although the Ganoderma pill could replenish his strength and help him recover. But the human heart would always be tired. He found a restaurant and ordered a pot of wine and a few dishes. While eating, he thought about his future plans. Although he had already decided to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. But man proposes, God disposes. No one knew if he could really successfully join the Devil Dragon Sword Court this time. After all, his cultivation was still too low. The Devil Dragon Sword Court required him to be a martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall, and his cultivation must have reached the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm and the 14th level of Hell. His current cultivation was not enough. Ling Xiao. Just as he was sipping his wine and pondering, a voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao looked in that direction curiously. It turned out to be the shrewish eldest miss from before. He was a little confused. About half an hour ago, this girl said that they would not meet again in the future. Why was she here again? But after all, she had helped him, so he couldn't greet her with a sour face. So he smiled and invited the eldest miss to take a seat. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me?" the eldest miss asked. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that the eldest miss is a noble person, and I'm just a martial artist from a remote village. Since the eldest miss is looking for me, there must be something. You may as well tell me directly," Ling Xiao said. "You are a straightforward person. I like this very much. How about this? I've decided. Since you are unwilling to give me the golden bird, then you will be my guard. The eldest miss said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, people with status were just so willful. Sorry, I don't plan to be anyone's guard for the time being. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. You have to think carefully. In Ming City, the consequences of offending me are very serious. To be honest, if it weren't for you saving me, I wouldn't be so polite at all. The eldest miss expression became gloomy and cold. Polite. You haven't told me your name until now. It seems that your status is very noble. You don't even want to tell me your name. You are being polite. If you ask me, I think you are being rude. When Ling Xiao heard the other party's words, he was instantly displeased and did not hold back in his words. Rude. Haha, I can tell you my name. I am Lan Ruo. Although I am not a great person, there are still people in Ming City who are willing to stand up for me. As for me, I just accidentally told my wish to a young hero who has been pursuing me all this time. His name is Bing Li. He is a very powerful person. He is a martial artist at the advanced stage of the 14th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. He can kill the one-eyed demon wolf that beat you up in one move. So, you had better give little gold to me as soon as possible. Or, you can just be my guard. Otherwise, when he comes, he will snatch it. He won't be as polite as me. Lan Ruo said with a smile. I didn't expect an innocent woman like you to have such a vicious heart. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Chapter 2942. So, do you want to die or hand over that little golden bird of yours? Lan Ruo's smile was very innocent, very bright, and very beautiful. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was so vicious and disgusting that it made him feel nauseous. Get lost. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Lan Ruo coldly. If you hadn't helped me get the identity token, I would have killed you right now. Who are you asking to get lost? Who do you want to kill? Is Miss Lan Ruo someone a scum like you can bully? Suddenly, a voice sounded. There was a hint of arrogance in the coldness. Hearing this voice, Lan Ruo sighed helplessly. I told you earlier. Hand over little gold obediently. What a pity. You're dead meat. She smiled and left the restaurant. She went to a nearby roof to watch the show. You're Ling Xiao? Bing Li asked coldly as she went up the restaurant. That's right. I'm Ling Xiao. However, we don't know each other. We have no grudges, right? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Li and said indifferently. You're right. So, as long as you hand over that little golden bird, I'll let you get lost and pretend that nothing happened. Bing Li said coldly. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard that. How arrogant. What a rude person. A cultivator at the 14th level of hell in yin-yang transformation could be so arrogant. So arrogant. Did this person really think that he would win for sure? Little gold, that's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. I've said it many times. Little gold is my brother. I can't give him to anyone, much less sell him. If you're doing this for that woman, I advise you not to do that. You'll die. Are you threatening me? There was a trace of contempt in Bing Li's cold eyes. In Moon City, no one dares to speak to me like that. You had better think it through. Do you want that little golden bird or your little life? You can only choose one. When the crowd heard Bing Li's words, they felt helpless in their hearts. Bing Li was the son of Moon City's city lord. He was used to being domineering. In addition, he was talented and intelligent. At the age of 17, he had already cultivated to the late stage of the 14th level of the infernal realm. Naturally, he was even more arrogant. In Moon City, there was basically no one who dared to provoke him. Ling Xiao was just an outsider, a warrior who had just arrived in Moon City. Yet, he dared to oppose Bing Li. Wasn't this courting death? Of course I want to die. But I also want my brothers. Ling Xiao's emotions were extremely calm. His expression was as indifferent as ever. He looked at Bing Li and said, It sounds like you are very amazing, but I only have one thing to say to you. Either you die or scram. Either die or get lost. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. This youth called Ling Xiao was truly audacious to the extreme. He actually dared to speak to Bing Li like this. Was it a bluff? Or did he really have that kind of strength? TSK, you really don't know how to speak. Bing Li has a bad temper to begin with. You actually dared to offend him like this. You're dead. Lan Ruo, who was watching the show from afar, laughed. She had seen Ling Xiao's strength before. He was indeed powerful to be able to defeat the one-eyed demon wolf. However, he was nearly killed in the process of attacking the one-eyed demon wolf. And Bing Li could have easily killed the one-eyed demon wolf 3 years ago. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Ling Xiao was simply courting death. Bing Li was indeed angry. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer as he said sinisterly, "A mere warrior with the cultivation of the 13th level of the infernal realm dares to threaten me, Bing Li. You have guts. But I don't like people like you. So, not only will you die, but you will also die a very ugly death." As he spoke, Bing Li had already moved. Swoosh. The sound of sword chi crisscrossing came from his long sword that was like an ice cube. In that instant, his body turned into an after-image and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already about a foot in front of Ling Xiao. The long sword in his hand released an icy cold air that froze the air into ice cubes. The cold air bloomed in the void. This sword was extremely fast and accurate. If Ling Xiao was pierced by this sword, he would definitely be seriously injured even if he did not die. He might even be frozen into an ice cube. Trouble came from the mouth. Ling Xiao was already hopeless. He actually dared to anger Bing Li like this. Everyone secretly shook their heads, feeling that it was not worth it for Ling Xiao. After all, he did not do anything wrong. If there was really a mistake, it was that he should not have let Lan Ruo see that little golden bird. Ling Xiao felt that sharp sword chi coming at him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In that instant, he could feel that he was facing an ice mountain, a huge ice lake. The cold air kept coming at him, as if wanting to freeze his entire body. Swoosh! Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into several demonic dragon phantoms. Then, countless demonic dragon phantoms pounced at Bing Li at the same time. Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantoms, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to counterattack. Countless sword phantoms appeared and attacked Bing Li together. Bing Li snorted coldly, and the cold air on his sword became even more terrifying. Dozens of demonic dragon phantoms were all sent flying in an instant. Only one fell directly on the street, and the rest all dissipated. The one that fell was naturally Ling Xiao's original body. The cultivation gap is too big. It really won't work. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat on the ground. Then, he quickly entered the beast soul transformation of the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon. Originally, he planned to use the undying bird beast soul because it was the fastest. However, now that the immortal bird by Fang was involved, he was worried that if he was mistaken again, he would really become the target of public criticism. He was afraid that not only would this group of people target him, but also other warriors might treat him as a wanted criminal and capture him. He did not want that. Ling Xiao suffered internal injuries in this collision, but it was not serious because his opponent did not use his full strength. It looked like he was just playing around. But even so, Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by a large margin. It had reached half of 10% of the energy. This speed was really fast. You didn't die. Looks like you can take a beating. A cold smile appeared on Bing Li's face. Then, a towering ice mountain appeared behind him. His eyes turned into the color of ice crystals. His eyes were emotionless and cold. His hair had also turned snow white. Boom! A terrifying cold air exploded on the street. Many martial artists who were watching felt their bodies turn into ice in an instant, and they had no choice but to flee. Kill! As if he had gathered enough energy, Bing Li roared and his body flashed again. Dozens of cold sword phantoms appeared in the void, and they all enveloped Ling Xiao. It was hard to tell what was real and what was false and what was real. Chapter 2943. The ice-cold sword aura pierced the ground and froze it, but it couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already dodged dozens of sword aura attacks, and there wasn't a single scratch on his body. He drifted between the terrifying weapons, but wasn't affected at all, and moved with ease. However, at this moment, Bing Li had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in an iceberg-like pressure, fused with the terrifying sword aura, and pierced towards Ling Xiao crazily. At this moment, no matter how brilliant Ling Xiao's movement technique was, he couldn't possibly dodge it. This was because the range of this sword was too large, and it enveloped everything within a radius of dozens of meters. When Bing Li attacked, he didn't care if there was anyone around at all. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It's over. This young man called Ling Xiao can't escape this time. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. A young genius met an arrogant young master. His strength was inferior, but he still dared to be arrogant. If he didn't die, where would he run to? A satisfied smile appeared on Lan Ruo's face. Once Ling Xiao died, that little golden bird would be hers. I didn't do anything wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not giving that thing to me. Lan Ruo had been spoiled since she was young. Whatever she wanted, others had to give it to her. In fact, it had always been like this. There was even once when she took a liking to her best friend's boyfriend and snatched him away. However, after playing with him for a few days, she got bored and killed him directly. There was nothing that she, Lan Ruo, couldn't get. If she couldn't get it, many people would get it for her. Because she was born to be a rich misty. She was born to be special. Faced with that terrifying sword, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Timed explosion. It was the same move, but it was very useful. The moment the timed explosion was used, Bing Li's body clearly paused in midair, and his original attack also stopped abruptly. Of course, he was much stronger than the Volcano King, so this attack didn't push him back. He was still standing there, but he was in a sorry state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao summoned all his martial souls that could increase his combat strength. The sword martial spirit, the three-headed lava hound, the nine-headed snake general, the undying bird, and the purple lightning bull. Not only that, but he also used the power of the heavenly dragon, the power of the divine phoenix, and the power of the white tiger. The opponent was too strong. Although he had used time burst to delay the attack, the terrible situation did not change at all. He was still in great danger. Never. As Ling Xiao's power continued to skyrocket, Bing Li's cold voice rang out. No one has ever dared to dirty my hair or my clothes. You're simply courting death. Everyone could feel his anger, his fury. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he did not hear him and continued to increase his combat strength. Demonic dragon possession. After the 5 demonic dragons entered his body, his combat prowess increased once again. Alright, purple lightning yin thunder essence, it looks like it's time for you to show your worth. When I first obtained you, I was unable to enjoy all of your energy. I probably won't be able to this time either, but you should be able to help me break through my cultivation. Ling Xiao activated the purple lightning yin thunder essence in his body. A purplish blue ice crystal-like object appeared on the surface of his body. It turned into a transparent purple shield. This shield did not have any defensive function. Its only effect was to stimulate the release of the purple lightning yin thunder essence's energy under the enemy's powerful attack. Then, it would rapidly fill up the cultivation sea and allow Ling Xiao to break through. Without this item, it would be impossible for Ling Xiao to break through to the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 14th level of hell in a short time. Bing Li really came at the right time. She was simply the sparring partner that Ling Xiao needed the most. From a certain point of view, perhaps he should thank Lan Ruo for this. It's useless. No matter how much your power increases, you can't escape the shackles of the first revolution of the 13th level of hell. Today, you'll definitely die. Icebound Supreme Sword. Kill. This was the same move that Bing Li had used before. Although her previous attack had been stopped by Ling Xiao's timed explosion, she was still able to unleash her full power. That only slowed down the time of Ling Xiao's death. In Bing Li's opinion, this move was enough to completely destroy Ling Xiao. The sword light roared again. This time, it did not split. Instead, it condensed into a terrifying giant sword. Cold air spread in all directions. Even the surrounding buildings were covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. Ling Xiao had completed all his preparations. Then, he looked up coldly at Bing Li's attack. He didn't block it and allowed the sword to strike his body. He knew that this was very risky. However, he also knew that if he did not do this, he would not be able to stimulate the release of the purple lightning yin thunder essence's energy. He would not be able to break through in a short time. For Yu Fanghua, for himself, and for his life, he had to do this. As long as he did not die, there was nothing to be afraid of if he was injured. Anyway, he had the Millennium Lingji pill, which could heal his injuries quickly. It was because he was a pharmacist that he could do whatever he wanted. Boom! The terrifying sword qi finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by a powerful energy. Attack! His body flickered with a dazzling purple light. The purple lightning continued to roar. The purple lightning yin thunder essence released energy crazily and poured into his cultivation sea. 20%, 30%, 40%, 90%, 100%. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a smile. Even though his arms were completely destroyed. Even though his body was almost in pieces. Even though he did not look like a human anymore. But he had made the right bet. He was not dead. That was enough. Boom. In that instant, a towering power erupted from his body and turned into a boundless and terrifying murderous aura. A blood-curdling scream came out. Bing Li was actually blasted away by this terrifying murderous aura. The long sword in her hand was also sent flying. Both of his arms were covered in blood. His face was also pale. There was a heart-wrenching pain in his body. The terrifying murderous sword qi was pervasive and raging in his body. Ling Xiao stuffed a pill into his mouth. Then, he released his life martial soul. The damaged areas were recovering at an accelerated speed. The broken limbs were also regenerating. This time, he did not use life backtrack. After all, life backtrack had a cooldown of 3 hours. Unless it was a last resort, he would not use it. Moreover, life backtrack was a heaven-defying consummate skill. If he could not expose it, he would try his best not to expose it, lest he be targeted by the top experts of the Sword Dynasty. Of course, more importantly, life backtrack was not beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. But the Millennium Lingji pill was different. It could allow Ling Xiao to consolidate and strengthen his broken body in the process of repairing it. It made it stronger. That guy is so strong. Could it be that he is immortal? Chapter 2944. Maybe Bing Li will lose. Everyone saw Ling Xiao's heaven-defying move. Under Bing Li's terrifying attack, he did not die. This was too surprising. When Ling Xiao fully recovered, Bing Li was finally free from the torment of the sword qi that was like maggots in her bones. I want you to die. I must kill you. Even if you agree to take out that little golden bird now, it's useless. I must kill you. I'll grind your bones to dust. Bing Li looked at Ling Xiao, her voice filled with incomparable madness and brutality. I've said it before. You either scram or die. Since you don't scram, then die. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and full of killing intent. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through. It was completely different from before when he had no choice but to passively defend. The current him could completely suppress Bing Li. Actually, from this moment on, the battle situation had been completely reversed. Ha ha ha, I'll die? Bing Li let out a disdainful sneer. I, Bing Li, broke through the first transformation of the 14th level of hell when I was 18 years old. In less than a year, I advanced to the later stage of the 14th level of hell. My talent, my battle experience, they are all the role models of people of the same generation. Just now, you took advantage of a loophole to gain the upper hand. Do you really think you're so great? I can tell you that I haven't even displayed what I'm best at. Fire is ordinary fire, demon fire, strange fire, and divine fire. Ice also has similar grades. My cold ice chi is extracted from a 10,000-year-old ice mountain. It's equivalent to the cold chi of a strange fire. Can you block it? As she spoke, an even more terrifying cold chi enveloped Bingley's body. This cold chi was extremely sinister and terrifying. It gave people a feeling that it was going to completely freeze everything. Countless martial artists fled into the distance once again. Fear filled their bodies. Even if they did not come into contact with it, they knew how terrifying the cold chi was. What a terrifying cold chi. It's actually the cold chi of a strange fire. Ling Xiao can't block it. The tide of the battle is about to turn. As a genius of Ming City, Bing Li won't be killed so easily. People standing in the distance could still feel the bone-piercing cold. They didn't expect Bing Li to use her final trump card under the pressure of Ling Xiao. After all, the might of strange flames was extremely terrifying. Even if a rebirth deity realm martial artist encountered it, they would still be somewhat fearful. Not to mention yin-yang realm martial artists. However, controlling the deviant flame required extremely precise control and consumed a terrifying amount of inner strength. If he couldn't hit the enemy, he was basically done for. This was also the reason why some martial artists who possessed strange flames would not use them easily. In order to kill Ling Xiao once and for all, Bing Li had no choice but to use the cold air of a strange flame. All the internal energy in his body had been used up. That's right. Ling Xiao was indeed very strong and extremely talented. However, in the face of a terrifying heavenly flame that even a reincarnation divine realm martial artist would fear, he would probably not be able to escape the danger of being annihilated. It was truly a pity that such a peerless genius was going to die in Ming City. Stop him for me. Don't let him escape. The most frightening thing about a strange flame attack was not being able to hit the target. And Ling Xiao's movement technique was extremely powerful. Therefore, before Bing Li attacked, she finally ordered her subordinates to attack. More than a dozen chains condensed from ice crystals suddenly flew out from the places where they had been lying in ambush. They wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was unable to escape. This is a bit shameless. How did a one-on-one battle turn into a group fight? Discordant voices came from the crowd. It seemed that there were still many people who couldn't stand Bing Li's actions. Sure, lower your voice. How dare you say that the city lord's son is shameless? Do you not want to live anymore? Although the crowd was indignant, Ling Xiao was just a stranger, so they couldn't possibly help him. However, to see such a peerless genius die in the hands of such a despicable and shameless fellow, they felt indignant. They felt that it was a pity. It wasn't worth it. However, it was different from their indignation. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about the ice crystal chains that bound him at all. His expression was as calm as ever. There was still coldness and killing intent in his eyes, and there wasn't the slightest bit of panic. You missed the best opportunity to kill me. Next, you won't have any more chances. But I'm a merciful person. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Either get lost or die. You choose. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Li and said coldly, "Choose your ass." Bing Li roared. He was really unhappy. He thought that he could make Ling Xiao give up completely by using the cold air of the heavenly flame. But what he saw was Ling Xiao's stronger confidence and more overbearing expression than before. Since you don't choose, then die. Previously, you took the initiative to attack and I was just passively defending. Now, it's time for me to take the initiative to attack. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curved into a cruel sneer. He had just arrived at Sword Dynasty and he was about to kill the city lord's son. This was really exciting. But if he didn't kill others, others would kill him. He didn't have the habit of waiting for death. What does he mean? Does he have any other means to deal with the horrifying cold air? I don't know. It sounds like he's very confident. Everyone was very confused. They all looked at Ling Xiao. They really wanted to see how Ling Xiao would defeat Bing Li. How would he defeat Bing Li's cold chi? In the next moment, they saw Ling Xiao's body start to change. The undying bird-beast soul transformation was formed instantly. In an instant, a terrifying fighting spirit that looked down on the world erupted and burned on Ling Xiao's blood-red armor. It engulfed the entire street. Destructive fighting spirit. Murderous fighting spirit. Overbearing fighting spirit. Unstoppable fighting spirit. Within the fighting spirit, there was a raging fire. It was the fire of the undying bird, an extremely terrifying heavenly flame. What? Seeing this, even Lan Ruo, who had been calm, became nervous. Ling Xiao didn't have such strength when he was dealing with the one-eyed magic wolf previously. What's going on? Ling Xiao actually has a heavenly flame too? Ling Xiao raised his hands gently. On the 2-8 immortal swords, there was a crazy fire of the undying bird surrounding them. The flame was black. It was so black that it was terrifying. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The blazing fire instantly erupted and melted the frozen streets. Heavenly flame. It's a heavenly flame. And it's the fire of the undying bird. Could he be related to the undying bird by Fang, who is ranked 4th on the wanted list? I don't know. But this is definitely a heavenly flame. It's too powerful. No wonder he was so calm. He actually has such a trump card. Looking at the horrifying heavenly flame, everyone was trembling. The horrifying heavenly flame, the fire of the undying bird, was actually so obedient under Ling Xiao's control. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be in as much pain as Bing Li. Chapter 2945. Bam! Finally, unable to withstand the terrifying heat of the undying bird's fire, all the chains wrapped around Ling Xiao broke. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Li in disdain and said, "Don't worry, I won't run. On the contrary, I will attack. Let's see if my strange flame is stronger." Your cold energy is stronger. What a terrifying guy. What a monster. People became more and more excited. One side was the undying bird's fire, the other side was the strange flame's cold energy. Both were incomparably strong. The two energies were equally matched. Then the real deciding factor was the strength of the two. When I heard you praising yourself just now, I felt embarrassed. Whether a person has talent, whether they are strong, it is not up to them, it is up to others. In my eyes, you are a laughable, shameless and ignorant idiot. For a woman who doesn't love you, you want to lose your life here. I feel bitterly disappointed for your parents. But that woman doesn't seem to care about your life and death. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Li in disdain and said indifferently, "Your strange flame's cold energy came from the outside world, it was extracted from a 10,000-year-old ice mountain. In the end, it is an external thing. As for my heavenly flame, it comes from my martial spirit and the power of my bloodline. It's something that belongs to me. Today, I will let you see how weak your so-called genius is in front of me." Ling Xiao's voice kept echoing in Bing Li's mind, severely damaging his confidence. It made him feel a trace of inferiority, and even made him doubt himself. Ling Xiao didn't use this time to attack. Because there was no need. He waited for Bing Li to recover. Finally, when the trace of haze in Bing Li's eyes completely disappeared, his fighting spirit erupted again. Ling Xiao smiled. "Smile. Don't you know you missed the best chance to defeat me?" Bing Li said coldly. "Maybe." Ling Xiao said indifferently. In the next moment, the terrifying fighting spirit crazily rose again. The blazing fighting spirit filled the entire street. Every martial practitioner watching could feel the terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Kill. Ling Xiao finally moved. Holding two swords in his hands, he appeared in front of Bing Li in an instant. Then, the two swords were wrapped in the terrifying fire of the undying bird and a crazy sword essence. The sword was sharp, icy cold, and emanated a murderous intent that could destroy everything. Fire, valiant, blazing, emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. At that moment, fear and shock appeared on Bing Li's face. He frantically released his own cold air in an attempt to block the sword and fire attacks. The icy cold air, together with the majestic iceberg martial spirit, exploded out the strongest attack of his life. However, all of this was useless. Sword and fire, a nearly perfect combination, piercing through everything, destroying everything, pressing forward with indomitable will. The two swords in Ling Xiao's hands actually pierced through the thick layer of frost and ice, instantly evaporating the frost. A terrifying sword intent seeped into Bing Li's body. It made Bing Li feel the fear of death. "I'll scram. I choose to scram. I don't want to die." All of a sudden, Bing Li shouted. Bing Li was unable to resist the crazy sword and fire. If this continued, Bing Li would definitely die. Therefore, he could only beg for mercy. Begging for mercy? That arrogant and crazy overbearing Bing Li is actually begging for mercy? The crowd couldn't believe their ears. The incomparably powerful Bing Li was arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to snatch Xiao Jin from Ling Xiao's body for the woman he liked. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was doomed. At the very least, that golden bird would fall into the hands of that seemingly harmless but extremely vicious woman no matter what. They thought that Ling Xiao would choose to obediently obey. However, Ling Xiao refused. Just when they thought that Ling Xiao would be easily killed by Bing Li, the outcome surprised them once again. The genius of Ming City, the son of Ming City's city lord, was actually no match for Ling Xiao's strange fire. He was defeated by the undying bird's fire. In order to survive, he actually said that he would scram. In order to survive, he was prepared to throw away his dignity. It's too late. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and emotionless. He had already given Bing Li 2 chances to choose, but Bing Li didn't cherish them. Bing Li came out of nowhere to snatch Xiao Jin and kill him. Now that he realized that he couldn't win, he said that he didn't want to die. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Did he really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a pushover that he could pinch whenever he wanted? If it really ended like this, wouldn't everyone be able to imitate him and cause trouble for him? If they could beat him, they would kill him. If they couldn't, they would choose to admit defeat and leave. Was that possible? Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. Moreover, he had said that Bing Li could either scram or die. There was no third option. Since he didn't make a choice at the beginning, it meant that he had chosen to die. Why should he be polite? I'm the son of Ming City's city lord. If you dare to kill me, don't even think about leaving Ming City. When Bing Li realized that Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping, he started to bring up his family and background. The reason why he was so arrogant and despotic, besides his strength, was that his father was the city lord of Ming City. He believed that no one would dare to kill him in Ming City. The crowd also looked at Ling Xiao. After knowing that Bing Li was the city lord of Ming City, did Ling Xiao still want to continue? After all, this was Ming City's territory. Although the city lord of Ming City wasn't as strong as the demon master of the nearby Devil Dragon Sword Court, he was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. Moreover, the city lord of Ming City was sent by Heavenly Sword Hall. Killing him was equivalent to making an enemy out of Heavenly Sword Hall. Ling Xiao might become a target on the wanted list. Would he dare? Would he dare to kill Bing Li? I'm guessing that you won't dare to do anything. This is also why I sent Bing Li to deal with you. Lan Ruo, who was on the roof, had recovered from her shock. She smiled and said, however, if you really want to kill him, it'll be exactly what I want. Under the arrest order of Ming City's city lord, you will definitely die. That little golden bird will still be mine. Do you know why I was so diligent in making an identity token for you? It's because with the identity token, it'll be easier to arrest you. Your information will be recorded in the records. Lan Ruo's voice wasn't loud, but Ling Xiao heard it clearly. As he continued to attack Bing Li, he turned to look at Lan Ruo and said coldly, kill him. Next, it's your turn. Compared to Bing Li, he felt that Lan Ruo, this vicious woman, deserved to die more. Although this woman's identity might be even more unfathomable than Bing Li's, he didn't care. At most, he would also be wanted with a bounty on his head. Haha, kill me? You'll have to have that chance first. The people from the city lord's mansion are already rushing here. I advise you to escape quickly. Otherwise, you'll have a good time later. Although Lan Ruo had a smile on her face, her heart was covered by the dark clouds of death. Chapter 2946. Why would Ling Xiao care about Lan Ruo's threat? He sneered. The 8 immortal swords completely broke through Bing Li's cold air and slashed at him. Don't. A voice of despair echoed in the void. Seeing the 2 sword lights closing in on him, Bing Li felt endless regret. He was used to being arrogant and domineering in Moon City, so he feared no one. He had never been afraid of anyone. He had never thought that someone would dare to kill him in Moon City. But now, death had come so suddenly. He was completely caught off guard. Kai. The sharp sword aura slashed down from Bing Li's shoulder. The destructive phoenix's fire ignited Bing Li's body. Bing Li stood there as his body was split into three and fell to the ground. His blood did not stain the ground because it was completely burned by the phoenix's fire before it fell. He was dead. The young city lord of Moon City, Bing Li, died just like that. He was at the advanced stage of the 14th level of hell in yin-yang transformation, but he was killed so easily by Ling Xiao. At the last moment, he even begged for mercy. He even used his most powerful extraordinary fire-level cold air, but it was to no avail. The ending was too surprising. It made many people's hearts tremble violently. Lan Ruo looked at this scene in shock. This Ling Xiao really dared to kill Bing Li. Furthermore, it was in Moon City. How terrifying. What an arrogant man. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you. No matter who you are, no matter what status you have, it's the same. I'll kill you without hesitation. After killing Bing Li, Ling Xiao looked at Lan Ruo coldly. With a flash, he blocked Lan Ruo's path of escape. I've said it before. He's dead, and you're next. Ling Xiao waved the 8 immortal swords in his hand and stabbed at Lan Ruo without any hesitation. In the distance, the sound of the city lord residence's army rushing over could be heard. You'd better escape quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lan Ruo said. It's none of your business whether I escape or not, because you'll never see it again. Ling Xiao sneered. Don't kill me. I can give you everything you want. Lan Ruo was clearly frightened. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be such a terrifying person. It's useless no matter what I give you. What's the point of keeping a vicious woman like you? To bring disaster to the world. I saved you, and this is how you repay me. As Ling Xiao spoke, his hand did not stop moving. He continued to stab down without hesitation. Poochie. Lan Ruo's throat was directly pierced through. This Lan Ruo's strength was much weaker than Bing Li's. Ling Xiao's current strength could already suppress Bing Li, let alone Lan Ruo. After killing Lan Ruo, Ling Xiao did not hesitate any longer. He quickly blended into the crowd and used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique to transform into a youth of the same age as himself, but with a completely different appearance and build. Just as he finished all this, the people from the City Lord's mansion arrived. Even though Moon City's City Lord was furious, there was nothing he could do. In order to escape, Ling Xiao purposely used a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, changing the appearance of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard into his previous appearance. He ordered the Heavenly Thunder Guards to flee towards the East Gate. Moon City's City Lord was furious and personally led his men in pursuit. As for the real Ling Xiao, he took this opportunity to leave Moon City. He exited from the West Gate and headed towards the Devil Dragon Sword Court. However, no one noticed that the corpse of Lan Ruo, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, had actually disappeared from the roof. After leaving Moon City, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to rush to the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Instead, he found a secluded place and took out the storage ring of Bing Li, the son of Moon City's City Lord. There were 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and a demonic core in this storage ring. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones was not much, but it was definitely not a small sum. Of course, the key was still this demonic core. It was actually a 1-star Yin-Yang Realm Fire-type demonic core at the peak of the 14th level of Hell. Wasn't this thing prepared for Xiao Jin? Although Xiao Jin had broken through to the peak of the 13th level of Hell, this bit of strength was nothing after coming to the Sword Dynasty. And this Fire-type demonic beast crystal core came at the right time. Xiao Jin, immediately devour this demonic core. The stronger your strength is, the more help you will be to me. I will personally protect you. He had just arrived at the Sword Dynasty and had already offended the Heavenly Sword Hall and Moon City's City Lord's mansion. Ling Xiao knew very well that his future path would not be smooth. If Xiao Jin's strength could increase by a bit, then it would increase by a bit. It would be of great help to him. All right. Xiao Jin did not stand on ceremony and directly swallowed the demonic core in one gulp. Then, he began to cultivate in the martial soul that Ling Xiao had set up. As for Ling Xiao, he took out the identity card and began to study it. This identity card was obviously set up by layers of arrays. It gathered the identity information of the owner of the identity card, as well as the authentication information of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The difficulty of forging was very high. This was because if one wanted to forge it, one had to know very advanced array techniques. If I had known that the identity card was such a thing, I wouldn't have taken the risk to trouble that woman. I could have made it myself. He sneered. The core of the identity card was nothing more than an array. To him, this was a piece of cake. Therefore, when Little Gold swallowed the demonic beast's crystal core, he also began to modify the identity card. The name on it did not change, but the portrait and information had been modified. It was mainly to match his new identity. He had offended the city lord of Moon City and Lan Ruo, whose identity he did not know. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he needed a new identity. The name could not be changed. In any case, there were hundreds of such names in the Sword Dynasty. However, the information and portrait had to be changed. Only in this way could it match his new identity. When he had completely modified the identity card, there was also movement on Xiao Jin's side. The demonic core had been completely devoured, and Xiao Jin's aura was also rising steadily. The early stage of the 14th level of hell, the middle stage of the 14th level of hell, the late stage of the 14th level of hell, the peak of the 14th level of hell. After reaching the peak, it finally stopped. From the outside, Xiao Jin did not seem to have changed much. However, the aura it released was incomparably terrifying. It was like the scarlet sun in the sky, giving people a feeling that they were about to melt. After the cultivation ended, Xiao Jin returned to the size of a palm, and its aura was completely restrained. It's really too easy for your strength to increase. Ling Xiao sighed. What's the use of it being easy? My current combat power is still not as good as yours. Xiao Jin shook its head helplessly. Its cultivation was clearly stronger than Ling Xiao's, but it could not defeat Ling Xiao. But boss, I seem to have the ability to learn now. Xiao Jin suddenly laughed. Ability to learn? What does that mean? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Humans have their own martial arts. With a body like mine, I can't cultivate at all. Therefore, all along, my combat power has been greatly limited. However, after devouring this demonic beast, I obtained a learning ability. Chapter 2947. Xiao Jin said, originally, this learning ability was nothing to be proud of. I could only learn the skills of monsters weaker than me. But after I got it, it changed. As long as it's a fire-type monster skill or a non-elemental physical attack skill, I can learn it. Of course, monster skills are also divided into levels, just like human martial arts. Therefore, I can only cultivate soldier level and general level demonic beast skills. The higher the level of the skill, the longer it takes to learn it. That's good enough. In the future, when I encounter fire-type monsters, I'll let you fight. Learn more skills. It's not important if you can really use them in actual combat. Maybe they can come in handy at a critical moment. Ling Xiao was really happy for Xiao Jin. With Xiao Jin's combat skills, his combat strength would definitely increase. In the future, he would be of greater help to him. Let's go. Let's go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Without a suitable martial art, it's really a headache. I didn't expect the true demon sword essence to only be a high-level soldier-level martial art. It's really a pity. I have to get a more powerful martial art. I must go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The benefits that a sect brought to a warrior were naturally not something that a lone warrior could compare to. Ling Xiao was very clear about this point. On the way from the Sky Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had joined many sects and forces. Basically, he had benefited from all of them. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he could only let Xiao Jin stay in the beast ring for the time being. However, Ling Xiao did not restrict his freedom. If Xiao Jin wanted to come out, he could come out at any time without his permission. About an hour later, Ling Xiao saw a valley with abnormally abundant heaven and earth spirit qi in the distance. The heaven and earth spirit chi was 10 times stronger than Moon City. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation. It seemed that he had come to the right place. What surprised Ling Xiao was that there was a strange demonic aura hidden in the heaven and earth spirit chi. If it wasn't for his extremely sensitive senses, he wouldn't have noticed it. This demonic aura was extremely terrifying, but it was hidden in the heaven and earth spirit chi. Ordinary people couldn't detect it at all. When he was about 1,000 meters away from the valley, a village appeared. In the village, there were some scattered houses. Near the house, there was a large medicinal field. The herbs growing in the medicinal field were all extremely precious herbs. However, at this time, there were many warriors in the village, but no one dared to make a move on those medicinal herbs. Ling Xiao guessed that this medicinal field probably belonged to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The people in this village were probably herbalists hired by the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Of course, guesses were just guesses. Whether it was true or not, they would have to go there to find out. Anyway, there were so many people gathered here, and they could see a few young men and women in uniform. The young man and woman were probably disciples of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. As for the others, they were probably like Ling Xiao, coming here for the reputation of the Devil Dragon Sword Court and wanting to join. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Many people were sitting on the ground, eating their dry rations while chatting. There were also people sitting cross-legged there. There were also people sitting in the tea house drinking tea. Waiter, a pot of tea. Ling Xiao found an empty seat and sat down, then greeted the waiter. The best place to gather information was a tea house or a restaurant. There were no restaurants here, but there were tea houses. Not only that, but the area was not small. There were many tables and chairs. Although a person like him had attracted the attention of many people in the beginning, they soon stopped paying attention to him. Because his true cultivation was only at the early stage of the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, the 14th level of hell. Such cultivation was the most basic among this group of people. How could anyone care about it? Ling Xiao sat there, sipping his tea as he listened to the discussions around him. Only then did he know. It turned out that the Devil Dragon Sword Court had suffered heavy losses not long ago, and many warriors were killed by the Black Demon. They needed to recruit new disciples. Therefore, a large number of young warriors came from all over, hoping to be lucky enough to join the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Many of these young martial artists were accompanied by their parents or people from their sects, unlike Ling Xiao, who was a general without an army. Boss, if the people of the Devil Dragon Sword Court knew that you are the Black Demon, what would they think? Xiao Jin asked with a smile in the beast ring. What would they think? They would only be scared shitless. After all, even I, Wang Quan, am no match for the Black Demon. In the entire 9 Supremes, there is no one. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and said, "It's a pity that I can't completely control the Black Demon's power. Otherwise, why would I waste my time here? I would have gone to the 4 regions long ago. Sigh, I thought that the Devil Dragon Sword Court would lower the requirements for recruiting disciples this time after losing so many people. Who knew that it would be the same as before? This is too difficult." That's right. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have wasted my time. There are hundreds of thousands of people coming this time. But the Devil Dragon Sword Court is only recruiting 100 people, and they don't want one more. The chances of being selected are too small. There are too many geniuses. Ordinary people like us don't even think about it. I am 19 years old this year, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, the 14th level of hell. I thought I would succeed, but I still failed. I thought I would succeed, and I will be 20 next year. I think I should find a decent sect to join. Sigh. That's true. The Devil Dragon Sword Court and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace are the 2 strongest forces in the Sword Dynasty. It is really too difficult to join them. But once you join them, the benefits are really endless. My friends with me have already surpassed me in cultivation. They don't have to worry about resources at all. From the discussions of the people around, Ling Xiao could basically confirm that. Any sect recruiting disciples had the same principle, and that was to conduct a test. Of course, the entrance test was relatively simple. But even so, A large number of people were still eliminated. Even the 19-year-old guy who had reached the late stage of the first revolution of the yin-yang realm was eliminated. It was obvious how difficult it was. He didn't know what the test was. "Hey, kid, don't you have eyes?" At this moment, a rough voice rang out. Then, Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a 7 or 8-year-old child being lifted up by a strong man. The little child was carved out of jade and looked very cute. Ling Xiao took a look and immediately had a good impression of him. Of course, the most important thing was that he really couldn't stand seeing a 2-meter-tall guy bullying such a small child. He casually flicked a drop of tea in the air and hit the man's wrist. The man was in pain and threw the child away. He looked at it in horror and then turned to run. This guy was a smart guy. He knew that Ling Xiao had shown mercy. Chapter 2948. Ling Xiao thought he had quietly done a good deed and saved someone. No one knew. Who would have thought that after a while, that delicate little doll would actually walk over? She jumped onto the bench and said with a smile, "Big brother, I saw it. You saved me, right? You saw wrong." Ling Xiao denied it directly. "Haha, it's no use denying it. By the way, big brother, my name is Xiao Chichi. What's your name?" The little doll went up to Ling Xiao and asked with a smile. Ling Xiao wanted to get up and leave. But when he glanced at her occasionally, he was taken aback. The little doll's cultivation was even more terrifying than his. She was at the late stage of the 14th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. No, it should be higher. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye couldn't see through it. This meant that the little doll's cultivation had probably reached the 15th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. Oh my god, it was unbelievable. "How old are you?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. 11 years old in Yin-Yang realm. Xiao Chichi answered. "Only 11 years old. Damn, it's really frustrating to compare with others. I thought my cultivation speed was fast enough." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. It seemed that after reincarnating, the place of birth was still very important to a warrior. He believed that if he was born in the Sword Dynasty, his cultivation would be much stronger than this little doll's. Thinking of this, he felt a little better. "You're not here to take the entrance test of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, are you?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, I'm here to take the test." Xiao Chichi smiled and said, "Big brother, you too." "Yes, my name is Ling Xiao. I'm here to take the test, but I'm not familiar with the Devil Dragon Sword Court." Ling Xiao gave up the idea of leaving because he found that the little doll was still useful. "You're not familiar with it, but I am. The strongest person in the Devil Dragon Sword Court was the Devil Master. It was said that he was at the peak of the 17th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. But as you know, this kind of statement is usually quite outdated, and the data is from a year ago. In this 1 year, no one could guarantee that he had not broken through. There were 13 demon generals under the Demon Lord. Their cultivation levels were also at the 17th level of hell, varying from the early to the late stages. The most famous ones are the Demon Lord and the 13 demon generals. However, the experts of the Demon Dragon Sword Court are as numerous as clouds. There are also many outstanding figures among the younger generation. Some of them have even surpassed the demon generals. After listening to Xiao Chichi's words, Ling Xiao suddenly realized a possibility. There was no end to the path of martial arts. What Lan Ruo had told him about the 9 Supreme's top-notch experts should have happened a year ago. There would definitely be changes now. It seemed that he still had to consider the variables. In this 1 year, some experts died in battle, while others made breakthroughs. Therefore, it wasn't certain that the 9 paragons didn't have life sizes. If Ling Xiao could improve his strength through cultivation, so could others. It was just that the higher the cultivation level, the slower the improvement. The situation of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace is similar, but compared to the Heavenly Sword Hall, there is a big gap. The Heavenly Sword Hall basically represents the strongest battle force in the Sword Dynasty. Not only the Sword Emperor, but also the other experts. Every one of them is incomparably powerful. Although Xiao Chichi spoke in a childish voice, her words were still clear. Obviously, This little girl's background was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, she would not know these things. Thinking of this, he was even more interested in Xiao Qiqi. Little girl, why don't we go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court's entrance test together? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course, big brother, you are a good person. Mother said that when you go out, you must find a backer. Big brother, you can be my backer. Xiao Qiqi smiled innocently. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. I can be your backer. My cultivation level is not as high as yours, and my strength is not as strong as yours. How can I be your backer? It was really a pity that he went to save her just now. In fact, if he did not do anything, this little girl would not have any problems at all. I can be your backer. Ling Xiao said very shamelessly. But Qiqi, with your cultivation level, I'm afraid that you are a disciple of a big force. There is no need for you to go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Is there a secret? Wow. Big brother, you are so smart. Xiao Qiqi looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then lowered her voice and said, Big brother, I'm afraid you don't know. The Demon Dragon Sword Court has a big secret. What secret? Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. He really felt nervous, like a big liar deceiving a little girl. It is said that under the Demon Dragon Sword Court, there is a powerful dragon turtle demon beast suppress. This dragon turtle will come out to stir up trouble every once in a while. But for the Demon Dragon Sword Court, this is both a disaster and an opportunity. Xiao Qiqi did not hesitate to say it out loud. A demon beast causing trouble? How can it be an opportunity? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. That's because you don't know. This dragon turtle is a clone of the Black Tortoise Continent's guardian divine beast. It has extremely powerful magic power. When it comes out, its demon aura will be completely released. At that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court will reach an extreme. The cultivation speed will be dozens of times faster than usual. The birth of the dragon turtle would happen 3 months later. So, before that, I have to join the Demon Dragon Sword Court first to enjoy such benefits. Xiao Qiqi explained. So it is like this. It seems that I have to become a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court as soon as possible. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. In fact, what he cared more about was not the cultivation speed. It was the dragon turtle. Since the dragon turtle was a clone of the Black Tortoise Continent's guardian divine beast, he had to get it. This would be of great help to his improvement of strength. Ling Xiao, have you heard of dragon bones? Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Of course I have heard of dragon bones. Aren't they the bones of a divine dragon? What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Wrong. Dragon bones don't actually refer to the bones of a divine dragon, but the turtle shell of a dragon turtle. Yuan Venerate said, from now on, you must work hard to become a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Not for anything else, but for the turtle shell of this dragon turtle. After you get the turtle shell, I can teach you a set of dragon bone body refining technique. After cultivating, your bones will be completely replaced. From fragile human bones to very hard dragon bones. From then on, your defensive power will only be stronger than before. In the future, it will be easier for you to cultivate all kinds of martial arts. There are actually such benefits. Ling Xiao was even more eager. Since becoming a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court could give him so many benefits, how could he refuse? Qiqi, let's go. He looked back at Qiqi and said. Okay. Qiqi nodded and followed Ling Xiao out of the village. Chapter 2949. There was still some distance between the village and the entrance of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. At first, Ling Xiao was afraid that Qiqi would not be able to keep up, so he tried to walk slowly. Later, he found that Qiqi was still able to follow behind him as if she was taking a stroll in the park when he fully displayed the Demon Dragon Phantom Body technique. This made him feel a sense of defeat. Damn, it seems that I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible and get a new martial art. Otherwise, it would be terrible if I'm not even as good as a child. Ling Xiao did not forget his goal. The Black Tortoise Continent was just a small step for him to revive the human race. He could not stay here for too long. Even on the Black Tortoise continent, he had to speed up and become stronger in order to see the Moon Lady as soon as possible. The Moon Lady said that she could wait for him for 3 years. However, he did not want the Moon Lady to wait for 3 years. The longer he waited, the greater the changes. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the valley, which was the entrance of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Just at the entrance, he could feel the abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowing into his limbs and bones. Even if he did not cultivate, his cultivation chi was still slowly increasing. Moreover, the demonic aura was becoming more and more obvious. I think this demonic aura should be released by the dragon turtle that Chichi mentioned. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There were many people at the entrance. The line stretched all the way to the village and continued to extend. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with the Tai Chi eye and could see the approximate number of people. There were definitely 300,000 people. Furthermore, all of these people had higher cultivation than him. He had to choose 100 people from 300,000 people. The probability was so small that it was almost impossible. Even Ling Xiao did not have much confidence at this time. However, he did not know the final result without trying. Therefore, Ling Xiao would not give up easily. Just as he was thinking about this, a bell suddenly rang from the direction of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Then, tens of thousands of figures flew out from the Demon Dragon Sword Court. These people were all wearing the same clothes. It was obvious that they were the disciples of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Their cultivation was all between the late stage of the 14th level of Hell and the early stage of the 15th level of Hell. No one was weaker, and no one was stronger. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. He judged that he could barely defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 14th level of Hell. But it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory. But facing a martial artist from the 15th level of Hell, it was completely hopeless. Of course, not being able to win just meant that they were unable to do so. It did not mean that they would die. Such a difference in strength was not enough to make one despair. He had a powerful fleshly body, various pills, and the heaven-defying ability of Life Rewind. He had too many ways to prevent himself from dying. Therefore, if someone wanted to look down on him, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. When these 10,000 people came out, they immediately started to register. The so-called registration was to register the information and cultivation of the identity card. At the same time, it was also the first selection. Let's see if someone is trying to fish in troubled waters and expel all the martial artists who don't meet the requirements. The 300,000 people were divided into 5,000 teams, and each team had 60 people. The tens of thousands of Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciples were divided into groups of 2, so they were divided into 5,000 groups. At the same time, the registration and verification work would be carried out. While waiting, Xiao Chichi began to introduce some of the rules of the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciple recruitment to Ling Xiao. This test is not only a disciple recruitment, but also a competition. So, the 100 disciples who stay in the end will be rewarded with spirit stones. Each of them will receive 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao noticed that after arriving at the 9 Supreme's forces, low-grade spirit stones were basically used as ordinary currency. The spirit stones used in the sect to exchange things or cultivate were basically mid-grade spirit stones. For a martial artist with the cultivation of the 13th level of Hell, 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones might take more than 10 years to gather. And 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones was 10 million low-grade spirit stones. For a martial artist with the cultivation of the 13th level of Hell, it would take 100 years to gather that much. And the rewards were not just limited to that. The entrance test had a total of 3 stages. The first place of each stage would also be rewarded with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If one could get all of them, it would be 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to 40 million low-grade spirit stones. The Devil Dragon Sword Court was really generous. With such generous rewards, it must be to attract true geniuses to join. Even for a rich person like Ling Xiao, this was a great temptation. He did get a lot of mid-grade spirit stones before, but he used a lot to set up the formation for Lei Do. Every time he broke through, he would consume mid-grade spirit stones at the same time. If he didn't have any mid-grade spirit stones in his storage ring or the mountain river realm, he wouldn't be able to break through even if his cultivation sea was full. Spirit stones played a crucial role in the process of breaking through. Ling Xiao. After a while, Ling Xiao heard his name, so he went forward and handed over his identity card. Cultivation of the early stage of the 14th level of hell? You just met the requirements. I really don't know what a person like you is doing here. It's a waste of time. The Devil Dragon Sword Court disciple in charge of checking the identity card waved his hand impatiently and said, "You can go in." Although his words were disdainful, rules were rules. Since Ling Xiao met the requirements, he was qualified to take the test. So he could only let Ling Xiao enter the valley. After Ling Xiao passed, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited at the entrance of the valley for Xiao Chichi. Behind him was Xiao Chichi. Unlike their disdain for him, the disciples of the Devil Dragon Sword Court worshipped Xiao Chichi completely. He's actually at the early stage of the 15th level of hell. He's only 11 years old. Oh my god. A genius, a peerless genius. We've picked up a treasure this time. Not only was the Devil Dragon Sword Court disciple shocked, even the rest of the martial artists cast envious glances at Xiao Chichi. After passing the test, Xiao Chichi was about to find Ling Xiao, but she was stopped by a warrior. This person was young, probably about 14 or 15 years old. "Little sister, let's go play together. Follow me and you'll get candy." "Hey, isn't that Lin Feiyang?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "What? That's Lin Feiyang? The genius who cultivated to the peak of the 14th level of Yin-Yang realm at the age of 14? He even defeated a warrior at the early stage of the 15th level of hell. I can't be wrong. It's him. His sister is in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. She's one of the devil envoys of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Her strength is terrifying. She should have reached the peak of the 15th level of hell. In terms of talent, he's not as good as Xiao Chichi. Chapter 2950. Although Lin Feiyang's cultivation is not as good as Xiao Chichi's, he has more experience. He also has the experience of killing enemies above his level. Therefore, I can guarantee that the 400,000 medium spirit stones from this entrance test will definitely belong to Lin Feiyang. He may not care about the spirit stones. After all, he is from a big family. Everyone was talking about it. This made Lin Feiyang, who was already arrogant, even more arrogant. It was as if he was really superior to others. With a smile on his face, he looked at Xiao Chichi with hope. Only such a genius was worthy of him, Lin Feiyang. Although Xiao Chichi was still young, they would have plenty of time to get along in the future. In the Sword Dynasty, there were many people who got married at the age of 12 or 13. "You're not a good person. I don't like you." Xiao Chichi's words made Lin Feiyang's face become very ugly. His whole body seemed to be frozen in an instant. However, what happened next was even more unbearable. Xiao Chichi bypassed him and went straight to Ling Xiao. She grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Big brother, you're my backer. You can't let others bully me." Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. "What are you talking about? You're stronger than Lin Feiyang. What can I do to help you? Get out of my way." Lin Feiyang suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious face and shouted sternly. From his attitude, it was obvious that he was angry. A 14-year-old boy had a big temper. He was so angry over such a small matter. The people who were in the middle of the examination looked over and prayed for Ling Xiao in their hearts. It was not a good thing to offend Lin Feiyang, who had a strong backer and was a genius. Although it was unpleasant to hear someone telling you to get out of my way, it was better to get out of my way as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something really happened, no one could save you. However, Ling Xiao's performance made them stunned. Which family didn't take care of this dog? Why is he biting people everywhere? As long as one was not a fool, one could tell who Ling Xiao was mocking. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Those disciples of the Devil Dragon Sword Court coldly looked at Ling Xiao. They thought that this brat didn't know the difference between life and death. He even dared to offend Lin Feiyang. Even they had to give Lin Feiyang some face. After all, his sister was one of the 72 devil envoys of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. She had the strength of a First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm's 15th level of hell. Moreover, this brat called Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 14th level of hell, yet he dared to challenge Lin Feiyang, who was at the peak of the 14th level of hell. Are you an idiot? Or was there something wrong with his head? Most of the people were either gloating or feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. No one felt that what Ling Xiao did was right. From their point of view, since the strong told you to scram, as a weakling, you shouldn't resist. Instead, you should treat this as a form of glory. But Ling Xiao couldn't do it. Furthermore, Lin Feiyang was not that strong in his eyes. He had even beaten up Wangquan Zhenghua and killed Wangquan Tianxia. The strength of those two was above the Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Master. Not to mention Lin Feiyang. Although he couldn't use the power of Heimo freely, he could still use it if he was forced to. From his point of view, it wasn't him who was courting death, but Lin Feiyang. You dare to call me a dog? Lin Feiyang's expression became even more ferocious. He suddenly looked back at the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciples who were in charge of the assessment and said, "This person disrespected me. It shouldn't be a problem to kill him, right? Young Master Lin, I'm afraid that's not good. After all, he's already registered. Moreover, he's now in the Devil Dragon Sword Court's territory. If you kill him here, I'm afraid your sister will be in trouble." One of them said. "Humph, I'll give the Devil Dragon Sword Court face." Lin Feiyang suppressed his anger and swallowed it down. Blood was already seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Brat, swords have no eyes in the assessment. Don't complain when you die. Offending me, Lin Feiyang, means you're dead. If you don't want to die, give this girl to me now. Idiot. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Feiyang in disdain. He hoped that this idiot wouldn't come to court death. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing him. Chichi, let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Xiao Chichi and entered the valley with her. They arrived at the next gathering point. Haha, look at that Lin Feiyang's arrogant appearance. Yet, he's being played around by someone. How funny. Sure, lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences. But that brat called Ling Xiao is going to be miserable. Lin Feiyang won't let him go. There should be a duel in the assessment. He's doomed. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Let's just watch the show. A group of people discussed animatedly. Lin Feiyang's face was incomparably ashen. In the past, he liked that girl. She was always at his beck and call. He didn't expect that today, he would encounter someone who didn't give him any face. More importantly, that guy called Ling Xiao, with such a weak strength, dared to talk back to him and scold him. Let him make a fool of himself in front of everyone like a clown. He absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and walked to the next gathering point. That was where the assessment would be held. About an hour later, all the warriors who participated in the assessment gathered at the entrance of a cave. At the entrance of the cave, there was still a strange energy that was constantly being released. It seemed to be a portal. There should be a small world inside the entrance. It was similar to what Ling Xiao had seen before. At this time, there were only about 200,000 people left from the original 300,000. It was estimated that many people who impersonated, lied about their age, or didn't have enough strength, had been directly eliminated. Outside the portal, there was a warrior who was obviously dressed differently from the ordinary disciples. That's the Devil Dragon Sword Court's Devil Envoy. What a powerful aura. Yes, the Devil Dragon Sword Court has Devil Masters, Devil Generals, Devil Elders, and Devil Envoys. The rest are all disciples. Devil Envoys are very powerful existences. Listening to these people, Ling Xiao could also feel that the Devil Envoy in front of him was much more powerful than the Devil Envoy of the Dragon Cult in the past. He was at least at the peak of the Yin-Yang Realm's 15th level of hell. If he encountered such a person now, he could only die. I am Devil Envoy Lin Gang. Behind this portal is the place where the Devil Dragon Sword Court cultivates the soul. It's called Devil's Cave. Once you enter, you will be subjected to a powerful soul pressure. The deeper you go, the greater the pressure. There is no limit to the number of people in this stage. Anyone who can reach the passing line can pass. The person who ranks first will be rewarded with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Gang only talked about the rules and didn't talk nonsense. Moreover, it was easy to understand. As long as one didn't have a hole in their brain, they should understand what he was talking about. As for any motivational words, he didn't say anything at all. There was no need to say anything. Chapter 2951. What you need to take note of is that in Devil's Cave, you are not allowed to casually attack others. You are not allowed to use any artifacts that can strengthen your soul power or resist the soul pressure. You are not allowed to use pets or battle beasts to resist the soul pressure for you. You are not allowed to ask others for help. If you violate this rule, you will scram. Alright, you all understand. Now, you can begin. Enter Devil's Cave in order. Don't worry about not having enough time. After entering, you will all stay at the starting point and then set off at the same time. Demon Envoy Lin Gang continued. Hearing this, the people who were originally at the back of the line heaved a sigh of relief. When everyone entered the portal, they realized that it was really big inside. It was simply a different world. There was absolutely no problem in setting off at the same time. Even if more than 200,000 people stood at the same starting line, it didn't matter. They could all stand. Begin. After seeing that everyone was ready, Demon Envoy Lin Gang yelled loudly. The warriors who had participated in the Devil's Cave examination before were not in a hurry to rush out. Instead, some warriors who were participating for the first time were afraid that they would fall behind. After hearing Lin Gang's words, they rushed out with all their might. Ling Xiao didn't set off immediately because he saw that those old foxes didn't move. Although these guys might have participated in the examination several times and failed, they must be very experienced. There shouldn't be any harm in following them. At this moment, he suddenly heard a terrified scream. Thus, he looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that among the 100,000 people who rushed out first, 70 to 80,000 of them were kneeling on the ground. They hugged their heads and screamed in pain. Some even fainted. What a terrifying soul pressure, but it's useless against me. Ling Xiao had a rough idea of the structure of Devil's Cave. He was also very familiar with that terrifying soul pressure. It should be the dragon turtle that released the demonic aura. Chichi, let's go. Although 70 to 80,000 of the 100,000 people stopped at the beginning, there were still 20 to 30,000 who stood up and began to move forward. Ling Xiao didn't want to delay for too long. Yes, big brother. Chichi probably didn't know Ling Xiao's strength. In her heart, Ling Xiao was stronger than her. Stronger than everyone here. If Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he would be under a lot of pressure. The two of them lifted their feet and walked out of the starting point. Once they stepped out, they would have to endure a terrifying soul pressure. Many people were looking at Ling Xiao, including Lin Feiyang. That little girl should be fine, but I'm afraid that kid is going to faint. Ha ha ha, I guess he thought that he could pass this stage by cheating a powerful girl to help him. He didn't expect that this stage doesn't allow others to help him. That's right, that's right. Look at how weak his cultivation is and how strong his soul power is. He'll definitely be finished. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly when he heard the discussions of Jiao Yi and the others. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. What a joke. In terms of soul power, not to mention all the participants here, even the demon envoy Lin Gang couldn't possibly be stronger than him. Wow. At this moment, gasps of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Their surprise was for Xiao Chichi. Xiao Chichi was standing there as if nothing had happened. It was enough to show how powerful her soul power was. The soul coercion at the beginning was nothing to Xiao Chichi. However, these gasps of surprise stopped abruptly after a moment because everyone was staring at Ling Xiao with their mouths agape. Ling Xiao also left the starting point and stood there without blushing. Not only did he not faint as expected, he didn't even look uncomfortable. Damn, this kid's soul power is very strong. Yeah, I really underestimated him. Could he be a Soul Clan warrior? Lin Feiyang's face was even colder. He originally wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, but he ended up seeing this scene. It really made him unhappy. Big brother, you're really powerful. Chichi didn't feel wrong. Standing next to Big brother, I feel like my soul is like a child. But standing in front of those people, their souls are like children compared to mine. Chichi clapped her hands excitedly. You can feel my soul? Ling Xiao asked. Yeah, my martial soul is quite special. I can tell if a person's soul is good or bad, strong or weak. That guy called Lin Feiyang is not a good person. Chichi nodded and said. This martial soul is quite special. No wonder you dare to follow me without worry. I won't harm you. Ling Xiao finally understood why Chichi said that Lin Feiyang was a bad person and why she insisted on following him and saying that he was her backer. It was all because of Chichi's martial soul. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked forward. Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't fall behind, so he also rushed forward. The others didn't wait any longer and all rushed into the competition area. However, there was another wave of complaints. This time, tens of thousands of people were eliminated. Lin Geng, who do you think will get first place in this round? At some point, a charming woman had also entered Devil's Cave. She stood beside Lin Geng and asked with a smile. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Lin Feiyang is your younger brother. Whether it is his strength or soul power, he is very powerful among his peers. Lin Geng looked at the woman and said. That might not be the case. That little girl called Xiao Chichi is also very powerful. And that little guy called Ling Xiao, he is very interesting. His cultivation is very weak, but his soul power is not weak. The charming woman said with a smile. Xiao Chichi is still young. As for that Ling Xiao, I can't see how strong he is. But his cultivation is still too weak. He might be able to hold on at the beginning, but later on he won't be able to. No matter what, soul power is directly proportional to one's cultivation. Lin Geng said again, Lin Xian, you seem to care too much about that Ling Xiao. I didn't notice him before. How can I not care about someone who dares to offend my younger brother? Lin Xian said with a smile. You want to fight? Not to that extent. He is not worthy for me to fight. My younger brother can handle him. Lin Xian shook her head and said, forget it. You do what you need to do. I still have a mission, so I will leave first. Watching Lin Xian leave, Lin Geng secretly nodded his head. Although it was a bit cruel, what she said was true. That little guy called Ling Xiao didn't know how to endure. He offended Lin Feiyang so quickly. He probably didn't have a chance anymore. Lin Geng looked at the competition area again. At this time, Ling Xiao and Xiao Chichi were still talking and laughing as they walked slowly. The two of them didn't seem to care whether they were in front or not. Many people who started later had already surpassed them. Including Lin Feiyang, they were long gone. However, Ling Xiao really wasn't worried. The key to this assessment wasn't about who passed first. Chapter 2952. As they continued to go deeper, Xiao Chichi began to feel some pressure. The people around her constantly fainted and begged for mercy. Of course, even more people were walking forward with heavy steps and pale faces. Their speed was not fast. These people's soul power was not bad, but compared to them, Ling Xiao was a little too outstanding. The disciples of Devil Dragon Sword Court were constantly cleaning up those who fainted and begged for mercy. These disciples of Devil Dragon Sword Court had the same soul power as Lin Feiyang and Xiao Chichi. Therefore, in the beginning of the journey, they were relatively relaxed and could basically ignore this kind of soul pressure. However, it was impossible to say that they were completely fine like Ling Xiao. After about 20 minutes, Ling Xiao found that most of the participants who were at the early and middle stage of the 14th level of Hell had been eliminated. Only he was still in the crowd. There were more than 200,000 people before, but now there were only 100,000 left. However, this Devil's Cave still seemed to have no end, which made people feel desperate. At this time, Xiao Chichi's forehead began to sweat. It was obvious that Xiao Chichi felt some pressure when she arrived here. Of course, this pressure was still nothing to her. But for others, it was just like hell. Big brother, you're amazing. You're not even panting. I guess no one has ever reached the end of Devil's Cave. You're going to be the first to reach the end. Xiao Qiqi looked at Ling Xiao with admiration in her eyes. It felt good to be admired by a martial artist who was stronger than her. Big brother, I know you're taking care of me, so you're walking so slowly. It's okay, you go first. Anyway, fighting is not allowed here. Xiao Qiqi suddenly said. Can I really? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Xiao Qiqi nodded and said. Okay, in order to end this boring competition as soon as possible, I'll go to the end first. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. With Xiao Qiqi's strength, what was there to worry about? Therefore, he began to speed up. His figure flew like crazy in Devil's Cave. This scene not only shocked the participants, but also the disciples of Devil Dragon Sword Court who were in charge of cleaning up the eliminated participants. Damn, who is this? He's so scary. We're already here, and even we can't be so relaxed. How can he run so fast? That's right, it's too inconceivable. Although movement techniques don't consume soul power, they still require soul power to control them. Under the terrifying soul pressure, it's simply impossible for most people to execute their movement techniques so perfectly. This boy wouldn't really be a soul race martial artist, right? That must be it. Otherwise, how could his soul force be so strong? With his speed, he will soon reach the passing line. That's not right. I'm afraid that passing is not his goal. I think this kid is aiming for first place. Lin Feiyang is in danger. I didn't expect that he would encounter a Soul Clan cultivator here. This is their home ground. Ling Xiao's sudden acceleration left everyone dumbfounded and shocked. Although Xiao Qiqi was right behind him, she was also running very fast. Usually, Xiao Qiqi would be the center of attention. However, Ling Xiao was too dazzling and eye-catching. Using the demonic dragon phantom movement technique, he was like a demonic dragon flying through Devil's Cave. Countless figures were left behind by him. In a moment, he rushed from tens of thousands to tens of thousands, and his speed did not decrease at all. What's going on? Demon envoy Lin Gang also noticed Ling Xiao at this time. It would be strange if such a flashy run did not attract attention. This guy's cultivation is so weak, but his soul force is so strong. The soul pressure of Devil's Cave has no effect on him at all. Let me see, is he using a Dharma treasure? Lin Gang took out a mirror and shone it at Ling Xiao. No! Without a Dharma treasure, his soul force is so terrifying. Even an ordinary soul race martial artist can't do that. I'm afraid this kid is not only a soul race, but also a genius among the soul race martial artist. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, we've all misjudged. Your brother Lin Feiyang, at least in this round, can't be this kid's opponent. Lin Gang sighed and felt a little regretful. In his opinion, even if Ling Xiao took first place in this round, he would not be able to escape from Lin Feiyang's persecution. Although he was a demon envoy, he was not related to Ling Xiao. He could not make an enemy of Lin Xian for Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao had already caught up to the 10th place. Lin Feiyang was the leader of the group. He and the other person were in the first group. The rest of the people were left behind. Even the third place was a full 1,000 meters away from Lin Feiyang. If it was outside, 1,000 meters was nothing. But in Devil's Cave, 100 meters was an insurmountable gap, let alone 1,000 meters. Young Master Lin, why don't we sit down and rest? No one can catch up to us anymore. The second place martial artist said to Lin Feiyang. It could be seen that this guy had a good relationship with Lin Feiyang. In order to take care of him, Lin Feiyang had been running side by side. If they really ran, Lin Feiyang could leave this guy far behind. It had to be said that Lin Feiyang was one of the best among the hundreds of thousands of contestants. Other than being pretentious, there was nothing to be picky about. If he had not met Ling Xiao, it would have been easy for him to get the first place. It was a pity that he was destined to be incompatible with Ling Xiao. Lin Feiyang and the second-place martial artist had just sat down. Suddenly, a black figure rushed over from afar. This gave the two of them a fright. Who is it? How can he be so fast? They stood up abruptly, their faces full of shock. It can't be that little girl called Xiao Chichi, right? The second place martial artist guessed. No. It's him. How can it be him? Lin Feiyang saw the person's face clearly. So he was even more shocked. It was actually Ling Xiao, that small fry that he didn't even care about. Hey, isn't this little doggy Lin? Why can't you walk anymore? I saw that you were quite awe-inspiring when you were outside. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Then, he deliberately stood beside Lin Feiyang, stopped, and looked at Lin Feiyang mockingly. Kid, don't be so smug. I'm just taking a short rest. Although Lin Feiyang was angry, he knew that he could not hit someone at this time. Otherwise, he would be eliminated directly. Is that so? Then I'll take a rest too. You guys go first. Ling Xiao sat down and waved at Lin Feiyang. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? Young Master Lin, let's go. I don't believe that he can continue to run after rushing so fiercely. The soul pressure ahead is even more terrifying. His cultivation is so weak, how can he keep up? Chapter 2953. So what if I look down on you? Why don't we have a competition? Ling Xiao stood up and looked at the two of them with a smile. Boy, don't be too proud. If you dare to surpass me and take first place, I'll kill you. Lin Feiyang was not a fool. He could see that Ling Xiao's soul power was far superior to his. There was no way he could win this round. So he changed it to a threat. You're threatening me? You've used this old trick before. But I'm sorry, I'm definitely going to take first place. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He lifted his leg and continued to charge forward. How dare you? Lin Feiyang's face showed a fierce expression. He then said to the warrior who was ranked second, kill him, but I'll lose my qualification. That warrior hesitated. So what if you lose your qualification? The Lin family will give you enough compensation. Lin Feiyang said coldly, if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude. All right. That warrior was threatened by Lin Feiyang. He did not dare to disobey. He gritted his teeth and took out a bow from his storage ring. The bowstring was pulled open. There was no arrow. However, when he circulated his inner energy, a yellow elemental arrow appeared and flew toward him. It was extremely fast. It was even faster than Ling Xiao's speed. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Ling Xiao. Lin Feiyang's lips curled into a cruel smile. Serves you right. Those who dare to surpass me, Lin Feiyang, must die. Stop. Demon envoy Lin Gang also noticed the situation. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He could only watch as the elemental arrow flew toward Ling Xiao. It's over. Lin Gang sighed. He could not absolve himself from the blame for something like this happening under his watch. Big brother. At this moment, Xiao Chichi had also caught up. When she saw this scene, her face turned pale with fright. She immediately sped up and rushed forward to save Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, even the demon envoy Lin Gang could not catch up, much less her. After passing the passing line, the soul coercion instantly increased by a lot. Even Xiao Chichi felt dizzy. However, right at the moment when Lin Feiyang sneered, Xiao Chichi was furious and sad. Lin Gang felt helpless. Something strange happened. Just as the elemental arrow was about to hit Ling Xiao's speed suddenly increased again. He turned into a bolt of lightning and fled forward. The elemental arrow was unable to catch up to him and finally fell to the ground, losing its momentum. Looking at this strange scene, everyone was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. So strong. Big brother is so strong. Xiao Chichi was even more impressed with this backer of hers. This brat actually hid his strength. His soul force is actually stronger than mine. Demon envoy Lin Gang was also shocked. Under this kind of soul pressure, even he couldn't maintain such a speed. Where did Ling Xiao come from? Who was he? At this moment, Lin Feiyang was in complete despair. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. His cultivation is so much weaker than mine. How can his soul force be so strong? This doesn't make sense. Lin Feiyang shook his head desperately and rushed forward frantically. Since he could not kill Ling Xiao, he still wanted to fight for the first place. However, His situation was much worse. Not only was his face getting paler, but even the scenery in front of him seemed to be gradually blurred. Even his divine sense showed signs of weakening. He really overestimated himself. He thought that he could still give it a try, but in the end, he realized that Ling Xiao's easy journey was simply hell to him. His body swayed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nostrils, and mouth. It was too terrifying. That kind of soul coercion. It was as if a terrifying and powerful dragon turtle was stepping on his body, making him breathless. He could not move at all. No. This is impossible. He still could not accept such an outcome. He could no longer stand up. However, Ling Xiao, whom he looked down on, was moving at a speed that was difficult to follow with the naked eye, toward the end of Devil's Cave. Damn it! He fiercely punched the ground. Thinking of Ling Xiao's mocking smile, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Demon envoy Lin Gang was also stunned for a long time. Suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist issued a notification. He came back to his senses and raised his hand. The time for the test is up. There are a total of 10,004 people who passed the passing line. Today, someone broke the Devil's Cave record that had not been broken for a long time. His name is Ling Xiao. He is also the first place of this Devil's Cave test. He will receive a reward of 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100,000 for the champion, 200,000 for the record-breaking reward. Following Lin Gang's voice, the people who passed the passing line shouted excitedly. As for those who did not pass the passing line, their faces were dejected. More than 300,000 people, after passing the first test, there were only slightly more than 10,000 left. This kind of elimination speed was really terrifying. In the midst of their excitement, they remembered a person's name. That was Ling Xiao. Not only did he become the biggest dark horse and become the champion of the first test, but he also broke the Devil's Cave record. Okay, the martial artists who successfully passed the first test can follow me to the second test. You will get 2 hours of rest. Seize the time to recover. The second test will be more difficult than the first. Be mentally prepared. Speaking of this, Lin Gang glanced at Ling Xiao, who had returned from the finish line. He found that Ling Xiao still did not look tired at all. It was as if he did not do anything. For martial artists, anyone who reached the pinnacle of anything was considered a genius. Soul power was naturally the same. Lin Gang began to have some expectations for Ling Xiao. Demon envoy, this guy must have cheated. He must have used a magic weapon. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. Outside the Devil's Cave, Lin Feiyang suddenly shouted in front of many people. He was criticizing Ling Xiao. So he cheated. No wonder he could pass so easily with such a low cultivation. He is too cunning. Yes. With his cultivation, how can he be better than Lin Feiyang and Xiao Chichi? Ridiculous. The people who said such things were basically those who had been eliminated. They were jealous, and that was why they said such things. If they had a hard time, they would not let others have a good time. Ling Xiao looked at demon envoy Lin Gang indifferently. He wanted to see what this demon envoy would do. Shut up. Lin Gang shouted sternly. Those who did not pass the test should think about their own problems. Don't frame others because of jealousy. And you, Lin Feiyang, for Lin Xian's sake, I will let you go this time. But next time, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will cripple you. What do you think I am? Do you think I don't know if he used a magic weapon? Idiot. After speaking, Lin Gang did not look back and walked toward the second test. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Feiyang contemptuously. What a disgrace. You lost and you are still not convinced. If your sister Lin Xian knew about this, she would vomit blood. Chapter 2954. Ling Xiao called out to Xiao Chichi and followed Lin Gang to the direction of the second stage together with the others who had passed the first stage. Lin Feiyang lowered his head and trembled all over. Once again, he made a fool of himself like a clown. There were already sounds of discussion in the crowd. What *T genius? Lin Feiyang is too disappointing. He just didn't get first place and he's framing others. Haha, that's right. Look at him. He's so funny. This is the Devil Dragon Sword Court. That's Demon Envoy Lin Gang. Wouldn't he know if Ling Xiao used a treasure or not? Hearing these words, Lin Feiyong lowered his head even more and his face turned even uglier. He silently told himself that he must kill Ling Xiao. He must. Otherwise, how could he live in the future? At the same time, some people were also discussing Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao won the first round and broke the Devil Dragon Sword Court's 10,000-year record. Many people were paying attention to him. TSK, I heard that Ling Xiao is a Soul Clan warrior. His soul power is unbelievable. That's for sure. A Soul Clan warrior's body is not strong enough, but his soul power is outstanding. The first round was designed for him. If he doesn't get first place, he won't be able to live up to his identity as a Soul Clan warrior. Actually, Lin Feiyong doesn't need to be so unconvinced. Even if he lost the first round, it's nothing. The next 2 rounds have higher requirements for the body and it's not just a simple test. Ling Xiao doesn't have a chance to beat him. What's wrong with accepting defeat? Why can't he accept it? That's right. Ling Xiao is already 16 years old, but his cultivation is only at the early stage of the 14th level of hell. Lin Feiyong is only 14 years old, but his cultivation is already at the peak of the 14th level of hell. In terms of talent and strength, Lin Feiyong is far superior to Ling Xiao. There's no need to fuss over such a small matter. He just needs to beat that kid in the next 2 rounds. In my opinion, Ling Xiao might not even pass the next 2 rounds, let alone first place. That's right. In the end, having a strong soul force doesn't mean that one is strong. From the discussions of these people, it was not difficult to tell that there were actually many people who were not convinced by Ling Xiao. They explained Ling Xiao's results in the first round as a racial advantage of the soul race. They believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be eliminated in the following assessment. Big brother, those guys are looking down on you. Xiao Chichi said. It doesn't matter. Facts will prove everything. Let's work hard together and fight for both of us to stay. Ling Xiao rubbed Chichi's head and said with a smile. Yes, let's work hard together. In fact, Xiao Chichi did not like it when others touched her head, unless it was her mother or someone she admired the most. Today, Xiao Chichi regarded Ling Xiao as the person she admired the most. She did not mind at all when Ling Xiao patted her head. The location of the second stage was not some small world. It was within the Demon Dragon Sword Court. It was located on a cliff of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. There were a total of 72 statues on the cliff. The statues were the 72 demon envoys of the first generation of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao was not very clear about the use of these statues, but he could feel that each of them contained a very terrifying energy. Presumably, the second stage of the assessment should be related to these statues. Now, you can rest here. You are not allowed to walk around freely in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao, come here and receive your reward. Demon Envoy Lin Geng called out to Ling Xiao. At this time, other than Lin Geng, the other 71 demon envoys of the Demon Dragon Sword Court had also arrived. When Lin Xian heard that the champion of the first stage was actually Ling Xiao, who she looked down on, she was very surprised at first. Then, she immediately revealed a meaningful sneer. Under everyone's attention, Ling Xiao calmly received a total of 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. Seeing this, the eyes of countless warriors were filled with jealousy. Of course, they did not come here for spirit stones, but to be able to join the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Therefore, after experiencing the initial jealousy, their mentality gradually calmed down. Ling Xiao, the 72 demon envoys of the Demon Dragon Sword Court are all here. Do a good job. Perhaps in the future, you may also become one of them. Lin Geng seemed to have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Lin Geng smiled. Thank you for your encouragement, Demon Envoy Lin Geng. I will definitely work hard. Ling Xiao looked at the 72 demon envoys. All of them were at the peak of the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were extremely powerful. None of them were people that he, Ling Xiao, could contend against. Of course, although he could not contend against them, it would not be easy for these people to kill him. This was his capital. This is the champion of the first stage. I heard that he broke the 10,000-year-old record. I thought he was very outstanding. I didn't expect his cultivation to be so weak. How disappointing. One of the demon envoys looked at Ling Xiao and said with disdain, I heard that he is a Soul Clan warrior. He probably benefited from his clan. So that's how it is. No wonder. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Look down on me. Look down on me. But don't worry. It won't be long before all of you are in awe of me. 2 hours of rest time was neither long nor short. Soon, there were only 10 minutes left. Demon envoy Lin Geng began to announce the rules of the second stage. The rules are very simple. See these sculptures? No matter what you do, try your best to attack them with your strongest strength. Only when your attack power is strong enough can you activate the restrictions on the sculptures and obtain a ball of yin-yang energy from the first-generation demon envoys. This yin-yang energy will condense into a ball of light above your head. Each ball of light represents that you have passed the test of a demon envoys. Whoever obtains more balls of light will have a better result. We only want the best 1,000 people to enter the next stage. So, do your best. Just as Lin Geng finished speaking, Lin Xian spoke again. My junior brother doesn't like to talk nonsense, but I can tell you some interesting things. Each ball of light contains the powerful yin-yang energy of the first-generation demon envoys. Moreover, it is very pure and can be directly absorbed. So, the better your results, the more benefits you will receive. You might even break through your cultivation very quickly. Lin Xian smiled and said, also, because this stage is much more difficult than the first stage, the reward for first place is twice as much as the previous stage. The reward for first place is 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The reward for breaking the record is 400,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. So, if some people didn't perform well in the first stage, they will have to work hard in this stage. Her words were clearly for Lin Feiyang to hear. She was also comforting Lin Feiyang. As expected, after hearing this, Lin Feiyang's originally gloomy mood instantly rose. Chapter 2955. It seemed that Lin Feiyang had been encouraged by his sister Lin Xian's words and was reinvigorated. However, Ling Xiao smiled secretly. Sorry, Doggy Lin, but I'm definitely going to be the champion of the second round. He did not care what the others thought. In short, he did not plan to hold back. As long as he did not reveal his tyrant martial spirit, he would use any method. He must activate all 72 statues. Alright, next, line up in 72 rows. Do you need me to teach you how to line up? After Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Geng looked at the time and yelled sternly. 72 rows were quickly arranged. The number of people in each row was about the same. Although some rows had more and some had fewer people, it did not affect the results. Therefore, Lin Geng did not say much. Very good. Last minute, I'll explain. If you attack the statue and do not produce a ball of origin energy, then immediately step aside and you will be eliminated. If you produce a ball of origin energy, then line up at the end of another row. You are not allowed to cut in line. Also, if there are less than 1,000 people left, then you will advance to the next round according to the actual number of people. Do you understand? Yes. Alright, time's up. Let's begin. Following Lin Geng's command, 72 people in the first row of the 72 rows walked out at the same time and stood in front of the statue. Ling Xiao and Xiao Qi-Qi's positions were at the end of the second row. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. They could carefully observe how the others were doing. This round was not a competition of speed. It was a competition of the number of origin energy balls one could obtain. There was no point in being anxious. However, Lin Feiyang was first in the first row. It seemed that he had suppressed a lot of anger in the first round and was ready to vent it in this round. As if to show off his strength, Lin Feiyang did not use any techniques. He just casually patted the statue and withdrew his arm. At that moment, the statue flashed with a bright light. Then, a ball of origin energy appeared on top of his head. As expected of Lin Feiyang. His attack power is so strong. Just a casual hit can activate the statue. Yes, But I heard that with each additional ball of origin energy, the difficulty of activating the next statue will double. It's easy the first time, but it won't be easy after that. However, this Lin Feiyang should be able to get first place. There shouldn't be any problem. Although that Ling Xiao was dazzling in the first round, he still couldn't pass this round with only his soul power. Hearing such discussions, Lin Feiyang proudly walked to the end of the second row and stood right behind Ling Xiao. How is it, kid? Did you see that? This is true strength. Don't think that you can beat me just because you won the first round, Lin Feiyang said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. You're really shameless. You're the opportunistic one. You actually instigated others to attack Big Brother. Big baddie. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Xiao Chichi made a face at Lin Feiyang and stuck out her tongue. Page, you'll know how big the gap between him and me is in a while. Little girl, this young master has taken a fancy to you, so you will definitely be this young master's. Lin Feiyang snorted and looked at Xiao Chichi with a greedy expression. People like you are simply asking for a beating. If you have such thoughts, you should use them on the assessment. You lost the first round and you said that I was opportunistic. If you lose the second round, I'll see what excuses you have. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Feiyang calmly and sneered. That's impossible. Lin Feiyang waved his hand forcefully and said, you don't understand. The demonic envoy statue needs a powerful attack to be activated. You're only at the early stage of the 14th level of hell. How powerful can your attack be? I'm at the peak of the 14th level of hell. How can I lose to you? Haha, it's because your cultivation is stronger than mine that you'll look bad if you lose. Moreover, your sister is watching from the side. You'll feel bad if you embarrass yourself in front of her. Ling Xiao smiled and stopped talking nonsense with Lin Feiyang. Instead, he looked at the others. At this moment, someone had already been eliminated. Although Lin Feiyang could activate the demonic envoy statue easily, that was because he was indeed powerful. The other martial artists did not have it so easy. Two of the martial artists used all of their strength, using 100% of their strength, but the demon envoy statue didn't even budge. Although the other martial artists also lit up their light balls, they did not have it as easy as Lin Feiyang. The first statue had used up all their strength. How could they activate the second statue? Soon, it was Xiao Chichi's turn. This little girl followed Lin Feiyang's example. When Lin Feiyang tapped lightly, she tapped lightly too. Although she lacked combat experience, she was stronger than Lin Feiyang in terms of pure attack power. Therefore, she easily got the first light ball. After her, it was Ling Xiao's turn. At this moment, almost all the 72 demonic envoys turned their attention to him. Many of the martial artists who did not have their turn also looked at him. Ling Xiao got first place in the first round. How would he perform in the second round? His cultivation is so weak. He'll probably be eliminated directly. So what if he got first place in the first round? Lin Xian sneered. Not necessarily. Lin Gang thought of Ling Xiao's previous speed. He believed that a martial artist with such outstanding body movement would not be weak in attack power. Although he might not get first place, he would not be eliminated so easily. However, Ling Xiao's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Feiyang and Xiao Chichi both tapped the statue with their hands. What about Ling Xiao? He only used one of his fingers to touch the statue gently. In an instant, a light ball appeared on top of his head. It was dazzling. Damn, it can't be. This guy's attack power is so strong. I've never heard of soul power increasing attack power. I don't understand. His cultivation is so weak, but his attack power is so strong. It seems that he might really be a contender for first place in the end. In just a moment, everyone's view of Ling Xiao changed completely. Lin Xian's face was a little ugly. Being slapped in the face by Ling Xiao was not a good feeling. Lin Feiyang's face was even uglier. He thought that he could easily suppress Ling Xiao in the second round. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so relaxed. If you don't get first place, you know the consequences. Lin Xian walked to Lin Feiyang's side and said coldly in a low voice. Lin Feiyang's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Big sister, don't worry. I will get first place in this round. This is related to the Lin family's honor. It's good that you know. Lin Xian looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. She probably did not want to stay here anymore because she was embarrassed. Although Lin Xian left, Lin Feiyang did not give her a warning. Chapter 2956. In order to prove that he was not inferior to Ling Xiao, Lin Feiyang only touched the statue with one finger. Similarly, a ball of light lit up. Those who did not know the truth were shocked beyond words. However, Xiao Qiqi smiled disdainfully and said, "Big brother, you didn't even use your inner energy just now, right? This guy used almost 50% of his inner energy. He really can't compare to you. Qiqi can't compare to you either. Big brother, you're really too strong. Haha, it's good that you know this. There's no need to say it out loud." Ling Xiao smiled. It did not matter what method he used. What mattered was who could light up more balls of light. As time went by, there were only 3 people left on the field. Ling Xiao, Lin Feiyang, and Xiao Qiqi. There were already 11 balls of light above Lin Feiyang's head. They were dazzling. There were 10 balls of light above Ling Xiao and Xiao Qiqi's heads. They were equally eye-catching. As for the others, they could no longer continue. Lin Feiyang and Xiao Qiqi were present. Many people could understand. However, Ling Xiao, a martial artist at the early stage of the 14th level of Hell in Transformation 1 Yin-Yang state, was not eliminated. This was a little hard for them to accept. However, regardless of whether they accepted it or not, reality was reality. What they could not understand the most was that from the first statue to the 10th, Ling Xiao did the same thing. When he touched the statue with one finger, a ball of light was instantly produced. Therefore, no one could see how high his limit was. Although Lin Feiyang tried to compete with Ling Xiao, the 11th statue had already consumed nearly 90% of his inner energy. He had no choice but to use his martial arts technique. There was no other way. If he did not use his martial arts technique, the 11th ball of light would not light up at all. Xiao Qiqi's situation was similar. She had also used her martial arts technique. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that Ling Xiao was really that powerful? Mph, I don't believe it. He must have cultivated some kind of powerful body-refining martial arts technique. That's why his body is so strong and his martial arts technique is not. Lin Feiyang snorted coldly. In fact, there were many people who had such thoughts. Otherwise, they would not be able to understand why Ling Xiao's performance was so good even though his cultivation was so low. Ling Xiao didn't care what they thought. Just like in the first trial, he clearly wasn't a spiritus, but those people insisted that he was. It was as if that was the only way they could accept his record-breaking results. What a joke. One of the reasons was that he needed a large number of mid-grade spirit stones to perform well today. Of course, more importantly, he hoped to be valued by the Devil Dragon Sword Court. After going through so many trials in the sect, he was very clear that only when your talent was recognized by the sect would the sect give you more resources and protect you. He came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court for 2 things. One was resources. This included martial arts and other resources. The other was to obtain the protection of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, which would allow them to avoid a lot of trouble. If he had been a disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court, the martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall in the border town would not have dared to treat him that way. Big brother, it's my turn. But, I estimate that 11 demon envoy sculptures is the limit. Big brother, you have to continue working hard. I have high hopes for you. Xiao Qiqi clenched her small fists and then walked towards the 11th demon envoy sculpture. Everyone watched this scene nervously. If Xiao Qiqi could activate the 11th light ball, it meant that her results would be tied with Lin Feiyang's. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao called out to Xiao Qiqi, then leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. Really, big brother? Xiao Qiqi blinked her big watery eyes and asked. Believe me, it's not wrong. Ling Xiao smiled. Yes, Qiqi believes in big brother. Xiao Qiqi nodded and then walked towards the demon envoy sculpture. At this time, whether it was those who had passed the passing line or those who had been eliminated, including the 72 demon envoys, They all looked at Xiao Qiqi. Although they didn't know what Ling Xiao said to Xiao Qiqi, they didn't care. The 11th demon envoy sculpture should be this little girl's limit. A demon envoy said. It's very good. In the past tens of thousands of years, the record for the demon envoy sculpture is only 13 sculptures. If she can activate the 11th sculpture, it's already quite impressive. The 3 little guys this time are not bad. Lin Gang, what do you think of these 3 people? Someone asked demon envoy Lin Gang. Lin Feiyang's limit should be 13 demon envoy sculptures. He can tie with the previous record. If there were no accidents, this little girl's limit should be 11 sculptures. As for Ling Xiao, to be honest, I can't see through him. Lin Gang sighed and said, this kid is too mysterious. I can't understand it now. His soul power is so powerful, but his body is also so strong. He must have cultivated some kind of powerful body refining technique, so his physical attack is the strongest. I've seen this kind of martial artist before. Someone guessed. Maybe. Lin Gang always felt that things might not be that simple. While the crowd was discussing, Xiao Qiqi had already stood in front of the demon envoy sculpture. Big brother said that I'm using the wrong method, so a lot of my inner energy is wasted. He told me to use my inner energy according to the method he said, then use 30% of my inner energy and a beginner soldier level martial arts technique to attack the sculpture. But when I activated the 10th sculpture, I used a high-level soldier level martial arts technique, and I used 90% of my inner energy. Is what he said true? Xiao Qiqi stood in front of the sculpture, hesitating. I don't care. Big brother is so powerful, my intuition can't be wrong. Thinking of this, Xiao Qiqi no longer hesitated. Then, she began to use her inner energy to condense the technique. That's not right. Why is this little girl using a beginner soldier level martial arts technique? Is she planning to give up? And looking at her inner energy, it's much less than before. Could it be that her inner energy is not enough? She's still a child, she's only 11 years old. It seems that we've overestimated her. The 10th sculpture just now was her limit. The demon envoy's eyes were like torches. They instantly saw the difference between the martial arts technique and inner energy that Xiao Qiqi used before. However, there was a deviation in their judgment. Listening to their discussion, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. There was a hint of contempt in his pride. When it came to the control of inner energy and martial arts technique, he was not bragging, but he reckoned that even the strongest person in the Eternal Palace was not as good as him. This was closely related to the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the Tai Chi Eye. This was also why he could pass the second stage so easily. In fact, if the martial arts technique and inner energy were combined properly and were not wasted, the results of all the martial artists here would be much better. Unfortunately, they did not seem to notice this at all. Chapter 2957. That little girl is not as good as me. If she were to follow me, I could teach her how to use her inner energy. Lin Feiyang snorted coldly and said proudly. These words were clearly meant for Ling Xiao to hear. Idiot. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. There were really too many self-righteous fellows out there. Boom. Just as Lin Feiyang was about to refute, Xiao Qiqi's attack had already landed on the Devil Envoy statue. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, the 11th ball of light lit up above her head. What? Other than Ling Xiao, everyone was dumbfounded. Including Xiao Qiqi herself. She hadn't thought that activating the 11th demon envoy sculpture would be so easy. Oh, I did it. I did it. Xiao Qiqi ran down excitedly and jumped into Ling Xiao's arms. She kissed Ling Xiao's forehead fiercely. Big brother, thank you so much. You're really amazing. Looking at this scene, Lin Feiyang's face was very ugly, but he was also very confused. He did not understand what was going on at all. How could Xiao Qiqi activate the 11th Devil Envoy statue so easily? What did it have to do with Ling Xiao? Hey, we seem to have misjudged her. This little girl is not ordinary. She might be able to break the record. A Devil Envoy said with his eyes wide open. Her strength did not change. She just made some adjustments to the way she used her inner energy. How could there be such a big change? Did Ling Xiao say something to her? Lin Geng looked at Ling Xiao and his heart was getting more and more excited. Who knew, he might really have discovered a peerless genius this time. Haha, brother Lin, you must be joking. Ling Xiao's cultivation is so far away from her. How could he be her teacher? You think too highly of him. The other devil envoys did not think so highly of Ling Xiao like Lin Geng. All right, Chichi, come down first. It's my turn. Ling Xiao put Xiao Chichi down from his arms and walked to the statue. What do you think he will do this time? Someone in the crowd asked. He'll definitely have to use a martial technique. After all, this is the 11th sculpture. How can he activate it with just his physical strength? The person beside him said. I also heard the demon envoy say that after 10 sculptures, the resistance from activating the demon envoy sculpture will instantly rise by a level. So don't look at how relaxed he was before. This time, he should also be using his inner strength martial technique. Someone else said. The demon envoys didn't say a word this time because they had made a mistake in their previous judgment. They didn't want to be slapped in the face again. It turned out that they were right to be cautious. Once again, Ling Xiao only used one finger to light up the 11th ball of light. Monster. Monster. Unbelievable. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? As the 11th ball of light lit up, countless people began to sigh. Ling Xiao had completely exceeded their expectations. His performance was simply too stunning and too valiant. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Xiao Chichi jumped up and down excitedly. Next, the pressure was on Lin Feiyang's side. He gritted his teeth and used almost all his strength to activate the 12th sculpture. However, Xiao Chichi and Ling Xiao's performance was still very relaxed. The difference was that Xiao Chichi used a mid-level soldier-level martial technique this time. When it came to the 13th sculpture, it was the previous record. Lin Feiyang stood there and swallowed a pill, allowing his almost depleted internal energy to recover to its peak. This wasn't against the rules. Alchemical pills were allowed to be used because this stage tested one's attack power, not endurance and endurance. Lin Feiyang, don't forget your sister's words. You're the one that we all think highly of. You must tie this record. One of the demon envoys said loudly. His name was Chen Yuan. He was Lin Xian's lover, so he naturally supported Lin Feiyang. Don't worry, I will. Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth. When he thought of his sister, he was suddenly filled with courage. Then, he looked at Xiao Chichi and Ling Xiao and thought to himself, I don't believe that you can be more outstanding than the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. I'll definitely take the first place. Not only will I tie the record, but I'll also break it. Lin Feiyang's confidence came from the peak soldier-level martial technique he had. He believed that in the small countries around, no one would have a peak soldier-level martial technique. Therefore, in terms of attack power, no one in the same generation could compare with him. In the past, he had used this peak soldier-level martial technique to kill a martial artist at the early stage of the 15th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Standing in front of the demon envoys, Lin Feiyang took a deep breath. Then, he stretched out his right palm. At that moment, a terrifying aura was released from his body and rapidly increased. His inner strength was constantly condensing on his right palm. Because this move was too powerful, it took a long time to condense it. However, there was no time limit for this test, so he could boldly condense the power to the level he wanted. Oh! This is the peak soldier-level martial technique that Lin Feiyang has. In the Devil Dragon Sword Court, only martial artists at the 15th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm are qualified to cultivate such a martial technique. Chen Yuan smiled. He was very satisfied. That's the skill that made him famous. He used this move to defeat enemies that were almost impossible to defeat. TSK, aristocratic families are indeed different. He's only at the peak of the 14th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm, but he can learn a peak soldier-level martial technique. How enviable. Don't be envious. Even if you have that martial technique, I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it. It requires talent. Do you understand talent? This is a genius who is qualified to be the disciple of the 13 demon generals. That Xiao Chichi is not bad either. She can use a high-level soldier-level martial technique at the age of 11. She should be qualified. The demon envoy's discussion naturally avoided Ling Xiao. It was not that they looked down on Ling Xiao, but that they could not see through him. If Ling Xiao only had a strong soul and body, he would not be qualified to be the disciple of the 13 demon generals. In the midst of the discussion, Lin Feiyang finally finished condensing his move. His palm contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. His hand was completely golden, as dazzling as the golden crow. Golden crow palm. With a roar, Lin Feiyang struck out with his palm. At that moment, the entire mountaintop turned into a golden light. Lin Feiyang's control tore through the void and heavily hit the demon envoy's statue. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard, and the mountain seemed to shake. Then, a ball of light appeared on top of his head. 13 balls of light. Lin Feiyang had tied the previous record. Lin Feiyang stood proudly in front of the statue, his face full of joy. Chapter 2958. As expected of Lin Feiyang, a young genius. The attack power of this move is really powerful. Although you've only cultivated the golden crow palm to the proficient level, its power is already above all the martial artists in the first turn yin-yang state's 14th level of hell. Even most of the martial artists in the first turn yin-yang state's 15th level of hell can't compare to you. Chen Yuan praised loudly. Chen Yuan, it's too early for you to say that. Be careful not to get slapped in the face. Lin Gang reminded him. Slapped in the face? Chen Yuan sneered. You're talking about Ling Xiao and Xiao Chichi, right? So what if they activate more statues? They're just opportunistic. Their attack power isn't as strong as Lin Feiyang's. In my opinion, the assessment rules for this round should be changed. Otherwise, it's too unfair. Do you think you can change the rules set by the sect just because you want to? Lin Gang frowned. Haha, you don't have to use the sect's rules to pressure me. The rules can't be changed without permission. However, you have to admit that no matter how good Ling Xiao and Xiao Chichi's results are, their attack power isn't enough. In fact, their attack power isn't as strong as Lin Feiyang's. Chen Yuan laughed. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Lin Feiyang seemed to be even more indignant. His attack power was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao and Xiao Chichi's. Why was his result worse than theirs? Why did he have to lose to this opportunistic guy? He looked at Ling Xiao and roared, what else do the two of you know other than resorting to trickery? In terms of attack power, the two of you together can't compare to me. Everyone heard Lin Feiyang's words. That was because his indignant voice was not soft at all. Since he had already flipped out, how could Ling Xiao not respond? Is that so? You can take your incompetence and ignorance as an honor. You're really something. Chichi, show him your true attack power. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Chichi and said. Got it, big brother. Xiao Chichi nodded and walked to the 13th statue. It'll be fine as long as my attack power is similar to that big bad guy's. I can't expose my identity. Let's use that move. Standing in front of the sculpture, Xiao Chichi tilted her head and pondered for a moment. Then, she began to prepare her technique. His terrifying aura surged in an instant. Hey! Is it also the golden crow palm? When Xiao Chichi's palm turned into a dazzling golden light, everyone was stunned once again. Demon envoy Chen Yuan almost dropped the fan he was using to show off. Both of them have mastered the golden crow divine palm, but this little girl's internal energy is slightly stronger than Lin Feiyang's. Lin Gang looked at Chen Yuan and said indifferently. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched violently. In the end, he did not say anything. The reality was right in front of him. What else could he say? Xiao Chichi used the same trick to tie the record. Her attack power was obviously higher than Lin Feiyang's. Although it was just a little bit, it was still very high. Chen Yuan and Lin Feiyang's faces were completely swollen. Well done, Chichi. Ling Xiao and Xiao Chichi high-fived each other in celebration. What's there to be proud of? Xiao Chichi's cultivation is much higher than mine. Her attack power is slightly stronger than mine. What's so great about that? In actual combat, she's definitely no match for me, Lin Feiyang said loudly. Many people agreed with his words. Xiao Qiqi's cultivation was at the early stage of the 15th level of hell. It was not surprising that her attack power was higher than Lin Feiyang's. Moreover, it was not much higher. That's right. I just said that Lin Feiyang's attack power is invincible below the 14th level of hell. Xiao Qiqi doesn't count. Chen Yuan also quibbled. Hearing their words, Ling Xiao smiled. He looked at Lin Feiyang and said, "How's my cultivation compared to yours? How can your cultivation compare to mine? One is at the early stage while the other is at the peak. The gap is so big." Lin Feiyang said disdainfully. "What if my attack power is stronger than yours?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha, are you joking?" Lin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. "You! How dare you compare yourself to me? Ha ha, you're still so confident. Don't forget, you lost to me in the first round." Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. "Enough, Ling Xiao, you can start now." Chen Yuan could not help but shout. "Yes, Sir Envoy." Ling Xiao did not like Chen Yuan, but he still had to respect him on the surface. After all, Chen Yuan's cultivation was indeed higher than his. He walked in front of the sculpture. Suddenly, his body began to change. The ferocious beast soul of the Tyrannosaurus demon dragon transformed instantly. Under the sunlight, the blood-red scales looked very cruel, cold, and cool. "He's actually a beast warrior?" Seeing this, the 72 envoys were stunned. In the first round, Ling Xiao did not transform. From the second stage until now, he had only transformed. So before this, no one knew that he was actually a beast warrior and could even transform. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's aura was obviously strengthened by a lot. The terrifying aura was constantly released, causing many people to be stunned. And their surprise was far more than that. Ling Xiao took out the demon dragon sword. To maximize his attack power, the demon dragon sword was a must. "That's the demon dragon sword. It's actually the demon dragon sword," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "What's the origin of the demon dragon sword?" someone asked. It's said that it was a treasure sword used by a senior of the demon dragon sword court. Although he no longer used it after his strength increased and became a collector's item, it's still a top-grade mortal artifact. Ordinary disciples are not qualified to have it. How did it end up in this kid's hands? Among the envoys, there were still people who knew about this history. Could it be that he's that senior's disciple? All the envoys were secretly guessing. However, Ling Xiao did not care about what they were thinking. He had already begun to prepare his move. Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill was the second move of the True Demon Sword Essence, the True Demon Sword Formation, and this was only a high-level soldier-level martial skill. Compared to Xiao Qiqi and Lin Feiyang, this move was a little inferior. But he also had his own advantages. That was, his True Demon Sword Formation had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Although the two's martial skills were of a high level, they were only proficient in it. Under everyone's attention, Ling Xiao released all the demon dragon swords. 1 mother sword and 9 child swords. A terrifying sword intent instantly soared into the sky. The 9 child swords began to spin crazily above his head. The terrifying aura rushed into the sky wave after wave, radiating to the surroundings. Many people felt the cold killing intent. What a terrifying sword intent. It turns out that this kid's strongest point is his sword skill, not his physical body. Lin Geng said in surprise, "We've found a treasure. This time, we've really found a treasure." Chen Yuan and Lin Feiyang's faces were a little ugly. Chapter 2959. High-level soldier-level martial arts technique? He's really from a small place. In terms of martial arts technique, he can't compare with Xiao Qiqi and Yun Feiyang. Although Ling Xiao's sword essence was powerful, his martial arts technique was far inferior to Xiao Qiqi and Lin Feiyang's. What Chen Yuan said was right. However, did a high-level martial arts technique mean a powerful attack? Not necessarily. The martial artist's own strength was the key. If a martial artist was strong enough, then even the most ordinary moves could be turned into something magical in his hands. Lin Geng hoped so. Therefore, he stared at Ling Xiao, trying to see through him. The sword energy stirred the wind and cloud. The sword essence shocked everyone. The 9 demonic dragon's sun swords began to spin wildly and finally shot out at the same time. Every sword light contained a terrifying amount of energy. Rumble. A terrifying collision sound came from above the demon envoy statue. The powerful energy radiation sent many martial artists flying. The 72 demon envoys did not move at all, but their clothes fluttered under the sword wind. Their skin felt like it was being cut. What a powerful sword energy. He could actually make me feel a trace of threat. If it wasn't a demon envoy statue standing there, but a martial artist at the first turn of the yin-yang state's 15th level of hell, I'm afraid he would have been smashed into pieces. Lin Gang's heart trembled. He had never seen such a powerful inner disciple. However, he did not know. Ling Xiao had not used all his strength. Otherwise, the attack would be even more terrifying. What he was doing now was suppressing Lin Fei Yang and Xiao Qiqi. The rumbling sound finally stopped. The vibrating energy finally dissipated. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but a monster. Lin Fei Yang was trembling all over. He could not understand. He could not accept it. How could a martial artist at the first turn of the yin-yang state's 14th level of hell unleash a more terrifying attack than him? Big Brother is really powerful. That's great. Compared to Lin Fei Yang's ashen face, Xiao Qiqi was extremely excited. Although she didn't know what Ling Xiao's cultivation was like, her martial soul had told her that Ling Xiao was definitely not ordinary. Reality had proven this point. Not only was Ling Xiao's soul force incomparably powerful, but his attack power was also astonishing. After the attack, Ling Xiao cancelled his beast soul transformation and put away the demon dragon sword. He looked at Lin Fei Yang with a faint smile. At this time, the surrounding people had already let out earth-shattering cheers. Previously, they were still a little jealous of Ling Xiao. They believed that Ling Xiao was a soul race martial artist, so he had taken the lead in the first round. There was nothing amazing about that. But now, they no longer had any thoughts of jealousy. If you were jealous of someone, you would think that you could do better than that person. However, Ling Xiao's performance made them despair. They couldn't feel any jealousy at all. Strong. Too strong. How could there be such a monster? Among the 72 demon envoys, except for Chen Yuan and Lin Xian, who had already left, probably all had a kind of admiration and emotion for Ling Xiao. Good boy, his soul force is first. Now, his attack power is obviously first too. Lin Fei Yang used a peak soldier-level martial art technique, but it couldn't compare to his advanced soldier-level martial art technique. This shows that his talent in martial arts is probably stronger than Lin Fei Yang's. What he lacks is a good set of martial arts techniques. Yes, it's a pity that he just broke through the first transformation of Yin-Yang realm at the age of 16. His cultivation talent is a little lacking. Otherwise, he would be a perfect genius. That's not necessarily true. He came from a small place. The cultivation resources are not as good as Lin Fei Yang's. Under the same conditions, he might surpass Lin Fei Yang. Lin Gang said. Lin Gang, you're wrong. He is a martial artist who has reincarnated. You should know that reincarnation is determined by one's talent. If his talent is good enough, he won't be reincarnated to a small place. Instead, he will be like Lin Fei Yang, one of the 9 supremes. Chen Yuan was slapped in the face. He was even more displeased with Ling Xiao. As long as it was something that could criticize Ling Xiao, he would not let it go. That's true. Lin Gang could not refute this reason. He did not know that Ling Xiao's first reincarnation had appeared in Yuhua town because of the guidance of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. It was to let him experience hardships. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's talent, he would have been reincarnated into the Palace of Eternal Life. However, in that case, Ling Xiao would have many opportunities to train. This was very detrimental to the healthy growth of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. After all, it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. How could he understand the hardships of cultivation when he was already in a high position? However, Ling Xiao did not care about what Chen Yuan said. He was the clearest about his own talent. Why should he let others know? It was fine as long as he showed enough ability to attract people. Alright, the second round ends here. The champion should be clear. Lin Gang suddenly announced. In his opinion, no matter if it was Ling Xiao, Xiao Qiqi, or Lin Feiyang, they had all used their strongest attacks. No one would be able to activate the next demonic envoy sculptures. Rather than wasting time, it was better to end it here. However, Ling Xiao did not agree. This was because he could feel that every time he activated a demonic envoy sculpture, his sea of cultivation would increase a little. This was even faster than the increase during a normal battle. Moreover, even if he could not completely absorb the energy would be stored in his cells and become his potential again. This was no longer a simple test. It was cultivation. How could he easily stop a cultivation that was very beneficial to his cultivation? Demonic envoy Lin Gang, can we continue? Ling Xiao asked. You still have strength left? Lin Gang asked curiously. Strength left? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't dare to hide it from you, demonic envoy. The reason why I used all my strength just now was to prove my attack power. In fact, I only activated 13 sculptures. I don't need to use so much strength. Same for Qiqi. Qiqi can continue too, Xiao Qiqi hurriedly said. Me too. Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth. How could he admit defeat? Absolutely not. Alright then, you guys continue. Lin Gang could not violate the rules. He could only let them continue. However, when Lin Feiyang activated the 14th demonic envoy sculpture, he failed. He failed in a straightforward manner. After that, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Qiqi and Ling Xiao broke the record. They continued to break the record. No one said anything. They just watched quietly. In the end, Xiao Qiqi activated 32 demonic envoy sculptures. She had far surpassed Lin Feiyang and the previous record. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying. Even after Xiao Qiqi had stopped, he continued. When it came to the last sculpture, he took a deep breath and stopped there. He began to prepare. The difficulty of the last sculpture was as high as the difficulty of the previous 71 sculptures combined. Chapter 2960. Do you guys think that this kid can really activate the 72 sculptures? Among the demon envoys, some started to lose their composure. It's very difficult. The difficulty of activating the last sculpture is the sum of the previous 71 sculptures. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 15th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm can't do it. There's only one person who can do it. Who? Have you forgotten? It's that genius, the real genius, the son of the demon lord, Emperor Lan Mai-Chen. When he was 16 years old, he reached the peak of the 15th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm and activated all 72 sculptures. He became the only one who could activate all the sculptures at the 15th level of hell. Emperor Lan Mai-Chen, his cultivation must have reached the 17th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. Yes, that's why he's a genius. He's not even 20 years old. But if Ling Xiao can do it today, wouldn't it be even scarier? Yes, but it's very difficult. No one dared to say it was impossible. Ling Xiao created one miracle after another. Many people were slapped in the face. At this point, who dared to doubt his ability? He stood in front of the last sculpture and heard the demon envoy's discussion. Emperor Lan Mai-Chen? A martial artist at the 17th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm before 20 years old? That's my goal now. As for Lin Feiyang, he's not even worth mentioning. Ling Xiao wanted to surpass Emperor Lan Mai-Chen because he didn't want to waste time here. The transformation was completed again. It was still the Overlord Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation. Because this Beast Soul transformation boosted the Demonic Dragon Sword the most. However, at the same time, the rest of the Beast Souls appeared behind him. The Demonic Dragon Sword was also infused with the Sky Dragon power, Godly Phoenix power, and White Tiger power of the Overlord Martial Soul. Not only that, he also used the Demonic Dragon Possession. He could feel the difficulty of this last step, so he had to use his strongest ability. Of course, the Overlord Martial Soul couldn't be exposed easily. Boom! The terrifying aura exploded again, stronger and scarier than before. Oh my god, the last time wasn't even his limit. This brat actually has so many beast souls. Could it be that he is not a beast warrior, but a legendary beast god warrior? F***ck, did he really break Lan Di Machen's record as well? The demon envoys were also very nervous. If Ling Xiao really broke Emperor Lan Machen's record, it would be too heaven-defying. At the moment when they were extremely nervous, the attack finally erupted. There was no suspense. The 72nd ball of light appeared above Ling Xiao's head. He had completely activated the Demonis sculpture. He had created a miracle that no one had ever done before. The champion was about to be announced. This was not only the championship, but also a new record. Lin Feiyang was completely paralyzed. His face was ashen, like a man who was about to die in despair. Soon, a terrifying murderous aura gathered in his body. This caused his eyes to turn blood red. Die. Go to hell. Die. He kept calling out in his heart. The second stage was over, and the third stage was a real battle. He believed that he would definitely be able to meet Ling Xiao. No matter what method he used, he would kill Ling Xiao. Even if it was against the rules, he did not care. You don't have to be so angry, and you don't have to look at me like that. Because from the beginning, I didn't treat you as an opponent at all. Ling Xiao passed by Lin Feiyang, and when he was celebrating with Xiao Qiqi, he said this indifferently. This sentence made Lin Feiyang even more determined to kill Ling Xiao. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao, despised Ling Xiao. But in the end, he lost to Ling Xiao in 2 consecutive stages. The words he said, the things he did, all became his humiliation. He had become a laughingstock. If it were not for the fact that some people were afraid of his family background and his sister, they would have laughed like crazy by now. The second stage is over. Ling Xiao is the champion and broke 2 records, so he will be rewarded with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Gang's voice sounded. Lin Feiyang felt as if he was about to explode in an instant. Even he cared about the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones very much. Moreover, Ling Xiao had defeated him twice in a row. This made him on the verge of exploding. If it were not for the fact that there were so many demon envoys here, he might have already made his move. Compared to Ling Xiao, he also had his own advantages, such as treasures and martial arts. These were the key to determining the outcome. After the award ceremony, Lin Gang announced the list of people who had advanced to the last stage. There were a total of 1,000 people. The list was read from the back to the front. Those who heard their names jumped excitedly. As for those martial artists who didn't hear their names but knew their own results, they were already disheartened. This was the cruel reality. Out of more than 10,000 people, only 1,000 people could enter. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, appeared very calm. The reason he came to the 9 Supremes was to improve his strength, then pass through the Forbidden Land of Death and go to the 4 major regions to find the Moon Lady. Joining the Devil Dragon Sword Court was only the first step. He sat there and began to cultivate with his legs crossed. Most of the 72 masses of energy that he had just obtained were integrated into his cells and turned into potential. There was also a portion that filled his cultivation sea, directly increasing the energy in his cultivation sea to 50%. He was close to breaking through to the next realm. What he needed to do now was to consolidate his cultivation sea. Anyway, the results of the second stage were obvious. No one could erase it, so he was not afraid of anything. Sure enough, in the end, his name also appeared on the list. He got first place in the second stage, and no one doubted it. No one doubted it. After all, the 72 sculptures were activated by him. Xiao Qiqi got second place. Lin Feiyang, who was very arrogant and looked down on everyone before, only got third place. Although this result was already very good, to Lin Feiyang, it was a humiliation. A huge humiliation. He was actually surpassed and crushed by the guy he looked down on. That feeling was as uncomfortable as eating feces. Ling Xiao, just you wait. In the last stage, I'll show you what's good for you. The third stage of the assessment is a battle. It depends on one's overall ability. Even if you're very good at a certain aspect, it's useless. I'll definitely defeat you and take Xiao Qiqi away from you. Lin Feiyang challenged Ling Xiao. He, whatever you say. Anyway, you've lost twice, so you probably won't care about losing a third time. Don't worry, I'll defeat you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Shameless boasting. Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth and did not say anything more. He turned and left because he knew very well that no matter what he said now, it would be misunderstood as a sore loser who was not convinced. Chapter 2961. After the end of the second round, Lin Geng led the 1,000 warriors to the floating battlefield of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. The so-called floating battlefield was a huge rock floating in the air. The rock covered an area of nearly 1,000 acres. Because there were various special arrays on it, it was able to float in the air. Seeing such a battlefield, everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Such a strange floating battlefield was definitely not something that could be seen in a small country. It had never been seen in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and White Tiger Continent. Around the floating battlefield, there were audience seats. Although there was no one there at the moment, there would be a lot of audience after the assessment began. This was not something the examinees should be worried about. What they were most concerned about was the rules of the third round. During the rest time, Lin Geng briefly introduced the rules of the third round. In fact, it was very simple. 1,000 warriors would enter the floating battlefield at the same time and engage in a chaotic battle. The battle would last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, there would be less than 100 people left on the floating battlefield. Otherwise, everyone would be eliminated. If the condition of less than 100 people was met, then these people would become official disciples of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Moreover, in this round, weapons, elixirs, and other auxiliary items were not allowed. The Devil Dragon Sword Court did this to make the conditions as fair as possible. Otherwise, if some people relied on magic weapons or elixirs to win, they would not be the disciples they wanted. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, your good luck has finally come to an end. Hearing such a rule, the happiest person was Lin Feiyang. Although he was a warrior of the Sword Dynasty, he was not good at using weapons. Instead, he was famous for his palm techniques. Therefore, the rules of the last round did not affect him much. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao was obviously good at using swords. This rule had a great impact on Ling Xiao. Lin Feiyang did not believe that Ling Xiao could win against him without a weapon. Ling Xiao looked at this idiot and sneered disdainfully. Not being able to use a sword would indeed have a great impact on him, but so what? Lin Feiyang was still not his opponent. He was incomparably convinced of this. In addition, I want to tell you one more thing. After selecting 100 disciples, the 13 devil generals would then select 13 of them to become their disciples. The rules were still the same. 100 people continued to fight, leaving only 13 people. These 13 people would receive personal guidance from the 13 demon generals and become core disciples of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Cultivation is bound to progress by leaps and bounds, so all of you have to work hard. In addition, after the 13 people were decided, the final champion would be decided. Of course, the principle was still the same. The last person left on the floating battlefield would be the champion. The champion will be rewarded with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and a martial technique at the peak of the soldier level. Lin Geng's words instantly aroused Ling Xiao's desire to fight. It was a martial technique at the peak of the soldier level. This was something he had always dreamed of. Even though he could defeat Lin Feiyang with a high-level soldier-level martial technique, he was still not strong enough. However, if one could obtain a better martial skill, who would be willing to choose a worse one? What's more, if one's strength was equal, then martial techniques would be too important. I must win the championship. Ling Xiao made up his mind. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours of rest time had passed. 1,000 participants had all boarded the floating battlefield. At this time, the audience had also arrived. Except for some Demon Dragon Sword Court disciples and demon envoys who came to observe, all the 13 demon generals had arrived. They had come here to choose their disciples. Among the last 13 people, they would choose the one they liked the most. Subordinate and 1,000 participants pay our respects to the 13 demon generals. Lin Geng said humbly as he knelt on one knee in front of the stands where the 13 demon generals were sitting. Greetings to the 13 demon generals. The rest of the people also knelt on one knee. Although Ling Xiao was arrogant, the 13 demon generals were indeed stronger than him. As a courtesy, there was nothing shameful about kneeling on one knee. Therefore, he showed enough respect like the others. People could only grow if they were in awe. Well, get up. Lin Geng, you don't have to worry about us. Just let them do their best. The first demon general was also the strongest among the 13 demon generals. Since the demon lord didn't come today, he spoke on his behalf. The rest of the demon generals had to obey. Yes. Lin Geng nodded and then stood up. The rest of the people also stood up. Do you have any other questions? Lin Geng looked at the time. There were less than 3 minutes left before the third stage began. Can we kill? Lin Feiyang asked. This was what this guy was most concerned about. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he didn't want to violate the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Even if his sister Lin Xian was a demon envoy, the rules were set by the Demon Lord. Who would dare to violate them? Yes. So, if anyone feels that they are not strong enough or afraid of death, they can take the initiative to admit defeat or jump off the floating battlefield. Lin Geng replied. Very good. Lin Feiyang glared at Ling Xiao, revealing a bit of indifference. How do we lose? Ling Xiao also raised a question. He couldn't start a massacre on the stage, right? He had no enmity with these people except for Lin Feiyang. Once you are knocked off the floating battlefield, you lose. Remember, knocking your opponent off the floating battlefield is the only way to defeat your opponent. It's useless to stun or kill them. Even if you can fly, leaving the battlefield in the air is also a loss. Although Lin Geng didn't say much, his words were very clear. Do you all understand? Understood. Good, let the battle begin. Lin Geng left the battlefield, went to the spectator stand, and then announced the start of the battle. The battle royal was a very cruel rule. Ling Xiao had encountered it when he was in the dragon cult. The situation this time was basically the same. At the beginning, many people still maintained restraint. But there were always people who couldn't endure it. As the first person made a move, the battle instantly broke out. The entire floating battlefield began to fall into chaos. All kinds of roars and screams rose and fell one after another. Out of 1,000 people, only 100 could pass the test. So, it was very difficult to defeat others while maintaining one's combat strength. After all, they couldn't take pills. This had a very high requirement for the martial artist's combat strength. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the Demon Dragon Sword Court's move. It was too great. The martial artists selected in this way were bound to be people with real ability. It was basically impossible for there to be people who took advantage of the situation. After the first person was knocked off the floating battlefield, the number of people eliminated gradually increased. Ling Xiao and Xiao Chichi stayed together. The two of them were not in a hurry to make a move. Anyway, no one dared to provoke them.